Hey, everybody. Sorry. I'm like, I need to take this down. How do I get this down? How's everybody? Oh, echo. Okay. Hold on one more second. I almost got it. There we are. There we are. I got it. Okay. Just gotta bear with me some days, some more than others. Hey, Brunswick. Hey, Michelle. What's up tonight? Not a lot. Thomas, veteran, you are 100% correct. Prayers have been answered. Long wait of prayers, 1,694 days worth. Hey Bryce, how's it going? The link is there if anybody would like to come up and join. I was kind of bored tonight, to be honest with you, and kind of sugared out. So I just thought I'd throw up a panel. I know that Summer was down at Breway and with Tamika and family. Yeah, it's been a lot going through a lot of our minds, I'm sure. I know a lot's been going through my mind, kind of like justice served, but there's still more justice. And when we think about it, this is one person who got some justice, but she's still not here. And every day we hear about another life taken by the hands of law enforcement. It's got to change. It's got to give. Not sure how to do that other than hold the police accountable. That's a step. And it's a step. And these steps are going to have to take each in individual communities. But anyway, that's my opinion, my thoughts that I'm thinking out loud tonight. So we can talk about anything. I just thought that if I was kind of bored, fire them all. That'd be a good idea. Only thing is, we need a plan in place. Yeah, anarchy. Well, some of us have nice, cute little pew pews, and some have some big pew pews, and some have things that go in pew pews that we can't even count because there's so many of them. But anarchy is not a place I want to live. I don't think anybody wants to. So we have to come up with a better idea. Anarchy does, firing them all does sound very well. I like that idea. Get rid of them all. You know, and we always hear that there's always no good cops. There are some good ones. We just got to find them. And those are the ones that we want protecting us and following the laws. She may not be here, but she is opening the door to so much more. Oh my gosh, Michelle, you are 100% correct. The biggest thing, the fastest thing, I shouldn't say the biggest thing because I think there's going to be bigger things coming from this, but the quickest thing was these no knock warrants. They should never be used. And I shouldn't say never. There are times when it is a victim of child trafficking or things like that. And not not just judges sign off on these. He is going to have to explain to God why he did this injustice. Thomas, I'm going to assume you're somewhere by in Louisville or maybe another large metropolitan city, and even the small towns. And you know what's going on, and probably maybe even a little bit more than me. But there are a lot of injustices done by him and by Louisville PD. We know this. And this is the first step. This is a huge step forward. And I hope Tamika and her family feel a little justice served. I know it's not bringing Brianna back. Can't bring her back. But you know something? We can allow Brianna to move forward into making this a better place. But yes, he's going to have to stand in front of his God. But first, can we watch him in prison? Go March 12th. Go March 12th. Sorry, I got a little excited there. I'm not a singing person. You're right, Michelle. This man has done so much to terrorize so many people. And like I said, I don't live in Louisville. I was born and raised and grew up in St. Louis, dealt with Minneapolis. It's all the same. I mean, you can insert one cop's name, one death, and it's the same thing by a different cop's name, a different death in every city. The difference is Tamika's family stood strong. Brianna spoke to them. Brianna did a lot to help Louisville. And she has touched hearts across not only Louisville or Kentucky or the United States, around the world. People will always remember her name. And this no knock warrant shit, yeah, do away with it and except in extreme emergencies. And maybe those extreme emergencies maybe needs two judges to sign off. Maybe these cops write all these out to take them in front of the judge. Needs to have proof. I get it. I don't know the answer. And I don't think anybody knows the answer other than we need to work together as the answer. And listening to Summer and ever since March 13th when Brianna was murdered, listening to the other people throughout Louisville, yeah, he was scum. He deserves this. He deserved this a long time ago. It's been a long time coming. But anyway, Tamika got some justice tonight. Breeway got some justice tonight. It was nice seeing them down at Breeway tonight. I remember, Michelle, you and I were talking in Summer's chat earlier. The kids with the chalk and the drawings of Brianna and the and the singing to celebrate her and bring attention and the other ones that have been murdered in Louisville. But anyway, um, damn, that just kind of hit the heart a little bit. But anyway, how is everybody tonight? And don't forget, everybody, please like and share. Uh, hey, Money, how's it going, hun? We're just hanging out tonight. I didn't see anything really going on, and I think my sugar highs kind of calmed down a little bit with the Halloween and grandkids and all the trick or treaters. And I was kind of exhausted, but I'm not exhausted, and I don't feel like doing anything much. And didn't see anybody live, so here we are. Money, you're welcome to come up. I hope you had a wonderful Halloween. Brunswick, power. Gotta have power. And Brunswick, we'll get your link and get it out there. I hope you're getting your subs up, and I've watched a few of your videos that you've put up. I like them. It is a very quiet night. And the link's there. I'm sure Katrina by now has already pinned the link because that's what Katrina does. She's also on top of it. Thank goodness for Katrina. And Summer was down and celebrating down at Breeway, and you know, she has she has had that woman is so strong. She's lucky to gotten 6 hours sleep for 2 weeks. You were drinking yesterday, you're recovering. Okay. Oh, me and the boonies, no trick or treaters. We had a lot of trick or I know that's the first thing. I know I didn't have to look, Katrina. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Totally appreciate that. Um, yeah, I really don't have a whole lot. I mean, that I myself want to discuss that anybody else wants to. I know we have only a few days left to the election. Yay, go us. I don't care who you vote for. I really don't. And I shouldn't say that so flippantly. I think it's just the important thing of getting out voting is going to be the important thing. People say, oh, voting don't count. Well, we may feel it don't count because it doesn't go our way or the people. We're going to vote for Katrina. Katrina for president. Um, but and the especially presidential, they promise us the world, but they don't ever give us the world. They're not out there for us. So when I tell everybody to vote, yeah, didn't it? That was great, wasn't it? The Associated Press. Yeah. Um, you need to vote locally. In order for those people, we talk about the electoral college, and let's see, we got Bryce coming up. Hello, Bryce. Hi, baby
Hi,
doll.
how you
How are you?
been? Good.
I'm good.
How's your Halloween went? Good.
It was really good. How was yours?
Great.
You get trick or treaters?
No, I went to my grandma's to get trick or treaters came over and stuff. Not many.
Hmm. Did you give candy out?
No, I don't want to do that because I might eat it all. I
So I'm
better
in
not eat. Right.
Right. So Brunswick, you saw Summer on the Associated Press. I saw her on a couple of coming out of the courthouse with Tamika. And Tamika, I don't know if you know, most people do by now, is Brianna's mother. And so yeah, I saw her quite a few and the hugs going on. So it's it was so hard waiting, I will tell you. I I knew that the first one came back as not guilty, and because there was two cases or two things they had to decide verdicts on. And so for hours I'm refreshing because I know I'm gonna have to look for that article if she was on there in Katrina. Maybe you can look for the Associated Press one for her. um but I kept refreshing my phone for hours
I do that
until
too
I-
sometimes. Get
well,
it? We
and I
trying to find
yeah.
it.
Yeah, I knew Summer didn't have her phone on her in the courtroom. I already knew that. So I knew that the press would get a hold of this before Summer could tell us about it. And so I saw that guilty, and I'm telling you, just tears. I couldn't even help it. There was no way of just even stopping it. Tears just coming out of my eyes down my cheeks. The the feeling of justice for Brianna and her family. Oh my God. And I could not imagine being in it like Katrina is. I mean, she has gone every step of the way with Brianna's family. Um, Associated Press yesterday. It was an article, and Brunswick apparently. What am I looking for? And Brunswick saw Summer on the in the article. So if you can, and I'll if you can't, let me know. I'll look to later. And Summer may even have it already. I'm not sure. I know I sent her several different articles, but most of them were. I don't think I sent her Associated Press one. But anyway, Brunswick, I appreciate you letting us know that because I mean, these are things that Summers, needs that. Oh, you sent it to her. Perfect. Did you send it to her email? I'll let her know. Perfect. Thank you. She will thank you. So,
Who you
so
saying
yeah.
want to be president?
Katrina wants to be president.
I would. I would love to be president.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
And how,
yeah.
how would you handle the migrant crisis?
Well, if I was president,
If you were president, how would you handle the migrant crisis?
make sure they coming the right way coming in, not
Okay,
the
but hold on.
if
Where what about the ones that are already here? How would you handle it?
if I was I, if I was president, if I handle it, I would send them back. If I
So you're going to spend billions of dollars to send them back.
What
I'm just
if?
asking.
Yeah, if I that's the only choice I have to do. That's the choice. If I try to get them back,
Okay.
as I would
And
done.
how are you getting them back? First of all, how are you getting them all together? See, we're going to do steps here.
I know that I'm trying to
I
get good
I am
steps.
challenging your thinking.
I'm thinking how go. Then you have to find them.
How you going to find them?
You have to go find them where they live.
Yeah.
Figure out where the address is.
Okay.
Then you have to get like the like to have someone get them on the plane and send them.
Where are you getting the planes from?
Get the how you get the planes.
Where are you getting the planes?
Hire someone to send them back, like the military planes.
Okay. Military planes. Okay.
That's I would done if I send them. Use the military planes to send them back.
So what if you've got 50 different countries? And we're talking tens of millions of people here.
That's right. Yeah, that's so many people. Take forever to send them all different where they where they're
There,
from.
there you go. So, and Bryce, please don't think I'm picking on you. I'm really
I
not
know.
picking on you.
I
But
know. I
and
agree.
and and but when people talk about this migrant crisis we're having, and
Right.
Trump wants to send them all back, and you did exactly what a Trump supporter cultist says. You did exactly. I knew you just did exactly, and I didn't know who you plan on voting for president. I don't know who you support for president. You
I
don't
didn't
need to
even.
tell me.
Right.
But what I'm trying to say is that this is what people tell me. Send them back, and I asked them the exact same questions I've just asked you.
I was processing and saying it at the same time.
I know, but it's funny because every one of them have said the exact same thing you have said. And so my reply to them is, okay, we're talking billions of dollars here. Billions. If not,
You have to
well,
figure out
and
how to
and
do
I
that.
and I'm gonna take this back. I'm gonna probably say trillions. Because here's the thing.
Right.
Let's say, let's say we're going to send them back because that's what Trump wants to do, right? He wants to
Yeah.
send them all back. We're going to talk trillions of dollars because, you know, you made it sound like it's simple. You go to where they live. Well, how do you know where they live? Who's going to go find where they live? And do you
Right.
think a lot of them are giving right addresses because of maybe fear of they're going to be found, especially with the election coming? Okay,
Right.
so now we found them. We found some. Even if we find 5 million, okay,
Mm-hmm.
we have to then in turn have to have the manpower to get them to the airports, which takes vehicles, buses. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
more money.
Yeah.
Then then you're going to get airplanes, and you're saying use military airplanes. Okay, so we're going to
Yeah.
use our military to cross international spaces to take people back home. Okay, and
Right.
now and now this isn't going to happen overnight. It's probably not going to
No.
happen in 6 months. Probably talking years before you can get this done, and
Right. You have to.
trillions of dollars. Right?
Yeah. Right.
Does that sound realistic? Honestly,
You have
You
to
think if,
figure out. uh, I think you have to figure out the budget on that.
okay. You know how long it takes? Have you ever figured out a budget for a multi-million dollar expenditure? And now we're talking trillions. I'm talking millions. Have
More
you
than the
ever?
millions. Way
Well, no,
more.
no, no. But what I'm trying to say,
Yeah.
have you ever had to sit down and partake in doing a budget? And I'm using million. And the reason I'm using millions is because I do have to sit down annually and figure out a budget that's millions of dollars.
You
Okay.
have to do the calculation.
Right. So what I'm saying is that it takes us a good year. I mean, by the time the budget rolls out every year, we are
Hmm.
already working on the next budget. And
Right.
that's just a couple $1,000,000. So it's not like you can do a $1 trillion budget
No.
in only a year.
No.
Oh,
Be more than a
sorry.
year.
Hold on one second. Katrina, can we put Brunswick link if you don't mind? Brunswick, and I'm sorry, I'm going to assume you're a he, but I don't know if you're a he or a she, and I apologize for that. But Brunswick has a channel that they're trying to build up and has some really nice videos on it. And if you don't mind doing that, please. And if not, I can get to it in a moment. But anyway, so what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to be realistic here. Okay.
I've been trying to figure that out in my mind.
Yeah, you can't. Your mind will not figure it out. You want me to tell you why?
Why?
um, because we don't know what it's like to deal with budgets of trillions of dollars. We don't know what
No.
it's like to deal with budgets of billions of dollars. And the budget I deal with is less than $5 million. Okay.
Okay. I
Um,
just trying to have. It's hard to figure that out
it
sometimes.
is. It is when he is my pronoun. Thank you,
I wish
Brunswick.
I. I wish I can figure that out, but you can't.
No, well, you can't. I mean, and the thing is, Bryce, I work with budgets and
Okay.
I work with operating and management cost. Okay. Um, and like
Okay.
I said, it's only a few million, but still, yeah. Katrina, she can't even budget $5. So we're really kind of screwed. But what I'm trying to say is, we got a budget. Okay, you
Mhm.
can't budget. And where are you getting this money from? Please tell me. Where are you getting this money from to send all these people back? It's going to cost trillions of dollars.
If we have that, like the budgeting on that, who can figure out who does it?
We don't have a couple trillion laying around. You know that, right?
No.
Okay. The United States does not have a couple $1 trillion laying around. Promise you
No.
that.
No.
So that money is going to come from us. You know who us are?
Taxpayers?
There you go.
Right. Yeah.
So, so does it really truly make sense to spend all this time, all this manpower, and trillions of dollars to round up m- tens of millions of people who people think that are in this country illegally? Do you think it sounds ridiculous?
Sounds like it is.
Yeah, it does. So it would never
Yeah.
work. And
No.
Trump is trying to tell the country, oh, when I become president, I am shipping all these migrants or illegal immigrants, is what he calls them. I do not call them illegal immigrants. I'll call them. I'll switch around immigrants versus migrants. I do that switching up and around. But the thing is, wouldn't it make more sense to try to get everyone to register? Try to make sure that we vet
Yeah, that's
them.
another way. It's a process.
Hmm. A
That's how
process.
long that would take the register, that would be like, trying to think how long that would be the process.
But the ones that are here and want really truly want to be in the United States and have jobs, because I guarantee you there are a lot of these migrants that are working. Okay, because there are a lot of jobs that Americans don't want to do. Americans won't do. They are working these jobs. Show
Yeah.
me somebody whose job's been taken away from a migrant. Show me one. I want to see. Hey, Miss Rummy, welcome to the stage. We're just hanging out tonight.
I
Yeah.
saw that. Nice and peaceful. So I thought I would say hey.
Well, I'm glad you came up to play with us.
Yeah,
Hey, Summer,
I wanna play nice.
you want to play nice? Well, you
Yeah,
can play nice.
yeah. I wanna play nice.
I'm playing devil's advocate here.
Okay.
I don't know if you were listening, but we know we talked about Brianna. You heard about what that
Yes.
yes,
Guilty.
wasn't, oh my God, wasn't that just precious?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
and here comes
What's
Lady of the
up?
Hour.
Hey love. I was
Lady of the
singing
Miss
at the
Hour.
top of my
Rummy.
lungs for you, baby. I was. I said, yes, that bitch got him. My bitch got him. Yes.
1,694 days it took.
1,964 days, baby. Let me tell you something though. That's the most powerful thing. I was just with Tamika and some of our protest family and stuff, and we were sitting there talking, and it's something. So yesterday, last night, I know I'm talking a lot about this, guys, but I'm sorry, I can't help it.
It's
I ain't
okay.
seen
No,
Miss
that's
Ruby, so
okay.
I got it.
I want you
We
to
started
tell
off
every
talking
fucking
about it.
thing. I want you to tell
So
it all.
okay. So we've been going to court, right? And
Yeah.
I've had to work the whole time. And
Yeah.
I told because Tamika's like, girl, if you don't go home and get some sleep. I said, no, Tamika. I said, I have been with you in every court case. I'm gonna stay with you every court case. I said, not only that, I have to be here. I have to be here for you, but I have to be here for me too. You know what I mean? Like I
Right.
have to be here.
Right.
I have to see this through. And so by the grace of God, and that's the only thing it was, because I wasn't grouchy, I wasn't nothing. I was able to work, till 5 o'clock in the morning, show up at court every day, be there at 9 o'clock with bells on. The only time I took a nap for 2 hours was when we were waiting on the trial.
Right.
So it was a roller coaster, you know what I mean? Like, and I thought they did a really good job at honing in on what he did. He violated. He overused his force. He shot through windows he couldn't see. Yada yada yada.
He broke
So
the 4 rules to gun safety.
100%. And they
It,
even said that they was like, if
yeah.
you had a CCC, you know that you're responsible for every bullet. So you
Yeah.
know, so the jury gets it. Wednesday, it was just kind of like pick the person, the jury person, and their own little thing. They have to pick someone that's going to give the verdict and yada yada yada. And then
Yeah.
they ended up breaking for the day. So Thursday was like their real first day, and they asked one question, and so we were like, okay, and they closed at 4 o'clock. So then Friday comes. Oh man, we get there at 9 o'clock. Soon as we get there, they asked a question on does it matter if is her civil rights, does she still have her civil rights even if she's dead or if she's alive? Does that matter whether her being alive or not? Judge says we can't answer those questions. It's all in your jury papers, which they addressed that because
Right.
his lawyer kept trying to go with she was dead, so she don't have civil rights. And our lawyer was like, no, as soon as he shot that first bullet, she was alive. She doesn't have to be alive for the whole thing. She was alive when it started, and that's when you violated her rights.
That's right. That's right.
So then they come back around lunchtime and they're like, we're not saying we're deadlocked, but they're like, we're kind of having a hard time. Like, it's looking like we might ended up deadlocked. So she said, go back, see what you guys can do. So they went back and they said, okay, we came up with one verdict. So they were like, okay, if you want, you can tell the verdict now and then go back and work on it. They gave them that option. They gave them the option of telling the verdict now and coming back Monday. They gave them the option because they didn't want to put,
Right.
one, they
Right.
don't
No
want him to
pressure.
appeal it.
Yeah.
No
No pressure.
pressure. no appeal. So they're trying to do everything they can. So they said, all right, we're going to go back and we're going to have dinner. No, they come out and they announce Chelsea's. So we walk in there and his whole side of the room is filled up.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks at them and he winks at them. As soon as the judge says not guilty, he looks at his family and he winks at them. And I look, because I watched his face the whole time, and I was like, this motherfucker. So we
Mm-hmm.
go upstairs, and we went from being super inspired, super like, we got this, this is gonna happen, to we were broken, dude. Like,
Right.
we just
Shattered.
was like, yeah, it was, everything was shattered. We just felt like, great, we're here again. Here we are, fucking again. They're gonna let this motherfucker get away with it again because and and Tamika will be the first one to say, I don't want to make it about a race issue, but at the same time, like, come on, man. Like,
Yeah.
this is so obvious
One, he's
they've
a
done
cop,
wrong.
and two, he's a white man.
Right. And Brianna's white and the other chick is, or I mean, Brianna's black and Witchcott is white. The chick that, they said not guilty. And so I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, man, this fucking sucks. So then we come back, they call us back down. They say, and it was not that long, right? An hour later. They call us back down. They said, we came up with a verdict. Everybody get to the courtroom. So we walk in the courtroom and nobody is on his side. All his people left. Now,
Uh,
when we left out of the courtroom last time, they were celebrating in the courtroom, or in the hallway and stuff.
right.
They left because they were going to throw him a party because he got not guilty for old girl, for the neighbor, which we just like, we finally figured this out. But yeah, they left because they were going to go throw a party, like that he got all charges dropped and all that.
Yeah, they're thinking so. Well, they said not guilty for her, so they got to say no, not guilty for
For sure,
everybody.
Brianna's not going to get it. You know what I mean? That's what they thought. They thought at bare minimum, and even Tamika was like, "Listen, I don't care how he gets it. If they give it to her, if they give it to Chelsea, and say, and because she deserved it, she deserved a guilty plea.
Right.
Her and her family deserved that. And Tamika was very like, listen, I don't care how it comes. I just want him to be held accountable some way.
Yeah.
If he get found guilty for her and not found guilty for Brianna, she was like, you know what? As long as he's guilty, I don't care. He's got to have some kind of accountability because that's what it's always been for those
Right.
of us that truly want something different.
Yeah.
Um, so we sit down and the judge comes in and it was just like all of a sudden everything just went tunnel vision. And she started talking and I noticed that some of the language, but it was like I could hear her, but it was just like, I don't know, man. And then
Foreign
next thing you
language.
know, yeah, I wasn't understanding it. And next thing I know, she says, guilty. And I punched Kenny's father was sitting right next to me. Kenny wasn't there, but Kenny's dad was sitting next to me, his mom, then Tamika, and then her friend. And we were the only ones in the courtroom because it had gotten so late. Everybody else had left, and they wouldn't let nobody in after 5.
Right.
So we're sitting there, and I punch him. I hear Tamika let this gasp of air out. I see her boyfriend. He looks at me. I look at him. Both of our eyes are just like. And I looked at
Saucer.
Hankinson, and he looked at me, and I said, I winked at him.
Yeah.
You wanted to wink at your family, motherfucker. Like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
everything's gonna be okay. Well, I winked at you, like, no, motherfucker, everything's gonna be okay.
Like,
So then
bye.
they take us out and they shove us to this other little room because obviously our emotions. They're telling us we can't, say anything, you can't do anything,
Right.
and we're like, listen, get us the fuck out of here because we're going to explode because we just cannot believe. And it was almost like we needed to ask each other, did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
And so we go to the other room and we kind of celebrate for a minute. We cry, everybody breaks down. Everybody, we have our moment, whatever. And then we go back to the courtroom. As we're walking into the courtroom, we sit down and I hear the judge say, sentencing March 12th, 10 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And I just sat there, started crying. March 12th in 2020, those people got suited and booted to come into my neighborhood and terrorize a woman and murder her.
Right.
5 years to the date, March 12th at 10 a.m., he's going to walk in a federal courthouse and he's
And
going
get
to
a
get
sentence.
sentenced. March 13th, when it's the 5-year anniversary of what LMPD did to Brianna, to the neighbors, to our community,
Yeah.
he will be waking up in federal prison. There is no
Right.
chance of him getting probation. A lot of people have said, Summer, don't you know, can he get probation? No. First of all, that's not how federal charges work. Second of all, the least he can get is 10 years. The most that he's facing
What did they give
is
him guilty
likely
on?
for excessive force, which violates her Amendment 4 or whatever.
Yeah.
Earlier I was still so my brain's calming down a little bit now, but I was like, I can't fucking remember. I know it has to do with violating one of her civil rights, you
Right.
know.
Right.
But it was excessive force, which that violated her civil right for,
Yeah.
or however you say it.
Fourth
So
Amendment. Yeah.
there you go, Fourth Amendment. I know all this, but it's just not coming out right. My brain's just
It's
like,
okay. It's okay. It's been a while
and
coming.
it just, we walked out of that. I played it earlier. I watched the news thing this morning of when we walked out, because like everything just happened. Like it was like, okay, and then it was like, okay, now we got to go up to the room and we got to get our stuff and we have to go outside, and like the new, everything was just kind of whoop 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 getting out of the
Yeah.
building. And like when the news was out there and they had all the cameras out there and we walked out and you could see us walk out, and we all at the same time, not even realizing it, but if you watch the video, we all exhale.
It's
People don't
powerful.
understand.
Yeah.
And Tamika said it tonight on my live, and people can go back and watch it. 100% we are fighting for Breonna Taylor, but this is bigger than Breonna. You know what I mean? Because so much has
Yeah.
happened in the process. And I mean, personally, shit, like, I mean, I was doing really good work in the community. Everything was good. I've never done anything wrong. And then people that I trusted and loved that was a part of my, my organization, like turned their backs on me because I was fighting against police brutality. I got a stalker that completely tore my fucking life apart. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I tried to move into this beautiful house. It fucking got taken from me because of the psycho. But even the psycho that stalked me, dude, like, and I'm not making an excuse for him because he did what he did and he's fucking, that'll never change. But like, everybody's been hurt by this person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so it's
Yeah.
just like, I mean, his situation is a little different. I mean, and no one can tell me any different because I know the truth. He was in bed with the motherfucker. You know what I mean? And by doing, just being allowed to do shit or whatever.
Yeah.
But still, that doesn't. It's still the true activist in me. Yeah, he was doing all that, but still, at the end of the day, dumbass shouldn't have been creating spaces to where that shit was allowed, because you were supposed to be a cop.
That's right.
And you're a crooked, dirty fucking cop. So
Yeah.
regardless of what this psychotic, it took an opportunity because somebody gave it to him and then it blew up in his fucking face. It doesn't matter. It's still on this idiot because he shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have, and he's done that for decades in this community. He's
Mm-hmm.
been involved with all kinds of people being hurt and all kinds of shit. You know what I mean? So to sit there and
Probably lying
see,
on reports, probably,
oh, I mean, well,
doing all
yeah,
kinds
he's
of
lied on
dirty shit.
reports.
And they probably brought it
Dude,
all up in court.
no, actually, we stuck to we understood the assignment. It was completely, we wanted to show what he did that night was against protocol. It was against their
Yeah.
training. Officers came in there, chiefs came in there, and they testified against him. So I go
Yes.
out, so all that happens, right? So we leave, whatever. I wake up this morning because me and Tamika talked a little bit, and she's like, "Girl, take your butt to bed." I was gonna go live and stuff, but then I was just like, "No, I need to go sleep." So that's what I did. I wake up this morning and I go to the gas station over around me, and I'm looking for a newspaper because I was like, I want to see I want to get a paper because I got paper for everything that's happened in this fucking situation. I want a paper.
Yeah.
And so I'm saying something to one of the people in there or whatever. I'm like, can y'all believe it? Hankinson went to jail, and this bootlicker dude, he gets pissed. He starts going off on me or whatever, and he's like, he'll never spend a day in fucking jail. He's gonna appeal it, and once he appeals it, it'll be over with. He'll never spend a day in jail. And I was like, well, he's getting sentenced, and you can be mad at me all day long because we held his fucking feet to the fire. But what you gonna say about the police that testified against him?
Right.
So go get the FOIA report, motherfucker. Do your goddamn homework, and don't come talk to me about a goddamn thing until you go do your own fucking homework.
That's right.
because
Soon as that shit paperwork
LMPD,
is filed, you can FOIA request the transcripts of
yep,
the everything, the
yeah,
whole
100%.
testimonies and everything. You want
100%.
paperwork?
The grand jury stuff's already out there. That's what I testified in. Then we have the state trial, and because a lot of people are like, well, you guys went after him a bunch of times. Well, legally, state can take him. We knew state wasn't going to do anything, but we had to lose state before anybody else could do anything.
Before federal
So
could take over, yeah.
exactly. So state went in and they weren't going to do shit because if they had to do so, I mean, in my opinion, if they let him fall, then other people are going to go down with him too because he's that fucking
Right,
dirty and he's that grimy, right? So that
right,
wasn't going to happen. Then we go and do the first federal case, and there was so much to this case because of the smear campaigns that happened, the outdated information, just so much stuff that sometimes, and that one ended in a mistrial. And I think it was because why it was amazing that everything came out that, you know what I mean, that they did wrong. I don't think it was too much
right,
because it was so much. It was just like, fuck. So this one, I've never seen Hankinson in my life. I've never seen him take the stand. I've never seen him uncertain about stuff. I've never seen him shooken about it. His spirit was bothered. He's a very, very manipulative, control, like big time. And he's good at wearing his mask for a little bit, but the prosecutors, they kept his ass up on that fucking jury for a second, up on that stand, and they broke down every little thing. And then what another thing which was really good, they took his old statements where he admitted that he shot through the windows and he shouldn't have done that. Where he
right.
admitted they should have never been at Breonna Taylor's house. When they admitted, I mean, he made it all kinds of shit, right? He read
Mm-hmm.
each one of those cops that came in and testified against him. What's up, Plan B? Every in school and everybody, every one of those cops that came in there and testified against him, they made them read that. Now, I didn't realize how important that was going to be until the end of it when the jury asked for Hankinson's testimony. Well, they couldn't give him his testimony because they don't have the transcripts for it right then, but they have stuff in the jury instructions, and that's what the judge said. The judge said, go in the jury instructions, everything you need is in there. She can't tell them the testimony's in there. She can't tell them this is in there, that's
Right.
in there. She can just say everything you need is in there, in which it was because his testimony was in there because every cop read it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they
Yeah. That's
came back
similar to
and
a case that's going on in Georgia now that the jury has the case and they came back and they asked for specific stuff. And the judge had to tell the foreperson and the jury that everything that you are making a decision on has been given to you in evidence.
right,
You just need to find it. Now, if you need help finding something particular, you can put it in a question and bring it back
right,
to us. And we can tell you, the lawyers can talk about it and decide, where it's at. See, because they
mm-hmm,
had 12,000
yeah,
exhibits.
mm-hmm,
So 12,000 shits to
yeah. They
talk
can give him
about.
a little,
That's a
yeah, they
lot.
can give him a little
They can
thingamajigger to
tell
say,
them where it's at, but
yeah, like an index
they
type of
can't
thing.
re go over it because they've been
Right.
given all the evidence. So that's good. I saw that on Court TV just yesterday. So
Yeah,
yeah,
that happens a lot. A lot of times, whether it's a federal or a state court, I've been in a courtroom and the juries came back and been like, hey, this, and this. And a lot of the times the judge will tell them no, you know what I mean? Or go look in your jury instructions. They're in there because she
right.
can't, they can't, say, hey, go here, go there, because then the defense can come in and go, well, judge, you overstepped your boundaries, which hindered my case for my client. And now I want a mistrial. You know what I mean?
Well,
Um,
then they would make their decision, and if it was against the client, the defense, if they got a guilty verdict, then that would be cause for an appeal if they
yeah.
overstep their bounds.
Yeah, and that was something that she was the judge, she was very adamant. She was like, "Listen, I don't want it to be an appeal. Whatever and this is before. She says, "Well, however it works out, however it is, I want to, I want it to be good."
Yes,
And
no
I
chance
mean,
for an
I don't
appeal.
yeah, I really don't think. I mean, he's gonna do it. but it's not going to go through. You know what I mean? Because they cross their
Right.
I's and dotted their T's. They let the jury make the decisions. They let, him, all of it. Now it was quite funny, I have to say, to watch his team lose their shit in court. And it was even better
Right.
watching him lose his shit on the stand. And we were very confident, you know what I mean? We were like, dude, we got him this time. Like, it's a wrap. He did it to himself. And that's the thing. Nobody made him say or do anything. He said all the stuff. All this. Yeah, they had a couple of the neighbors testify, and each one of them, a couple neighbors in the grand jury, a couple in the state, a couple, you know what I mean? But like, dude, it was police that fucking held on
Oopsie.
him.
Sorry. Hold
Oh,
on.
you're fine. So I don't know. It was just, and then, so tonight I went down to Breeway, and that's where we all protested at for 876 days before we got any convictions. I don't know, man. I still can't believe it. I ain't gonna lie. I still can't believe it, but man, oh man, that was beautiful. What's up, everybody? I just stopped in real quick because I seen you guys were, Miss Rummy was live, and I hadn't got to talk to her for a second.
Yeah.
But
When I saw it, I was like, hell yeah. Way to go. Way to go. My bitch got him. My bitch got him.
we told that
Summer,
motherfucker, we're not stopping. We're not. I
Summer,
mean, that
No.
it was a
I
long
want to tell
journey.
you,
It was hard. Oh, go ahead.
I want to tell you, Brunswick saw you on an AP news story and sent it to your email.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I think the coolest thing of that is when they caught us walking down the steps and the smiles we had on our face. But if you watch all of our chests, we all let this
Yeah, like,
it was like we could breathe for the first time since all this shit happened. You know what I mean? Like, people just
right.
they don't understand unless it happens to you, and it's, you can see it from the news, you can see the shit from all around here,
Right.
whatever. But unless you were involved in it, you don't understand.
Yeah.
And it's just, I don't know, man. It was just nice to be able to let that breath out and just be like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That shit was
Yeah.
hard. This has been the hardest one, and I mean, I've been involved in. This is the first officer that I've been involved in, or he's not the first officer that I've helped with a case, or what I advocated or whatever, that's been put to jail. But with him, it was personal. You know what I mean? Because like, you
Right.
came into our safe place. You came into our neighborhood, and Brianna's neighborhood, my neighborhood, Chelsea's neighborhood. Like, you came into all these people's neighborhoods, and you did this shit.
Yeah. And you
So
traumatize all these fucking people for nothing. For nothing.
I felt bad. One of the neighbors, she was one of the upstairs neighbors. She was one of the neighbors that did not call the police. But she said she came in and testified or whatever, and she said she was sitting there because their big thing is that they announced, right? Like, everybody should have heard them because they announced, but they didn't announce. Now I wouldn't have heard them announce, okay? But the people in that building would have heard
Yeah.
when the fucking police knock on your goddamn door and don't, it's the police. Like, everybody knows that fucking knock. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like, if you've ever had the police and whatever, and especially they're supposedly supposed to be sharing a fucking warrant. And this is the thing, when you guys FOIA report, and I really do, I really hope some of you fucking people FOIA report this case, and really go over it and look at it, because you will, dude. They were so outdated on their information. Everybody, even this fucking bootlicker today. Well, if she didn't have no drug dealing boyfriend, dude, she wasn't with her ex-boyfriend for a long fucking time.
She
The
done moved
dude that
on.
Kenny that was in her apartment was her new boyfriend.
Right.
You know what I mean? And they'll say,
They
"Oh, well,
went in
she
there
was
for
tied to this."
absolutely nothing. They
They
did
shouldn't have
not.
been there.
Right. They had no business being there. They went on some old ass news. And see, that's what I don't get about a lot of these search warrants, because their information is so fucking outdated, and
Well,
they go to wrong addresses, and they end up killing people that they didn't have no business fucking being there in the first place.
so the eye, right? I guess the eye is what they call the person that goes there and is looking out ahead of time. Now, it is very known, well, for anybody that actually
Yeah, they're
listens to the
informant.
truth. Yeah, but he's a cop, but he's their informant, whatever.
Yeah.
Anybody that knows and has listened to anybody that knows the truth of this case, Brianna and her boyfriend have went out to dinner that night. Okay. Now this officer says he's been sitting in the parking lot for at least 5 hours. They went out to dinner and they came home. He didn't see that.
Right.
He didn't see neighbors going in and out of their house. He didn't see this. He didn't see. There were so many things that he didn't see. They didn't know. It's a simple listen. Even when I'm looking for a missing kid, okay, I'm going to tell you guys a little information on some shit we do. Even if I'm looking for a missing kid, or if I'm dealing with an HT victim, okay, and I know that this, I'll actually say that a human trafficking victim that's being held against their will.
Right.
And we're going to go in and we're going to try to help that victim and get that victim, because whether you all realize this or not, I do help do extractions, not with the police. We have our own team of people that are very well trained. I have some ex-military people that help me out sometimes, and they fight in anti-human trafficking. And so, yeah, sometimes we may have to go and look at a place and see what it is, see the layout. I can look, Miss Remy, if I have your address, I can look your address up. I can look and see what the layout of the house is. I can see where the supposed to be basement, where the bathrooms, where the bedrooms, you know what I mean? Like I can see at least the blueprint of the house, unless you've changed it and you're supposed to update that. But these are all public records. Anybody can do this shit. You just have to know how to do it. The fact that they didn't even take the time, and this is a fucking police department. They didn't know that there was 4 apartments in each building. That they didn't know that Brianna had a connecting wall with Chelsea. You know what I mean? And that, I mean, they didn't know any of this shit. Basic shit that if you're doing even what I do in the field that I do, this is what we do on a regular basis. We look up I'm going to know the flow out of your house. I'm going to know certain things because, dude, I got a victim that I've got to try to get and to make sure that they don't get hurt. Or, matter of fact, I want to fucking get hurt.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to get home. I want to make it home to my fucking kids. So as an officer, you have all these resources to your fucking hand and you don't take the time to do any of this. You put everybody's fucking lives, including your own.
Right.
Because we do live in, see, the difference between Kentucky and other places is we are a stand your ground state. We are a fuck around and find out state. So it is not unnormal for somebody to try to come break in somebody's house or something like that and they leave in a body bag. It happens. You do stupid shit, you get a stupid response. And the lady the neighbor that I was just telling you about when she testified, she said, she's like, I didn't hear anything. She goes, at one point, at the very end, like right before they started shooting or something, she said she thought she had heard a knock. But that was it. She didn't know where the knock was coming from. She didn't know if there was police outside. She didn't know anything like that.
Probably damn door crashing in.
Well, that too. That's what I was thinking too. Because she didn't, just like there were certain things that I heard, like I heard gunshots and I thought I heard different gunshots. Well, I didn't hear different gunshots. What I heard though was different positions of those gunshots, which then, and any gun owner will know this, will make the sound different. It could sound like if you're in a high situation that, yeah, there's different guns. There wasn't different guns. There was Kenny's, which is one, and then the police, they all have the same type of gun.
Right.
So for me to hear it, okay, yeah, if you're in a 4A where it echoes, and then you move out and you go into the parking lot and start shooting, it's going to sound different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there was a lot of things that I was glad that I listened to the trials because, I know my perspective. This neighbor, and this neighbor is going to know their perspective. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, like, none of us were bullshit. All of our shit matched up with exactly what happened now that we all know what happened.
Right. Right.
And my story...
It wasn't just a chopped up story that the cops wanted to cover up.
Well, that too. And then, like, even the guy that, like, stalked me or whatever, he pushed this narrative so fucking hard. And, oh, my testimony lines up with what Hankinson did. No, it did not. No, it didn't. Just because I heard different shit, that doesn't mean anything. If you're talking to a mind that's been traumatized, one thing already, and then, again, you hear that many gunshots. Dude, they say there was only 33, right? First of all, I don't believe that. I still will to this day say there was more than 33 gunshots. I don't care what anybody says. But okay, fine, we'll play by your
But that
fucking
right
game.
there,
That's still a fucking lot.
yeah, why did there need to be 37 or
And
33?
then
Damn,
something
it
else
only
that
takes one damn bullet.
I didn't realize, like I knew, and I don't know. I guess I missed this because I've been in every fucking trial, but I guess I just missed it last two times or whatever. But I didn't even know. But there was bullets that even went through the roof of the apartment building. Not one, because I said that the other day. It actually was two, because they showed the picture again, and I seen it,
Yeah,
and the bullets, whoop, whoop, and I was just like, "The fuck was y'all doing?"
right. Because they can line up those little lasers, and
Yeah, that's what they did.
they used to do it with string, so it was really a impressive when they did all the string, and they would pull it through the holes and figure out what the
Yeah.
trajectory was from each bullet, where it came
Mhm.
from. And but now they do it with lasers. I mean, it's very impressive.
Yeah,
Very.
it's actually, yeah. I mean, and they did that, and they explained all of that, and I mean, the feds did that. They came in and rebuilt the scene, and it was pretty cool to watch it. And I was kind of familiar with it because I mean, I kind of get into true crime. I want to answer what School says. When have we seen someone who has been guilty in court, been released like this? I feel stupid for asking. Okay, let me break this down to School, how this works. All right, and I'm gonna break down two scenarios. You got an officer, right? He got charged, he got arrested, he got put out on bond, right? He showed up to every one of his court cases. He's never had an issue with the court cases. Even though we all know he's a dirty cop, by paperwork, he's never been in trouble, right? He doesn't have anything,
Right.
whatever. So that's why she is saying that he still can be released until sentencing. Now I'm going to show you on the reverse side someone that's not a cop. Okay, if I'm an ex, like, and I'm just going to go back for my ex trouble days, okay?
Yeah.
If I caught a drug case or a gun case or some shit, something serious, right? I'm gonna get me a really good fucking lawyer, and I'm gonna pay him a lot of fucking money, and he's gonna get me out on bail. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep paying all kinds of money so we can continue to push that court date out. As long as I can push that court date out, is one, the longer I can stay out before I have to get sentenced, and two, the reason why I want to push that court date is the same reason they did, is because, well, any witnesses that might remember things or, whatever, their memory's going to get worse the longer it's pushed out. And so there are a lot of people that are not police officers that do the same kind of thing in court, and if they don't get in any trouble while they're out on bond, they will let them stay out until their sentencing date. This happens a lot more than people realize, unless unless you're out here committing crimes and in the court system, you don't
Right.
know that. But that's
Or unless you watch.
number one. That's a number one thing that, like, I know a lot of drug dealers that do that shit. They'll sit there and they'll pay that money and they'll push it out and push it out. And now they know they're going to jail. They know that once they get sentenced, and then once you get sentenced, those cuffs go on you. But he's not been sentenced yet. And so, because even though he's a dirty cop and we know that he's this horrible person, we still have to give him the same fucking thing that everybody else has.
Right.
Actually, ain't
Yeah.
that right, babe? That's what everybody does. They'll sit there and pay that money to keep pushing that shit out so they can stay out while they're out on bond and just keep showing up to court.
Yeah.
And they won't get taken back in until sentencing.
Right. And sometimes they will say, when the verdict comes down, sometimes they will take them straight back and put handcuffs on them and put them
Sometimes they will.
in county jail until it's time to sentence them. And some
Sometimes they
judges,
will, but
sometimes they won't. Depends
yeah, a
on
lot of times though they won't though.
what
As
kind of
long as the
case it
person's
is.
as long as the person's not a flight risk or he's not
Right.
harassing victims and all. Now, even though the whole time we were going through all these trials, he wasn't doing shit. But the other officers that were like John Manley, dude, I've got screenshots of where this motherfucker's trolling me. He was on the psycho dude I talked about, the guy had a stalking case. He went on his fucking show. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now? And then what they doing? Talking about me, talking about Brianna's mother, talking about Brianna. Like, are you fucking kidding me? There's a lot of shit people don't know that went on. And then there's some people that know exactly what went on. And some people will sit there and still believe the delusional shit, and that's on them. I don't have time for that.
Yeah.
I understood what was what the bigger picture at hand. No matter what I went through, no matter, and not just me, Brianna's mother, and anybody that's been like 10 toes down and to make sure this motherfucker gets the shit
Yeah.
that he needs. It
Until
don't
you
matter what
go,
they said. It don't matter
yeah,
what lies. It don't matter what. I mean, dude, I've been in court because motherfuckers dox my children's school, put videos of my children on fucking the internet, like all kinds of
What?
shit. And
yeah,
why? For what? I didn't do shit wrong. All I did was do what anybody's supposed to do when you hear that kind of something like that happen. I called the police.
right,
For what? For them to tell me it's the police that destroyed everything?
right, yeah. It was a fucking raid. Yeah, yeah, and it went south real quick.
Yep,
Yeah,
I believe wholeheartedly because their information was outdated. They didn't know that. They didn't know that Brianna's sister lived there. They didn't know that Brianna's sister's goddaughter lived there. They didn't know that Brianna had a new boyfriend. They didn't know she hasn't fucking spoke to this fool in forever and a day. You know what I mean? Yeah, okay, whatever. He's a bad guy. He did this bad shit. You know, whatever. I get all that. She dated him. Okay, nobody's denying that.
maybe that's the reason why she's not with him anymore. You know?
You think?
Yeah,
Maybe she got fucking tired. Then everybody's biggest thing was, oh, she was fired as an EMT. No, she wasn't. She quit to go become an ER nurse because she was going to make more money. But
right,
they had to create this. She's this degenerate because God forbid. But because what they don't understand, she was one of them.
right. That's what I was gonna
She was
say.
a
Now,
public service.
some reports did say they shot one of their own. Because if you'd ever worked in an EMT or paramedic or, a security guard at the hospital or something like that, they have the utmost respect for those. And, it's like, well, how the hell did this happen?
Right.
That's
Well,
that's
my
supposed to
whole
be what part of the blue line.
well, and I think there's there's an ABC special with the Breonna Taylor story. Vice did a Breonna Taylor story. A bunch of people did, but there's this one
Yeah.
episode that's in a lot of them, and it's when the SWAT is in there and they shut the front door and they see her paramedic jacket on the back of the door.
Yes.
And
Yes.
that moment was so fucking powerful because
It
that was the
was.
moment that they understood, oh fuck, we
We
fucked up,
fucked
dude.
up. Yeah.
This isn't a drug dealing girl. This isn't a degenerate fucking bitch that ain't doing nothing. This is one of us.
Right.
She
Right.
represented the same badge that all of us is, up here just
She did the same
for.
oath.
And that's another thing. That's what kills me. Today when these bootlickers came after me in the store, I had this one bitch. She's like, you ghetto bitch. And I was laughing at her. I wasn't doing too much because my daughter was with me, right? And she gets in her truck and she comes walking to the parking lot. She's doing all this fucking hand shit. And I was like, oh, so that's what I look like when I'm pissed off, huh? I was laughing at her.
Like looking in a mirror, huh? Can't hear you.
Right?
Couldn't hear you.
And can you hear me now?
It can now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I was laughing because I was like, oh, damn, that's what I'm, but I thought about that. I'm like, you guys are so pissed off and you want to protect a cop, right? He's a cop.
Yeah.
But she held the same title. She wasn't a police officer, but she was a service person for our community.
Right.
She was a first responder. That's what a police officer is, isn't it? A police officer is a first responder?
They can be first responders, yeah. Yeah.
So, what are we talking about? Why are y'all so up in your fucking feels about this shit?
Right.
Well, I mean, like
right.
I told the bitch, I
She
said, well,
was
let me ask
dumb
you
and
this.
employed.
Well, I just like I told her, I said, if Brianna looked like you, would you be pissed off? She said, fuck you, bitch. I said, neither you answer my question, you
There
racist
you
cunt.
go. There you go.
I mean, that's the only difference.
Yeah. Yep.
So, and again, people, the Hummer don't make it a race issue. Well, guess what? Sorry, but in Kentucky, it is a race issue.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
you may not understand that.
Just like there was a case, and I don't think it was shown that much. They might have mentioned it a couple of times or whatever, but it was a cop, but it was Border Patrol, right? And he was married, but his girl on the side got pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
He killed her and the baby.
Mm-hmm.
by a softball field or baseball field or whatever, a park.
What?
Yeah, and that's where they found the baby in a fucking stroller, and he had stabbed the baby, his own son, and he was a
That's crazy.
cop.
I mean, listen, I know people, and like I said, I know it sounds like it because a lot of times when people tune in, I'm fighting police brutality, and so I do understand why people have this conception of me that I hate police. But in all honesty, I don't hate police, and I showed that last year when I went and testified on a police behalf because he was also
Right,
fucked over by the same police department that he fucking worked for. You know what I mean?
right, right.
So that there shows because someone that hates the police would never go and testify on a police officer's behalf. That's first off. Let's just start there.
Right. None of us hate the police.
Um,
We just hate the bad ones.
Well, I've been essayed by officers. I have watched so many people been beat up and robbed by officers. I have seen my friends in
Right.
Chicago taken from one end of town, stripped naked, and put in a rival gang's territory by police officers, and be like, "Well, motherfucker, if you make it out of here, I guess you don't have to go to jail tonight." You know what I mean? And finally, thank
Right.
goodness, the gangs in Chicago started figuring out that these cops were doing this shit, and so when shit like that would happen, they decided to have like a a truce amongst
Right.
themselves and
Right.
not do what the cops want them to do, which is kill each
Yeah.
other. So that was
Not do the cops dirty work, so to
yeah,
speak.
because that's all they were doing. But I mean, I've
Yeah.
seen time and time and time and time, but I still, with everything I've seen, with everything I've had happen to me, even the things I've recently experienced with this case, and yeah, it started with Brianna being killed, but there was so much that happened after that. I mean, harassment. We had to put cars on my fucking cars. We had to put outside cameras around my car at one point. I mean, Katrina,
Yeah. Yeah.
Christine, all these people that have been around for a while can tell you, like, there was a lot of shit that fucking went on.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, and I'm not trying to. Anyway, my whole point is everybody should have a dash cam
yeah,
for their own fucking protection. If you
yep,
drive a long distance, or if you just driving around in your fucking neighborhood or whatever, especially the long distance people that like to go visit or whatever, vacation, but it don't matter. You need a fucking dash cam because you never know when
yeah,
you're gonna run up against one of these fucking dirty line ass, bitch ass cops, you know.
yeah,
And you can't
yeah,
always depend on body cameras or in-car cameras. You can't depend on that because a lot of shit happens off a camera. Oh, my camera got knocked off, and they knock the shit off and throw it in the floor somewhere
oh,
so they can go beat somebody's ass. And the car didn't catch it because the car is angled at the other car or a certain way, and they off over here somewhere, or they off over here, so it can't be seen. Just like
right.
the
Hey,
time they was chasing that boy, and they tased him when he was on the interstate. They tased him. He fell out. He got the fuck run over.
yeah. Well, and I'm gonna say this, and then I want to introduce Michelle real quick. Um, they here, and this was crazy because during the case they were talking about the training stuff, right? They break down a lot.
Right.
What's up, Lonnie? How are you doing, baby? What's up, Damon? I don't know how to say your name. What's up, 18? Um,
Damon.
Damon. There we go. Thank you. Anyway, so in this, they were talking about how you have to have a target to shoot, right? By per their training, and in that process, they said like you can't shoot through like your window shield. Well, right after, I want to say it was after or right before. I can't remember because I have so many cases of this kind of stuff. It's just it kind of blends together at some point. But anyway, we had this young man. He was running away from the
Mhm.
police. He had
Mhm.
something in his hand. They thought
Mhm.
that it was a gun. Now
Yep.
this made national news, so you guys might know what I'm talking about. But
Yep.
the officer, hold on, the officer did not. He was in his car.
Yeah.
Took his gun and shot through the fucking window with this
Windshield.
baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
They put 17 bullets in this child.
Right.
The house that they shot him in front of was down in Portland. We did a big interview out there and everything. I'm really good about making noises and bringing attention to shit. I'm really good locally,
Right.
and then we try to get people bigger and whatever. Anyway, so we did a
Right.
press conference, and the people that lived there, the man left to go to the grocery store when this incident happened.
Mm-hmm.
Where he sits in his lazy boy, a bullet went through the front door and literally it would have shot. He always, when I see him, when we talk about it, he says, it would have shot me right here
Right
from where
here.
he was sitting.
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw a young thug got probation, let one of us either be in something like that. And well, Chris, when you, again, money, unfortunately, whether we want to understand this or not, does make a difference in court cases. Michelle, what's up, baby girl? I wanted to say, how you doing? First of all, I just want to take a second for Michelle. Okay, Michelle is my survivor sister, first of all. Michelle lives in, can I tell our story? Can I start our story off can I share a little bit for a second?
Go for it, sister. I ain't got much
Okay.
of a voice. I've been like you. I've been crying and shouting all day. I'm happy.
So Michelle is in the hollers of Kentucky. Now, Rami, you'll understand what the hollers is,
I know
right?
what the
And
holler is.
people like us, like-minded, like all of us on this panel, is not in the hollers. Okay, so
Right.
Michelle's
Right.
down there all by her little lonesome in racism KKK territory. All bullshit. No, not even joking. So
Right.
Michelle, she's my survivor sister, and we've done a lot of work and supported each other through the healing process of anti-human trafficking. And so when this happened, Michelle was following me, I don't know why, because I'm a crazy fucking whack job when we was out there. But we're out there. Michelle gets this idea one day. She reaches out to me. She says, I want to come to Louisville. And we're in the middle of high protesting, okay? It's not just
Mm-hmm.
simple protesting. This is when we was boots on the ground. They was fucking us up. People was getting shot. People was getting fucked up. The police was fucking us up.
Right.
So Michelle comes up. I said, well, whenever you want to do it, you just reach out and let me know. She says, I'm coming. I'm coming because I want to. She goes, I don't care that everybody around me is racist. She says, Summer, I don't believe like that. She said, yeah, I'm a country girl. She says all that, but I don't believe like that. She says, I want to come up and I want to be with you. So she did, and she spent the day and she donated to me and she donated to Chris, and that went internal to the protest because we bought food or whatever it is needed to be needed that day. But she sat there with us the whole time, and for a long time, she just sat there and she was just sitting and she finally she kind of got comfortable and whatever. But it was pretty amazing. Michelle, you want to talk about anything on your day that you came up to Louisville during the protest?
Well, kind of the reason I came up is because of my background. I was falsely arrested in Hart County, Kentucky, put in jail for 42 hours for not wearing a seatbelt in Kentucky. Um,
Not wearing a fucking seatbelt. God dang.
They don't give a fuck down here.
where I'm at, no. Uh, but I had doctor's papers. I'm like Summer. I cannot wear my seatbelt on my shoulders due to the pressure on my neck
Right.
of the seatbelt because I get migraine headaches within 25 minutes of driving if my seatbelt's up here.
Right.
So it has to go under my arm. So he got me for not wearing a seatbelt when I had one on. I got put in jail, all of that. But the main reason I went up there is because I knew I had this heart wrenching feeling that this young lady died in vain for no reason.
Yeah.
And where I'm from, and Summer just told you some of my background. I was 4 years old. In the area that I'm from, my daddy covered me up in the back seat of a car. Honey, don't look out of that blanket. What did I do as a 4-year-old child? I looked out from underneath that blanket.
Right.
What did I see? A burning cross.
Mm-hmm.
My daddy explained to me at 4 years old that everybody has a heart, a soul, and a mind, and we're all alike on the inside. Even though we might look a little different on the outside, We all God's children on the inside. So,
Yep.
honey, don't believe what you are being taught down here because it's not true.
Right.
Okay, so that stuck with me all my
That's a good
life.
man. That's a good man.
I lost him when I was 5 years old
He was a good
because
daddy.
he stood for the truth in this area.
Right. And they killed him for it.
Pretty much. They
Yep.
ran him off the road
Yep.
2 o'clock in the morning.
Yep. I know plenty of them stories.
So when I seen Summer yesterday and I'm live here and she started to shouting, I knew something. I knew something fantastic had happened. I started crying myself, praising with her. I just couldn't hold it back myself, and and seeing Mama on the square tonight, seeing all of
Oh man.
you down there tonight, Summer. Oh my God! And it's a bittersweet, but it's so freaking sweet.
Yep.
Amazing, because you guys have to understand we lost a lot of protesters fighting for this. A lot of people literally gave their lives
Chris,
because they some people committed suicide because it was just, things just too much. Some
Overwhelming.
people were shot. Some people were shot by the National Guards. There was a lot. We had a lot of loss in the process of all this.
Right.
They did, where they shot. So yes, Damon, they shot through. So Hankinson, which is the officer that was found guilty in Breonna Taylor's case yesterday, I just loved saying that. It's never gonna get old. Um, he shot. So in her balcony window, she had blinds and she had blackout curtains, and then in the bedroom, which was her sister's bedroom, there was blinds and there was blacked out curtains. There was no lights on the apartment because it was late.
Yep.
They got back from going to dinner. They went back in their bedroom. They were watching a movie and they were laying in bed. A lot of people say Brianna was asleep. Brianna wasn't asleep. She was dozing off, but she wasn't asleep. They didn't shoot
Hmm.
her in her sleep. She got out when they heard some stuff at the door, and that when they banged the door open, you know what I mean? They jumped up and was like, "What the fuck?" So he definitely shot. That is why now none of his bullets hit Brianna, but his excessive force that he was using goes against her constitutional rights of being able to move freely, under police seizure. I think that's what it's called. It's like number 4 or whatever of your rights. Um,
Yeah. The Fourth Amendment.
yeah. So it's just, I don't know, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. What's up, Angel? But I love Michelle, and I love that. Michelle came out of her complete, like, she's a small town girl. You know what I mean? She a holla girl. And she came up to the city, and she not only came up to the city, but, like, it was a lot to experience just being there. You know what I mean? Like seeing the protesting, and it was beautiful, but it was a lot. At one minute everything would be good. We'd all be sitting there chilling. Next thing you know, the cops would run in and try to grab somebody up or do something fucking stupid for no reason, or just to cause commotion so they could come in then and beat us all up. Um, but it also was beauty. There was so much unity. There was so much community. There was people taking care of each other. We worshipped. You know what I mean? Like there was a lot. There was a lot.
COVID
Right.
couldn't
Right.
even keep me away.
Shit, you know what? COVID couldn't keep anybody away. And the
No.
crazy thing about COVID? The crazy
Because
thing
everybody's
about
got to
COVID
remember
is,
this was during COVID.
yeah.
So
And you
when
know
they
what?
said,
None of the protesters really got COVID. It wasn't until the very end where there were a couple people that were popping up and they're like, I can't come out because I got COVID or whatever. But Mama Rose, honey, Mama Rose, that woman was not fucking playing with us. Like, she was like, hand sanitizer, get your shit together. So,
Right.
but yeah, we didn't deal with a lot of that. So I always felt that as kind of funny. I did get some sleep, you guys. I definitely got some sleep. COVID talk, the government's going to strike this conversation. Nah, they don't strike me. I'm not big enough. You have to be a big enough channel for them to strike you, and I'm just not there yet. I get shadow banned all the
Right.
time, but I don't get strike just yet. Now, once I get a little bigger, maybe, but right now we're still pretty clear. Um, Yeah, Chris Rock got killed. Like, I mean, just all kinds of people got killed. It was a lot. It was a lot. We dealt with a lot of shit, but there also was a lot of beauty. I don't want to just, you know, focus on the bad stuff too, because there was a lot of beauty. There was a lot of helping. There was a lot of teaching. Angel, I love you, brother. I'm so glad that you're doing better. It's good to see you. And
Hey,
a lot of
Angel.
people learned about laws. They learned about laws. They learned about their rights. They learned how to be self-efficient. People learned how to garden. We had
Yeah.
we turned. They have these big pillars in where Sixth and Jefferson is, and it's like a gardening thing. We ripped all their shit up, and we planted. It's like fuck these flowers. We planted pumpkins and squash, and in the
Yep.
middle of
Yep.
downtown Louisville, we had a fucking farm going on, dude.
We can't forget the beautiful sunflowers.
We had big ass sunflowers going because they had like the little, the little fancy flowers and shit. We pulled all that shit up. We was like, fuck this, and we had daisies.
Come on.
We had all kinds of shit.
Hey, but you know what? A lot of places have started doing that. Asheville, before they got hit, um, they plant a lot of their shrubbery and stuff is like blueberries or plum trees or
I think she froze. Vinny, Barbara, Chris, Christine, Angel, Grace 4. Yes, I did get some sleep, Grace. I didn't wake up till 1 o'clock today. I'm gonna pop in and out because Christine, you guys were doing
Maui.
the panel.
Yeah.
I just wanted to come up and say hey to everybody. Oh, Miss Robbie's taking the dog out. Vinny,
Yeah. Yeah. I was taking dog
motherfucker.
out, and the neighbor went through a building, and she told me to come over and see if I wanted anything.
Chris said, "Dude, is that even a protest past the point, or is it just good for global warming?" Well, we wanted to. We took up space for 874 days there
Come on here.
consistently, and we wanted to show people like you can do things. You know what I mean? You can learn how to take care of yourself. I
Yeah.
thought I heard
Yeah.
Chris
Be
Rock,
self
man. I was
sufficient.
like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, we taught people how to be self-sufficient. What, smash your silly. Um, yeah. And a lot of people learned some shit. And and I'm not going to say we didn't have
It's
hard
amazing
times. I'm
what
not going to
comes
say
out of
that we,
one seed on a squash plant.
yeah, I'm not going to say that there
Come on.
wasn't, arguments and fights and drama and stuff at times. Sure, you get that many different fucking personalities together, there's going to be shit going on sometimes. But when it comes down to it, we have each other's back, and we try to help as much as we can. We're not perfect. We're a bunch of, people most people didn't even know what protesting was when they came down to 2020. It was their first time ever protesting. But like Tamika said tonight, the thing that hit the community the most is Brianna could have been anybody. She could have been you, me. She could have been anybody. So that resigned with a lot of people. And that's why a lot of people, they never protested. They know nothing about marching and organizing and all that, but they wanted to come down and they wanted to be a body. And every single person that did that and took a stand against this shit is the reason why we got a guilty verdict yesterday. So and Chris said, I'm about to carry mad seeds in my pocket and just randomly throw them in the dirt. That's awesome. I mean, it's day, and if it grows some squash up and somebody comes by and they're fucking hungry and they pick that squash, then we've done a good thing, Listen, you could be petty and support your community all at the same time. That's actually the lane I love being in. I want to be a petty bitch
Yeah.
to piss the government off, but I also want to be able to help my fellow, community people for the most part, even the ones I
Human.
don't like necessarily. Yeah, the humans.
Right. That's right.
Look, guys, look at this, y'all. Hold on, let me show y'all something. This stood by my door, and it always will be.
Oh
It
yeah.
stays right by my door.
You still got it.
I
Yep.
still got it, girl. It ain't going nowhere. I've had this poster since the day, a couple weeks after everything happened.
Yep.
And usually I have a shoe store. What the fuck am I talking about? A shoe thing. It's like a little thing that you can put your jackets on, and the bottom it's got a little shoe, but she sits right there. And I used to tell her every day, I'd be like, Brianna, we got this. I don't know how we gonna do this, but bitch, we gonna do it.
Right.
So
Yeah.
homeless eat for free. Hey, I'm all about that. I actually do a lot of work in the homeless area, and usually we go this Wednesday. I'll be going out on outreach. I miss my people. I need to go out. I need to see my people. I've been in court. I haven't seen them in a couple weeks. So this Wednesday we will actually go out on the streets of Louisville, Kentucky. I do not show the
Their
people that
faces.
I help. I don't show their faces. Every now and then you might see a body or something, but you're not going to see a face.
And they're live
But
bodies, by the way.
yes, they're live bodies. Yes, they're live. Not serving the dead.
The
Not this week.
way you said that, you might see a body every once in a while.
Yeah, human, alive bodies.
Yes,
But
you
we
might
go
see
out
a flash.
we go out and give food and clothes and supplies, but we also check in with them. We try to get them into housing. We try to get them in rehab if they need it, whatever it is they need, with the ultimate goal of us eventually getting them off the street
Right.
and to, a happy place, a happy, safe place for them. So I'm all for humbles eating free.
Yeah.
I actually can, in the state I live in, I can actually be arrested for the work that I do. I can be fined for serving the homeless people, and I can be arrested
Yeah.
for that. So,
Yeah.
fun
If you
shit.
had a gathering spot that wasn't designated, then it would be more of an issue. But by you going out to them and them not coming to one central location, it's better for you.
Well, actually, we do kind of have them come to certain locations.
Okay.
Christine's
Okay.
playing with it. You can change it up, Christine. She's just playing around with
Well,
the
the
banners.
only thing I'm doing is, no offense, but when there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, I see Hankinson's face
Right
staring at
in
me.
between
Yeah.
Summer and who's in the corner.
It's driving
Yeah,
me
Bryce.
batty.
Yeah, and I'm right
There
at
we
his
go.
nose like a
Thank
There
booger.
we
you.
go. There we
There we
go.
go.
We'll
Yeah.
switch him out. His time's
It's
over
like
with anyway.
I can't do that face staring at me.
Yeah, she been playing with it, trying to get his face covered up. I was like, what the hell is she doing?
There we go. There we go.
That was funny.
It's like, take that man out of there. It's like he's on the panel with us.
Yeah, and it was like I
Yeah.
was his booger hanging from his nose.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I've been the pain in his ass for a long time, and I ain't fucking going nowhere, baby. So he about to
that's
get used
right.
to me.
Yeah, that's right.
I just kept
So
seeing his face and I was trying to ignore it and look the other way and try to read the chat and I'd look up and there's his freaking face.
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah,
No,
that's
you're
all right.
good. You're good. I meant to change it after because I did the one show of where I wanted to use it, but I wasn't going to use it this show. But then you were already live, and I hadn't changed it yet. What's up? What's up, Damon? That's bullshit. We do something like that once a month, but we call ourselves and organize. It helps protect us. I don't know the legal side of it. My hubby deals with it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, in most states, it's going to be this way soon. You can because it happened federally, right? And this is something me and Christine specifically scream to the top to our fucking lungs. And once again, everybody doesn't
For a
listen until
year.
the Supreme Court says, "Oh, by the way, now it's illegal to feed the homeless." But even before the homeless, like the law went into play this year, some of me and my team members were getting things like we would get fined. If we were parked somewhere feeding people or whatever, they'd pull up and give us a fine. And so now, not only can our street family, which is our houseless community, that's what I call them, our street family, not only can they be arrested and fined, but now we can also be arrested. As simple as giving a bottle of water. All right, sweetie, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you hit that thumbs up on the way out. Come by anytime, and hopefully you're subscribed.
When did they start that?
When did that happen, Christine? Beginning of June?
Yeah, the law
Like,
went into play in June, but they started doing it a year before. We have been yelling from the rooftops for the past year before this happened. It was July. They were supposed to give us the ruling
July.
in June, and it got pushed to July.
Okay, yeah. And yeah, it is a little extreme, Chris, but that's what they do over here now. It's actually the Supreme Court actually said that, if that's what the city wants to do, it definitely can be illegal to feed the homeless.
Yeah, it was a grant.
Is that the Supreme Court in your state?
No, it's federal.
Oh, that's in DC. That's federal.
It's Grants Pass. I believe it was Grants Pass. If you want to look it up, it's Grants
Yeah.
Pass. There was something that happened in that area, and they tried to determine that what the city was doing was illegal. They took it, and the federal courts got it. The Supreme Court got it because, Supreme Court is the highest in the land. What they say goes. There's no appealing it, no nothing.
Right.
They came down with the ruling that each city may prevent the homeless from sleeping on the streets, sleeping in public areas. And I mean, the law went on and on and on. Now, before that happened, though, like here where I'm at, the areas I'm in, they were having police do commercials on TV, PSAs that, we are moving. It's illegal for them to be sleeping in public parks, sidewalks, anything like that. And we have been told that even they gave an example that if I'm walking and we see a homeless person and give them a water bottle, we can get a citation. And so many citations, we could be arrested.
Yep.
That's so fucking stupid, man.
Yeah, think.
100%, Chris, and that's how I feel. One thing, if you follow me on Wednesdays, it's starting to get cold, so I'm really big on making different soups and all that, and we take them out, and I will go without food. I will empty my fridge to make sure somebody else is okay. It's just how I've always been because I've been homeless. I've also had food
Right.
used against me as a form of abuse. So I show my love by feeding people. Like, I like to cook. I'm a good cook, and I love nothing better than you getting a plate of whatever I'm making or a bowl of whatever I'm making,
Okay.
and it makes your heart happy.
let me ask y'all this. In my town, we have like this place that they have like for the homeless. They go through this process, and they'll get a voucher to get free clothes. So
Sure,
many
we have that.
items.
We have that.
Okay, and then at that same
Yeah.
place, it's called the soup kitchen.
Yeah,
And
we have several of those in my area, and we feed them lunch and dinner every day.
with
Yeah.
volunteers.
Volunteers, yes.
Yeah, because that's
And
what
in
we
those
do.
kind of environments, but those, you don't have nothing to worry about in that kind of environment. You're good in those kind of environments because
Yeah,
they're saying that, like, the soup kitchen, that's what they're licensed for, right? When they got their stuff and everything, they were licensed for people to come inside and then people to feed them.
right.
Whatever hours whatever. What they're having an issue with is they don't want, excuse me, when I drink pop out of a can, it makes me belch every time. Squeeze me, I'm such a fucking lady. Anyway, um, um, they don't. What it is they're trying to make camps go away. They're trying to make people that are sleeping on the street and different things like that. So they feel like people that are street outreach workers, that we're just enabling them. We're giving them reasons to do things they're doing, and because of what we're
Right,
doing, they won't go to a shelter. They won't do all this. But what they won't tell you is, in our city, we don't have enough room, and the
right.
shelters have more fucking pedophiles in them. Like, if you're because sometimes we'll have moms with their kids and shit on the street, or even a whole family out on the street, because they will not go into a fucking shelter because the
Yeah,
amount of predators that are in there.
Hmm.
I'm not taking my kids. I mean, I've been homeless. You know what I mean? Like, we lived
yeah.
in a hotel. I don't give a fuck. That's why I was stripping and shit. I'm like, I don't give a fuck if I gotta pay $600 a week. My kids ain't going to stay in no fucking shelter. I grew up living in and out of shelters. We lived in shelters, we lived in projects. Every now and then we'd get a house, and then something happened, we'd leave the house, we end up back in the projects, we end up back on the streets. You know what I mean? It was just a cycle that I've had my whole life. And so shelters was normalized to me as a kid. Like, that's actually something that it's okay. And it is okay if you have to live in a shelter. But there should be always a goal of you trying to get out of that shelter. It shouldn't be that's a crutch. Well, so what if I don't pay my rent? There's a shelter we can go to. You know what I mean? Like, no, that's not
Now
normal, but that's how it was in my area, my household. It was normal.
yeah. Now the
And
shelters that we
normally,
have here. Sorry, Christine. Um, the shelters that we have here. Um, the women. There's a women's shelter. They have to be in by a certain time, and they have to be out by a certain time, just like a motel.
Yeah,
you
that
know,
happens a
and
lot
they have
too.
to clean up after themselves. There's somebody there to help them cook in the kitchen, and there's somebody there that stays the night, like a paid person that stays the night, and then they're responsible for getting everybody up, feeding them breakfast, and then they have to be out by a certain time, and everything has to be
Alyssa,
cleaned and ready for
go
the
ahead,
next
son.
group the next day.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna say thank you, Alyssa. Yes, we got a guilty verdict yesterday at I don't know, like 10:30 to I don't know what time it was. It was late last night. But thank you so
Yeah,
much, beautiful, and thanks for everybody that came throughout the week and just you know what I mean, checked in on me, you know, gave me encouraging words, prayed for me because like it was hard, it was a lot, it's been a long journey, and I appreciate all you
yeah.
guys and your support. But Remy, yeah, that's actually somewhat normal. And then I'm gonna let Christine answer or respond what she was gonna say.
Mm,
That's actually kind of normal, you know, because like when I was little, I tell the story of when we were little and we lived in Orlando, Florida. When I remember my mom was sick, and so were my brothers and sisters. And I remember we had to get out. We had to be out by 5:30. My daddy had to go to work, so it was just mom and the kids. And here we are, all little. We're in Orlando. It's fucking hot. My mom's sick. They're throwing up, and people literally walked past us like we was nothing. Nobody asked me. Like I see
right.
something like that, I'm going to ask you, "Are you okay, sweetie? Is there anything I can do for
What
you and
I
your
can do for
children?"
you. Right.
Anything. I don't care, you know,
Mhm.
if I'll fucking put you up in a hotel room, even if it's for, you know, a couple days so you can not be sick. Whatever it is you need, can I help you?
Mhm.
That is my go-to because I know what it feels like, dude. I will never fucking forget being a little girl and then people looking at my mom like my mom was disgusting. Like my mom was
Right.
a piece of shit because my mom was sick and we were sitting on a street corner. She couldn't get up. She was
Right.
throwing up. My sisters were throwing up. Nobody helped us. Nobody bought her a Gatorade. Nobody, nothing. And no, I get it.
Yeah.
Nobody has to. But goddamn, this is America.
They could. People need to have a little bit more humanity and
That
think
right? We
about
can't.
I shall help thy neighbor. Help
Well,
thy
and that's
neighbor.
why. And that's why I am the way that I am. You know, and I'm not, you know, I took a shirt off my back, you know, whatever. And I'm not saying it like that, but people have seen me. I'll take the clothes off that I'm wearing to give to somebody else because I can
Right.
come home to a different fucking thing. I can get me another thing of outfits. I can get a new hoodie. I still have a girl from last winter that says, so, you know, she actually got her own place now and she's doing really, really good. And I'm really proud of her. But she's like, Miss Summer, you know what that meant to me when you took your shirt off and gave it to me? I rode home in a bra that night. Give a
Yeah.
fuck. You know what
Right.
I mean? Because I can go home. I can walk in my house. I can get one of my husband's outfits. I can get my fucking one of my kids' clothes. Whatever.
Right. Yeah.
You think I'm gonna let you
Well, you
stand
can
here
just
in a
open up
fucking
your damn
tank top in the
closet
middle
door
of
and get.
winter?
Yeah, you can open your closet door and get something else to wear. It's not like the only thing
Exactly.
that you had, but
So
that's the only thing she had at the time because you gave it to her.
right, and we have to help each other. And it's not,
Right.
you know, and I tell this all the time because some people will be like, "Oh, well, Summer, you like to brag about." No, I don't. I'm not bragging. If that's the perspective you took, well, then you need to fix
Right.
your heart because that ain't got nothing to do with me. I am trying to
Right.
inspire. There's a difference. It's a
Yeah.
perspective on how you choose to look at it. I'm trying to
Right.
inspire you to get up off your ass and go into your community and help some fucking body because somebody in your community needs you. All right, so I'm
Right.
going to stop talking. Christine, what were you going to say, babe?
I was just going to say there's several things that, and it's shelters across the country that they don't have normally places for families. They will
Right.
allow women and children to stay, but men cannot. So
Yep.
we don't have families, and we have found many areas off the interstates where there are little tent areas
Mhm.
to where we have families in there. The other thing is that there's specific hours they have to be in, like between 8 and 9 p.m., and they
Right.
have to be out between 6 and 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Well, that makes it real hard, especially like, and I know we had a problem this past winter because it got really cold in Florida, and I know people think cold in Florida, haha, was in the 20s. That's freezing. People
Yes.
can freeze to death when it's 20
Yes.
degrees in
Yeah.
Florida
And
when you
especially when you're acclimated to that temperature.
and you don't have the clothing, you don't have the blankets, you don't have these things.
Right.
And our shelters at first would not open up earlier or allow them to stay later. And it took an
Mhm.
act of Congress, but we got them to do that. But one of the big things is that we do have a lot of families that are sleeping in cars. In the
Yeah.
county I live in, we have 1,000, mind you, and these are
Yeah.
only the ones that we count because they're in school. But we have 1,000 students that are homeless.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
and so like right now we're already collecting Christmas gifts for them, and everybody gets a sweatshirt. Most of the boys want sweatshirts, and it breaks my heart. These girls, for the last 2 Christmases, they ask for bras. They ask for
Yeah.
Yeah.
bras. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yep.
it breaks my heart that we
I
have
mean,
to have a teenage girl asking for a bra for
yeah,
Christmas.
because people don't think about that. Well, I
So
donated
all year
clothes.
long, I collect the clearance bras. When I go to Walmart or Target or I see them on Amazon. I have a whole shitload of bras. My husband just looks at me. At first, he had no clue what I was doing. He's like, "This ain't gonna fit you. You're not gonna." It's like, sit down, Shep, leave my bras
Right.
alone.
So this is a perfect way for me actually to. So I've been thinking about it because we have Christmas coming up, right? I've
Right.
got to buy some things for some of the women that we help. I've got to, because they're going to put their Christmas list in for their kids. We do every year for a couple of the women that we've been helping throughout the year, and we'll ask them to do a little Christmas present. And we'll try to get people to sponsor them.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I'm going to do another fundraiser of sleeping in a tent. I raised almost five. What did we raise? 400 last time.
Yeah, 400.
Yeah, it was like a little
Mm-hmm.
bit over 400, I think, somewhere around there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that would help a lot for our street outreach. So I am going to, I don't know when exactly, it'll be in the next probably week or two. But how we did the one where I slept outside for 24, well, I did it for 22 hours. Sorry. I couldn't make it through the fucking heat, y'all. I tapped out. I'm not gonna lie, but I did do it for 22 hours. And
You
that's an
did it
effective
for
way for me to be able to raise some quick money real quick. And so in the next week or so, we'll be putting something together. And if people want to donate, everything that'll be donated from that day that I announced the announcement till Christmas will be those donations, whether there's their super chat or anything, those will go to our Christmas fundraiser. So because
Right.
we have to raise some money. And I hope I inspire other people to do that too. You can go to Everything's a Dollar. You can go and buy
Hmm.
the small, simplest little things and just put a little, sandwich bag of goodies together and go out and give
Mm-hmm.
them to people. You know what I mean? It
Yeah.
makes people feel appreciative. We will we'll get scarves or, just something that's, we can give to men and women, right? And we wrap it and we give them a present. And for them to, to see their reaction to get a present, you know what I mean? It makes them feel special, and so that's something we always want to do is make them feel, I don't know. Everybody
We make
deserves a present on
we make
Christmas.
we
You
make
know what I
cookie
mean?
we make cookies and give it out downtown. That's what we do.
Yeah, we do that.
Yeah.
We have a lady that makes cookies. We have
Hmm.
a couple elderly ladies that knit, and I actually have someone, and I'm not going to announce it yet, but I will say this. I, I do have somebody that is working on crocheting some hats and some gloves and stuff. So that'll be something that we're able to wrap up. We give out, socks, whatever. But we also want
Yeah.
to just do
Give them
something to
something
make each person
personal.
feel special. Yeah, give
Yeah.
them something for them.
Yeah.
And we can all do that, dude. We can all go to, like I said, it can be simple shit. All right, let me see who's coming up. Crazy Hillbilly, what's up, baby? Hey, not for anything, but so StreamYard has changed a couple things up, and so now we have these little bubbles, and I can do things a little different, and I
I
like it.
How
see.
you
I kind of
doing,
like
my
it.
sister, neighbor? How you doing?
I'm doing great, baby. How you doing?
I'm hanging in there, I guess. Getting by.
Hey, that's all we can do. That's all we can do. I'm just celebrating, man. It's been a long road, but we finally got justice. So
I
I'm just,
heard about it. I was watching and listening. I didn't but a few things in the chat, but
yeah, I see you
it's
down there.
but I just thought I'd
It's a
jump
good
up
thing.
here and see how you doing and making sure you're all right, sis.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I feel a lot better since I got some sleep. I actually slept till like 1 o'clock today, which is more than I have slept in 2 weeks.
Well,
All
you wore
together.
yourself out.
I
You work,
did.
work,
I
work.
did. Listen, I know, right? Look, Chris Chris was a Chris Cab. He was like, God damn, Summer. He said, you ride into work. He said, then you get off, you do your ride home. He said, then I'm thinking you go to bed, and boom, you live again. Like, I got to go to court.
Right. Right. When do you fucking sleep? Right. Yeah.
I wasn't. I literally, all bullshit. Me and Zeke were sitting there counting some stuff. I slept about, even Christine, about maybe 6 weeks. 6 weeks. I wish I slept 6 weeks. 6 hours the whole time.
Yeah.
All together, because it was just, I couldn't fall, because I was like, dude. So I did take little cat naps in court, though. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, we was all at one point we was on. Oh my god. Oh god. Hold on, wait, y'all. I gotta tell you something. These clowns brought in. Do y'all remember Tales from the Crypt? Does anybody
Yeah.
remember
Yeah.
that show, Tales from the Crypt?
Yeah.
We all watched that show, right? That was the
Love
best
that
fucking
shit.
show ever. Crypt guy. Well, this
Yeah.
dude looked like the Crypt guy, right? I forget what his name
Really?
was, but that's what
One
I
of the
always called him, the
actors?
Crypt guy. Huh?
Wasn't one of those actors in the movie you watched?
No. So Tales from the Crypt is an old show that was on back in the day. I forget what it was on, but it was the skeleton guy. He would come on and he would tell different little like scary stories. You know, sometimes they were based in the hood, sometimes they were just whatever. You know what I mean? It's a show
Yep.
everybody used
Right.
back in the day to watch.
Just
But
Google it
the guy,
or
yeah, just
YouTube it.
Google it. It's the
Okay.
Crypt Keeper. That's it, Katrina. Yes, Chris, the Crypt
Okay,
Keeper.
Crypt
So they had
Keeper.
this
I'm gonna have to
witness
look
come.
that up right now and see what it is.
Oh, you'll laugh
Tales
your
from
ass
the
off.
Crypt. Yeah.
Tales from the
Okay.
Crypt Keeper. So
Okay.
they had this witness come in. They paid this guy to come in. And he looked, first of all, he got on the fucking stand, and immediately my brain just does weird shit in trauma. My brain
Girl.
immediately switches him, and I see the Crypt Keeper sitting in the
Yeah.
fucking stand. And
Yeah.
I'm like, trying not to fucking laugh, because I'm just sitting there and everybody's looking at me and they're like, Summer, what is wrong with you? And reached over to Bianca and I was like, that's the Crypt Keeper. Anyway, this guy was from Las Vegas. They paid this man $11,500 to be a character
Taxpayers.
witness. Okay, character witness. No, the defense. This was the
Oh,
defense. So they
defense.
raised
Okay.
their own money. Yeah, the
All
defense.
right.
His people. They hired this guy from. He was out some county outside of Las Vegas, and he came in and he told everybody, you know, that he believes everything Hankinson said and blah blah blah. And we were all like, well, did you read the training? Did you listen to the chief? Did you listen to? He's like, listen, I was paid here. I was here to come and take up for this guy, and nothing's going to make me change my story. And then he admitted, or the prosecutors was like, so, sir, is it true that you were paid $11,500, $11,500,
11,000. Yeah.
$500 to come in here and give your testimony on Brent Hankinson? And he said, yep, and ain't none of y'all gonna make me change it. And we was like, okay, sir. Like, he was just,
A paid witness. That's a character witness. Wow.
that's legal.
So doing your
I mean,
round
I guess
bubbles,
it's legal because he's an analyst and he
it
was
is,
coming into
right.
whatever. I mean, I know it's legal, but in my mind, I could not process that they paid this man $11,500.
Yeah.
I was like, and he's still going to jail. So that was a horrible $11,000 they spent.
Right.
Still
Going to the
going to
pit,
jail.
baby. You
Yeah.
know,
Where was Hank getting all that money from?
by his bootlicker fucking supporters. Hey, listen, bootlickers spend money when they want to fucking protect crop.
Right. Right.
They come and they will raise money out the run millions of dollars for if they want to protect cop. They will raise that money. But if it's one of us, oh honey, fuck
That's
you,
a
Billy. You
totally
did.
different story when it comes
That's
to
right.
us.
Yep,
It really
they don't
is.
give a fuck about us.
I found it online.
So what do you think he looks? He looks crazy, right?
I looked at
just-
it popped up on the video popped up when I looked it up.
Yeah.
Chris,
He always
Chris,
pops
you
up
have
at you.
Chris, I
What?
was sitting there, and this man come walking into. I'm talking to this one right here. He says, "Seeing the Crypt Keeper on Little Life, I would have lost my shit singing that song." Ooh, Dad.
Yeah,
Listen,
I might laugh if I saw him there. I might crack up
Mhm.
laughing.
when he came walking in that courtroom, now y'all have to understand. Y'all know how our brains are when we're under severe trauma.
Yeah,
Sometimes it just does its own little thing. Mine does anyway.
yeah.
And that motherfucker sat in that damn, and he had this big suit that was too big for him. He was skinny like a skeleton. Like, I was just like, what in the fuck is going on in there? What is going on right now? We
Where's
was
your
Girl,
all
every
looking at
time,
each other.
suit size?
honey, every time that we would go out, I would stand to the side because I don't really drink, and I wouldn't be smoking weed or anything. So I would sit and watch the crowd, and I could tell you every cartoon character that was out there. Like I could go and I could
Yeah.
find a Popeye. I could go and find an olive oil. Lord have mercy. You know
How about
that
the
shit happens
Coyote
to me on a
Ugly?
regular.
Yeah, well, and it was just, I mean, and come on, like, I don't know, I haven't watched that show in forever. So
But
for that to watch the creeper come in there and sit and fucking testify, I was just like, what in the actual dead man
hell,
walking do we got going on in this motherfucker right now? It was just, it
dead
was,
man
What
walking.
yeah.
did you do to your
That
hair?
guy,
You went and
he
got your hair
got a
done,
little
didn't you?
bigger size suit.
What did you say, Crazy? I didn't hear you, baby.
I said, what did you do? Go have your hair done again? You said you was going to do it.
Yeah,
I did. I did it myself,
Oh
and
my
I
lord!
am now ginger.
mm-hmm.
Oh wow!
It looks good.
I
It
like it.
looks good. It really does.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I love it. It's my favorite color yet so far. Like, bro, I really,
Hey,
really like
I
it. I
might
like it
have
a
to
lot.
go get my goatee, my beard done that way.
You can,
Leave my other long hair long.
you
My,
can, you can do it. They
oh
got
no,
they got shit for it every day.
I know, but I want to keep all mine where I can donate for the kids for their wigs for kids.
Okay.
That's only why
That's
I'm
awesome. Hey, you know
doing
what?
mine.
Actually, it was Halloween the day that he testified. It was because listen,
Yeah.
we were like, cause he was it Halloween or was it the day before? It might have been the day before. Actually, we were talking about Hankinson because the jury got it on Halloween, and we were like,
Okay.
this is what the hashtag was going to be if he would have got convicted on Halloween. We were going to say, well, that trick got his treat for the day, didn't he, motherfucker?
Right. Right.
Oh man, it was. Oh, sorry, y'all. It was a mess.
Hey,
That was
I
a hot
like
mess. I just can't believe it, dude. I can't believe that. Like, we actually got fucking justice. Like,
it. Mm-hmm. Well, he got it guilty, so we still got to see what they gonna do about his
well,
punishment.
and and this is something that we've talked about. Well, last night, those of us like Kenny's parents, Brianna's mom,
Yeah.
we were just sitting there and we were all talking, and wasn't really anybody there, and we were just like, as long as there's accountability, like the least that he can get is 10 years. And I'll be honest with you, none of us are going to be mad if he gets 10 years because it's the
Right.
accountability. Do I think
Yeah,
he's
but
going to get
what if
10
they
years?
try
I
to do
think,
some kind of bullshit and the judge don't give him 10 years? You know?
so
The judge
so
don't have
because,
nothing to do
be,
with it. He goes to prison. He's got to watch what he does in prison, unless they
right.
put
And
him
listen,
in a place.
hold on. And I just want to say, let's be very, very careful on that type of conversation. That's all I'm going to ask because there is a
Yep.
sentencing process, and I do not want his attorneys or any of his bootlicker friends to screenshot something that was said on my fucking panel and then turn around and be like, whatever. Now we all know what
Yeah.
can happen if he's not careful. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'll talk. I'll talk more about that once he gets sentenced. Okay.
Right, right, right.
Because I got some things to say about that. But I'm going to wait and talk about that
Yeah.
Avenue Crazy. But I do I know what you're saying. No, you're good. You're good. It's you, just like I told Bryce last night. You guys are not saying anything wrong, but I just know how these particular people are, and
Yeah.
they will use it, and so I have to just verbally say this, because then they can't say, oh well, whatever, you were antagonizing this. No, the fuck I'm not.
I'm not.
But I will
No,
say this.
we're glad we got a guilty plea, right?
That's
Everybody,
Well, he will get no less than 10 years, because
well,
he immediately bailed himself out. He has no time served. Okay, so that's one good thing that we have going for it.
yeah.
Because that's what people don't understand. Now, bail can be a beautiful thing. It can be. But what it also can do is it can take away any time served. So this whole time that he had 4.5 years, he's been out. So he has no time served.
Right.
And a lot of people came and they've been asking me, and they've been asking, they wrote on Tamika's comments, all of us, well, what if he gets probation? He cannot get probation, because he is facing life in prison because of the type of charges this is.
Okay.
Probation is not an option.
Okay.
Remember, this is federal, not state.
Yeah, this is not state. In state, something like that could happen, but in federal, that is not going to happen, because of the type of charges. Any charge that holds a life sentence, you cannot get probation on.
Okay.
Nope.
So, by bare minimum, and actually it ain't 10 years, the bare minimum he can get is 12 years, because Chelsea's charge held 12 years, Brianna's charge at bare minimum held 15. But then we found out that he could actually get 12 years, which is the bare minimum. I keep saying 10, but it's not, because we just talked about this when I was down at the square too. I'm trying to fix my brain to get.
I was gonna say something, but I didn't want to interrupt. It's 12 minimum.
No, you're good.
Life maximum.
Yeah, the life is maximum. Now, I don't think he'll get maximum, because again, by his paperwork, right? By him never killing anybody, supposedly, and all this other stuff, supposedly, and I'm saying that supposedly,
because he's a cop.
Right. He, whatever in Fed time, it's 85% of what you do. So,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Even if he does, and he's fucking like 50 years old or some shit like that. You know what I mean? So even if he does 10, 15 years, that's still 10, 15 years. You know what I mean? And for us, yes, would I like to see him get life in prison? Sure, why not? But at the same time, I'm a realistic, and it's the accountability. And at least if he goes, I think he'll do more than 5. I think he'll get maybe 12 years. You know what I mean? Well, I think he'll get the bare minimum of what he can get.
This sends a message to Louisville. This sends a huge message to Louisville.
Well, it should send a huge message to all cops.
It should, and that's what I said last night. I said last night when we were standing in front of the jail in the courthouse, I was screaming, let this be a message to all officers in Louisville, Kentucky. But then I even went a step further. Let this be a message to all officers. You cannot just do what the fuck you want anymore. Because in the last 10 years, we have seen more officers prosecuted probably than I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
So that accountability is, to me, and I'm gonna tell you something, Tamika, and this is what I said to her tonight when me and her were live. We were just talking. We were all kind of sitting in a circle talking. Great live. You should go back and watch it. But anyway, I told her, I said, one thing, her strength is unmatchable. This woman is, but her grace for some of these people, like they don't deserve it. You know what I mean? And she even said, I'm gonna tell you right now, she goes, if Brianna doesn't get justice and Chelsea gets justice, I'm still okay with that, because he's still being held accountable. He is still gonna, just like how she sat there and said, she said, listen, Chelsea might not have got justice, but she still got justice with Brianna. Because he's still, this community will be free of him for at least 10 years.
Right. When they start holding these cops accountable, especially for the civil rights violations that they do, and start getting found guilty on civil rights violations, and the city can't do no time for you. The city can't
Well,
pay your
and this
way out of that. You
was
know
my
what I'm
thing
saying?
today. Right. Well, this was my thing, right? Like I said earlier, today I went to for those that missed it, I went to the gas station. Bye, crazy. Love you, handsome. Thanks for stopping up and checking on me. He's a sweetie. Um, but when I sat there and I went to the gas station and I started having people jump down my throat because I was happy that Hankinson got locked up, they are pissed off at me. But wait till they find out when they FOIA report, or because people start speaking soon. They always do. What are you gonna do when you find out it's police officers that actually testified against him and put him in jail?
Right.
It
His
was
co-worker.
officers.
Co-worker.
His team, his people came in, chiefs, detectives, SWATs, beat cops. These people came in and testified against him.
Yep.
Now, like I said, yes, were there witnesses? There were neighbors in the grand jury. I testified in the grand jury. There was other neighbors that testified in the grand jury. There was neighbors that testified in the state. There was the neighbors that testified. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hold on one second. I want to address something real quick. I have Sparky. What's up, Sparky? I have a recording of your attorney. Someone sent me talking about how he made you call in every favor. Okay, well, Sparky, it doesn't work like that. Okay, you probably should get over yourself. That doesn't work like that. You should FOIA report the federal court papers, and you can see that cops came in and testified. I am not the United States prosecutors. I cannot subpoena and tell officers to come in and testify. They do that on their own, or the prosecutors do that. So, Sparky, get over yourself, okay? Kendrick is exactly where Kendrick should be. He's in fucking jail because he can't get his fucking life together. That is not my fault. That is not anybody else's fault. So, mods, now block that bitch from my fucking chat because I don't want your stupid, inbred ass over here, you goofy bitch. I don't want you to send me shit because I don't give a fuck what lame motherfucker sent you some chopped up fake fucking conversation. So get the fuck out of my live, bitch. You're not wanted here. Go fight with your fucking inbred fucking idiots you do all the time, okay, bitch? Sorry.
And wait one moment. And Sparky, if any of these recordings are for Kendrick, he's a liar, you idiot. Sorry.
Yeah, when are you gonna figure that out? He's in jail.
God.
Then why didn't you email me, Sparky? Why didn't you email me? You could have easily emailed me. You want to come over here on the night that we're celebrating to tell me the guy that stalked me, it's got fucking recordings? I don't give a fuck.
Well, she's hidden from the
You
channel.
wanted a fucking reaction, so bitch, you got one.
And you're hidden now, so go away.
Don't come on my shit talking about him. I don't want him. Get the fuck out of here, dude. I haven't talked to you in fucking months. I want nothing to do with you, you weird bitch. This is a bitch. Remember when I joke around with you guys and I tell you some drunk bitch in Alabama called or wherever the fuck she lives at called the police and told them that I came down and stole her fucking truck and I moved her truck to the liquor store? This bitch got so fucking drunk she left her drunk ass car at the fucking liquor store and called the police and told me that I'm the one that fucking stole her car. Then she called them back and told them I stole her a check because she got drunk and misplaced the fucking check.
Yeah.
I got the recordings of that too. Fuck out of here, bitch.
Summer left Louisville, went down to Alabama, moved her car to the liquor store, and got back to Alabama, or got back to Louisville, all within an hour.
No, that didn't happen.
That's magical.
And if you wasn't coming over here and trying to get a reaction, you would have fucking emailed me. We haven't talked. We don't fucking talk. I don't come to your shit. Nothing. So why are you here?
God, I haven't seen that name.
You came here to get a fucking reaction. You got the reaction you wanted, bitch.
You
fucking weird motherfucker.
Thank God you let it out.
I seen that in the chat. Said, "What the heck?"
Yeah. Stupid ass motherfuckers.
No, I just Sparky, and this is what this. I'm not even. I don't even give a fuck. I don't even want to talk about that dude. Fuck him. Okay, he's a fucking idiot. He's a clown, and he's exactly where the fuck he needs to be. He harassed the family. He harassed me, and he's in fucking jail because he's stupid and he can't keep his fucking emotions checked. Not my problem.
No.
And she
There you
fell
go.
for
So
it
anyway,
hook, line, and sinker, that
oh
stupid
yeah,
cunt.
she sent him money and everything, but he got her real good, and don't want
Well,
nothing to do with the bitch. So
God.
that's what he does.
they use them
So,
people big time when they go to jail. Oh yeah, they use them people and people that will
Me and
write
her,
in.
me and Sparky used to be cool. Then people seeing me and Sparky going back and forth with each other. So his fucking little flying monkeys or whatever got a hold of her, used her. You know what I mean? And he
Yeah,
fucking got what he could out of her. And when he seen he wasn't going to do anything else for her, he dropped her like a fucking bad habit too.
right. They get what they can, and then poop, you gone, you done. Yeah, we see it all the
Jonathan,
time.
nobody removed your comment, sweetie. I don't know what you're talking about. YouTube might have blocked your comment or something, but nobody removed your comment. Stupid ass fucking broad. Make that make sense. So my lawyer, they have a phone call. Send me the fucking phone call. I want to hear this shit, but she probably ain't going to now.
right?
But you know, what I mean? Like, come on, dude. How fucking special do you have to be? Like, you have a recording of me telling my lawyer telling me to call my favors in. Don't you think? Well, here's a fucking piece of the puzzle that might make sense. We've been going through this shit for 4.5 years. If I could call favors in and got that fucking Hankinson arrested and convicted, don't you fucking think I'd have done it a long time ago?
Right,
1,694 days,
94
Sparky.
fucking days ago.
right.
Like, think about this shit.
Yeah,
And you're federal now because this isn't state shit.
Yeah, and if
right.
anything, he's the one that used to fucking run to the feds all the fucking time. Try to tell
Damn.
on everybody about shit he made up when they were laughing at him and like, dude, go away. Just fucking go away.
Right.
I'm sorry, that just blew my mind. I have not seen that cunt in for how long? That just blew my
So,
mind.
the
I
audacity
ain't
of her to even think to bring her drunk, raggedy ass over here. Bitch, go on back to your camper, bitch.
I hadn't even looked at the chat one time.
Well, you
Hey,
missed
chat.
something.
Hey, everybody. Sorry, I
God.
hadn't been
Anyway,
looking.
people are fucking dumb, dude.
Guess
I
what?
got a recording. It called in all my favors. Well, I wish I fucking knew about that all those favors, so I could have called it in fucking 4 years ago.
All right.
Some people are fucking dumb.
Yeah.
I just came over to ask and make you aware. Make me aware of what?
Oh, I'm sure she'll be back in one of her other names.
I
Swap
doubt it.
account.
I'm ready. Katrina's ready.
There you go.
But see, here's the thing. Even if we block her on that side, you still get to see what she wrote on this side. Stupid bitch. My God. Sorry, I'm
It's all right.
Dude, I
We're
had a
working it out.
police station call me from down there and was like, "What is going on?" And I'm like, "Dude, it's some fucking whack job I'm arguing with on the fucking internet." And this bitch is like, "I'm gonna get a case. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do." I mean, like, dude, it was when she called the police. Actually, it's on my shorts. There's a black officer that's standing there, and he's looking like, "What the fuck?" This girl's like, "She drove down here and she stole my truck." And then it was I stole her check,
So
and it's like, what
stupid
I do? Fly down on my
comment.
fucking roof?
That's so
and this
stupid.
was all within an
Be
hour's time
rich.
this happened. I swear to you, this woman is delusional.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Sounds like somebody else we know, huh?
No, this one's worse. No, this one's
Yeah,
bad.
believe it or not, I didn't think there was one that could be worse, but
Well, could you
it's just
imagine the other one on drunk?
Oh God, no.
Probably just as bad as the one we're talking about.
No. This
Christine
one
Gray said. Christine Gray said, "Dollar for in the swear jar." Tommy said, "Christine, language." They
I
don't
know,
hear Christine
sorry.
cuss that much.
Christine don't normally cuss that
I'll be
much.
no,
Right.
I'll be
Christine
no
usually
Joe
doesn't
like
say
that.
cunt or anything. You're like, God, what happened to Christine? Somebody pissed in her chair yesterday.
Be honest. That's why I laugh at some of these people that will be like, "Oh my God, people are doxing me." And Blake said something the other day that was so fucking true. He said, if you're going to be on the internet, you kind of got to expect people to, especially going to be on the internet talking shit. People are like, "Oh my God, she showed a picture of me that she found on my Facebook." Well, first of all, don't have your fucking shit on the internet if you don't want people to find it. Second of all, don't go around talking shit to every fucking body, and people aren't going to do shit. I can't reach out and slap a bitch on here, but I tell you what, I can go on your fucking Facebook, I can show you a picture of yourself and let you know, motherfucker, stop fucking with me, because if I want to, I can. So, it's like, people are so fucking sensitive, dude. I come from a generation, and CK, when he told me this years ago, it really resonated with me because I forgot about it. But I'm like, dude, we come from a generation where phone books happened. You could look at a phone book and you could see and say any and everything you want to about anybody you
Their
want to. So,
name
like,
and their address and their phone number.
if you don't want nobody to come to your house or you don't want nobody to fuck with you, then don't get up on the internet and say racial shit. Don't say bigotry shit.
Right.
Don't say stupid shit.
Yeah. And
And your
don't say your
problem's
full
solved.
name. And don't say your full name.
What's up, Rena? How are you doing, sweetie? Miss
And
Rummy, I
don't
love her. Yeah, we love Miss Rummy.
and don't slander people, and don't lie about a profession that you don't have. Because
Right.
this bitch is gonna
Right.
find it out.
Right. Because there is
Sorry,
a
Grace. I'll
there is
put
a way to
$2
find
in
shit
for
out.
that one. I'll put $2 in, Grace. 2, okay?
All right,
Not
let's see.
me.
Jonathan's
Not
asking me a
me.
question.
You know,
Summer,
I think
does the Biden department deserve credit? Why would the Biden department deserve credit for anything that we've done here in Louisville? Nobody deserves credit except for the people of Louisville and Breonna Taylor's family and the activists that refuse to fucking stop. That's the only people that deserve credit. Joe Biden doesn't deserve a fucking thing. None of those politicians deserve anything for anything that they. I mean, like, we
Yeah,
did this.
Jonathan. Jonathan, someday you and I are
And
gonna
I'm
sit
not
down
trying to
and
be a
have a
smartass,
serious
but
talk.
I'm not trying to be a smartass. I really ain't. But hold on, is this Jonathan?
what the fuck does Stu
Oh,
Biden have to do with
Noel.
this situation? That's like talking about
Really?
Hold on, you guys.
Oh,
Hold on.
Okay.
Noel, I'm gonna let you up here for a second just to see what you want. But like, I really don't understand why you're here. You're another one. What's up,
Hi, how was
Stinky?
your day today? Summer, is it good? I'm here.
what?
Give me a second, John.
What do you want, Noel?
Hold on, y'all. Give me a second.
I really wanna
Noel.
hear what you guys are saying.
Noel,
Yes.
what's up, sweetie?
Nothing. I'm just wanna just hang out with you guys.
I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, okay? Because I'm in a good mood tonight. All right? I'm gonna let you come up here and hang out with us. All right? If you start any of your bullshit, you will never be allowed on my panel again. Because I've tried to give you chance after chance after chance, and I'm really just trying to do something nice because I'm in a good mood. But if you start your silly shit, then I'm gonna kick you off. But if you want to hang out and just be like a regular person with all of us, I'm cool with that. Is that a deal? All right.
All
All right, let's carry on with the conversation. I'm feeling nice today, y'all. I'm trying to
Yeah.
turn a new leaf. But, and you know, so what we're talking about, Noel, is, so do you know who Breonna Taylor was? Have you ever heard that name?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Breonna Taylor was my neighbor. And
Are you
the night the police
serious?
came, yes, I'm very serious.
Mm.
And so this week, one of the officers that were involved in coming into our neighborhood and shooting and killing her was in court. We took him to court this week. Well, yesterday, the court found him guilty, and he will now be going to jail for doing what he did.
Why did he shot her?
you know what? In the bigger picture of things, Noel, I still don't know. He decided that he thought he could just do whatever he wanted to do and he would get away with it. He actually didn't shoot her. What he did was he shot blindly through her balcony window and he shot blindly through her bedroom window, which that is a constitutional, that goes against your constitution. If a police officer is making things too extreme to where you could possibly die or something like that, it goes against your civil rights. And so we got him on a civil rights case. Where'd
Civil
Christine go?
rights violation. Excessive force.
Oh, I hope Christine didn't leave. So she might have fell off. Now, as far as Jonathan says Biden installs people. Oh, there she is. Okay. Jonathan says Biden installs people into the Justice Department. Okay, so I did an interview tonight, right, with a lady on a podcast. We were down at the Department of Justice, and she actually asked me, "So, do you think Trump is involved? Do you give credit to Trump because Trump, or something?" She asked me about Trump, placing the Department of Justice people. So I'm going to say the same thing to you, Jonathan, that I said to her. And I'm going to repeat myself. I'm not giving Biden or anybody else any fucking credit. The only organization besides outside of Breeway that I will say that did anything for the family was Until Freedom, which they're based out of New York City. I don't know if you've ever heard of them, Jonathan. They're really amazing, though. A lot of people will say whatever they want, but unless you've been involved with them and understand the support they gave the family. But outside of that, as far as politicians go, we did that. Her mother did that for never giving up. The protesters never gave up. We put pressure on our city and we demanded something to happen. So the only person, I don't give a fuck who gives somebody a job, I don't give a fuck who, none of that. Those prosecutors that came down and did what they did that because they believed in the case. And they believed that they could get Breonna justice. And that's what they did. And they're going to come back and we're going to try another set of cops. And hopefully we have the same results for them. But I will never take the credit away from those prosecutors. They did their fucking job and they not only did their job, they went above doing their job and they believed in something that no one else believed in. Nobody else gave her justice. Our AG didn't give her justice. None of the presidents gave her justice. None of that. Those prosecutors did not give up. I watched them stand after Chelsea, after they said not guilty for Chelsea, and we all went back upstairs. We were all broken. Even the prosecutors were like, dude, if I can't bring this woman justice, why am I even a fucking lawyer? I watched a lawyer break down and cry yesterday because they felt like they failed us. Those aren't people that are working for Biden. Those are people that give a fuck about what they do.
Right.
So no disrespect, Jonathan. I love you to death.
Well,
they believe in the system.
And I want to tell Jonathan that civil rights violations have been part of our country for as long as I can remember. When Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri, around 2014, 2015 is when federal agents and prosecutors started going after civil rights violations. If you go back to 2020 with George Floyd, again, we had civil rights violations. If you go to Trayvon Martin in Sanford, Florida, you will see civil rights violations that they have attempted. The thing is, with Michael Brown, they didn't have enough concrete to go ahead and prosecute. The same thing with Trayvon Martin. They did not have enough. They thought about it. They were going to do it. George Floyd, they prosecuted on civil rights. So it does go back in history. You just have to find the history. Sorry. And I think one of the big things is that they're finding more history and finding these civil rights that have been violated and able to prosecute. A lot has to do with body cameras now and people's videos that weren't here decades ago.
These things that we're on right now.
And Michelle, yeah, you can come up. I can have 10 people on my panel, so you're more than welcome to come up, sis. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt y'all. Yeah, I get what I kind of understand what Jonathan's trying to say. Like, hey, Biden is the one that gave these guys jobs and different things like that. But like, I, you know, no disrespect to Biden, no disrespect to Kamala or any of these people. You know what I mean? Like, but I just, you know what I mean? I don't see, there's never once I've looked and been like, oh, thank you, Biden. You know what I mean? Or, oh, thank you, Trump. No, not once in this. I believe those prosecutors were there and they did what they did to because they believed in it. Much love and respect, sis. I just got home, saw you was live. I wanted to say, come on. I'll see. Let me go hit the like before I go to bed. I'm hammered. Happy. Oh, it's your birthday. Happy birthday,
Happy
brother. I love you
birthday.
so much, Pat. I love you, love you, love you. And thank you for your comment. Pat left a comment yesterday on my community page, and it brought me in tears because you are absolutely right. Like he said, it doesn't matter what the police did to you guys. It doesn't matter what everybody said to you all and called you all names and did bad shit to you. And he was like, in YouTube, y'all have no idea unless you've been around for a while the shit that we went through on the internet. Um, but I never gave up. We never gave up. You know what I mean? And Pat, I want to say to you, like, you're just like Katrina and Casey and everybody, like, and Christine, you've been there from pretty much the beginning. And, you have seen me go through so much. And I just have to tell you, I love you and I love the support you and your wife have given me. And, even on days that I remember I was at court one day and for like, I was just going through it and I snapped at Pat for no reason. I'll never forget that because I've never done that to Pat before. And it had nothing to do with Pat. You know what I mean? But he didn't give up on me. He didn't walk away, and he still loved me. And I just appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you a lot. Uh, hey, Jonathan, what's up?
And Michelle's up.
Hey, Michelle, how are you doing, babe?
What's
J1.
everybody?
Oh, sorry for bringing politics into the conversation. But
You're
congratulations! I don't know how you did it. Going every day to the courtroom, working, and hardly sleeping. I don't know. That's hard.
adrenaline, baby.
It's called dedication.
Dedication. Yeah, that's hard. Wow.
Well, if you believe in something strong enough and you stand for something that's right, it's amazing what you can do.
Jonathan ain't got nobody got time for sleep, honey. I don't know what world you live in, but we ain't got
You can
time
sleep
for
when
sleep.
you can get rest when you're dead.
Hey, even talking about sleep, everybody don't forget to set your clocks back
Yeah, you get an extra
Oh,
hour
yeah,
in
that's
there.
extra
tomorrow,
hour
right?
tonight.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
not
is it
that
tonight?
Oh,
small.
yeah, we dump it back so we get an extra hour sleep. We're
Yeah, you
good.
get the
Wait a
extra
Yeah,
minute.
Yeah.
hour
Hold on.
tonight.
So it's tonight we do it then, because I
Yes,
can't be late for work. So is it
at,
tonight or
at,
tomorrow?
at 2
Tonight.
a.m., we set it back to 1 a.m.
You always remember it falls on a Saturday because you're
Yeah.
always going to be late for church on Sunday if you don't do it right.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, you, we go on our. You can go on any church community page, and that's what they will say.
Well,
Remember
Grace,
6
it's
o'clock.
for us. Grace, it's tonight. It's today for us because we're past midnight. So it's today.
Yeah.
We are setting it in an hour and a half. We are going to set it back another hour.
Well, my shit does it on its own.
My phone does it on my own.
Yeah,
On its
my
own,
shit does it on
right?
its own. I don't have a clock in this house that I have to turn back now.
My microwave I have to turn back, but my stove does it by itself.
Yeah,
Your
yeah,
stove does it automatically.
Uh-huh.
That's nice.
yeah.
My microwave doesn't though. Yes, 2
I
a.m.
throw that bitch out and get a new. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
No, it works just fine.
Well, clock don't change back. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You
Yeah,
just
Thule said, fancy stove there, Miss
Yeah.
Christine.
I like that picture
Look at her.
of
She's pissing in hot
from
pot.
I
South
have a
Park.
double oven stove even.
Ooh,
Okay.
God,
I
that's
have a
nice.
convection stove.
Hey, look, I already got damn orders for Thanksgiving cakes.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Love you, Pat, and it's okay, baby. You go enjoy your drunkenness, and don't be betting too much, and don't be getting in trouble. You end up on the
Love
couch.
you, Pat. Love
I
you,
love
love
you,
you,
Pat.
love
Like
you.
seriously, brother. Like you're my bro,
Enjoy your
man.
night, Pat.
We got justice yesterday, and you got your birthday today, baby. It's a good
That's
day.
right. That's a good day. Damn right.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
like I said, we ain't got time for sleeping. I know. Yeah, ain't got nobody time for that.
right. I gotta make a orange pound cake with an orange drizzle, and I gotta make a coconut cake with cream cheese icing. 2 layers, maybe 3.
I just looked at my email, and I seen the picture from I guess that you sent me, Christine.
Christine.
You what?
Someone's
What?
talking to you.
I
I
know.
just looked at my email, and I seen the picture. I guess it's from AP or what, the news people
Yeah,
or
from
whatever you sent.
Brunswick
Yeah,
sent it. Uh-huh.
yeah,
Is
that's
it one
cool.
you've seen
I
already?
no, I didn't see that. I haven't seen that one yet. No.
Oh, good. Oh,
There were
good.
so many cameras there, you know what I mean? That like, and I wanted the family to get up there and do their thing. I kind of just stood off in the back a little bit or whatever. We all walked out together and stuff. But that was Tamika's moment. That was her. She needed to say what she needed to say. It wasn't about whatever. So I kind of stood off to the side. But yeah, I didn't think I got caught in too much, except for maybe when we was walking out. But a lot of people have been sending all kinds of stuff. I hadn't seen that one yet. So thank you,
Good.
Brosworth.
Yeah, that was nice of him.
Yeah.
I clarified the pronoun tonight. Brunswick is a he.
Tuesday, go vote.
Oh,
I'll
That's
vote
God.
right.
again.
Tuesday.
And Wednesday, we're all going to wake up and we're going to put our pants on and we're all going to go to work just like normal.
That's right.
Dude, I'm so ready for this. Let's see. Summer, can I ask you a question? Did you live in the same complex as Breonna Taylor? Okay. So technically we were in two different complexes, but okay. So imagine a U shape, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
say a Brianna's apartment. Here, let me put me on solo so I can kind of try to. There we go. So
Yeah.
imagine a U space, right? So Brianna's apartment was right here. There were 1, 2, 3 buildings right here. Then my townhouse was this way. So there's a lot of conversation in this case, if you listen to anything, about a gate that the SWAT team had to go through because it was locked or whatever, right? My townhouse is right by the gate. Um, and then there's this set of apartments right here. There's the row of apartments right here. There's the townhouse here, and then there's a row of apartments here. Brianna's complex was right here. Mine was right here. The only thing that separated us was a fence and a little bit of grass. So that's where, there's some things that I could see, and then there were some things that I couldn't see. Like I couldn't possibly have seen them when they went into her foyer and, whatever. I didn't see any of that. What I seen was, and now mind you, all this happened, hold on, sorry, all this happened in our minds. It seemed like it happened. It took forever to happen, but technically, it only happened a couple seconds. And even though I am technically in a different complex, I
Different
wasn't
building.
down
Yeah.
the street. I wasn't down the street around the corner. We were, same street, 3101, she's in 301. You know what I mean? So like we're still right there. I could see in the back in which you'll understand this if you get the FOIA reports. So after the shooting and everything happened, there were I thought I seen lights in the back. What it was actually was once some of the cops were starting to get there, some of them had long guns with flashlights, these high dense
Yeah.
flashlights.
Yeah.
And so they were in the back because of their bad intel. They didn't know that the two apartments, the Brianna's apartment and then the other apartment shared a wall. And then when the bullets went through, Yeah, walking distance neighbor, 100% walking distance neighbor. There's people that will sit here and try to tell you that I lived down the street or around the block. No, I did not. I lived right there. You know, I wish I didn't. Matter of fact, they took a picture of, I forget what it was. I seen it in court. They took a picture of something, but when they took the picture, like my bedroom window, which was open so I could hear everything, was actually in the picture. So if my bedroom can be in the picture bedroom window that's lit up and you can see where it's open is in the evidence pictures, then I probably was close enough to hear the shooting that happened. Now, in my testimony, I say it sounds like it was from a bunch of different guns. What I did not realize was officers were shooting in different areas. We had the cops that were shooting in the foyer, right? Then you had Hankinson come out of the foyer, go around, shoot from the parking lot into the balcony window. Then he went down a little bit more, and then he shot into the bedroom window. So that's why, and I even clarified this by asking the prosecutors, is that why I thought I heard different guns? And they said 100%. The difference of the echoing in the foyer and then going and standing in the parking lot and shooting, it could sound like, especially in a high intense situation like that. So that made me feel good. Honestly, because you know your perspective of things, you know what you can hear, and unfortunately, because this is a national case, people want to try to break down every millisecond of what they think they know. But the facts are the facts. You know what I mean? Like, you could hear, dude, it was just crazy. It was nuts that night. But so yes, I was not I was in the same complex, but not not what it sounds like. It's like, oh, these are two just different, completely complex. No, they definitely ran into each other. We were technically the hood side of where I lived at, and down was actually the bad side, right? And then where Brianna lived at was nice apartments. They were like little apartment complex. It was nice though. And there wasn't really any issues with anybody. There was a bunch of kids and shit that lived there. So that night when that officer came up, and the only reason I recognized this officer is because literally like a week or two before everything happened, there was a father-daughter dance. And because at that particular time I was so busy, it was very rare when I could go to a school event with my daughter, and it was her last year in middle school. And so I asked my husband, I said, do you care if I go to the father-daughter dance? Because, you know what I mean? Like, this is her last year. I want to do something with her. So he said, yeah, babe, go ahead. And I remember, I didn't know this guy was a cop. I remember this dude and his daughter walked in, and they had, you know how motherfuckers will have the matching suit and their daughter's matching the dress, and they looked good. And so later on, when all this happened, that same person, I was like, hey, what the fuck is going on? He's like, a drug dealing girl shot at the cops. I knew that wasn't right. My kid played with all the kids that were right there. Like, I mean, you have to understand, like, in your neighborhood who's doing shit. I knew that was the moment that I knew. I was like, oh, these motherfuckers done did some shit. Because the drug dealers that were in our neighborhood, they didn't live back there in that apartment. Now, there might have been some other drug dealers that were in those apartments, but not in the particular set of apartments we were talking about. Those motherfuckers lived up front and on Forehaven. And if anybody knows anything about Louisville, Forehaven is fucking crazy. So, I hope that school, what's up, baby?
Hey
I
guys,
hope
how are you?
that helped out a little bit, Lisa, and for you to
Thanks,
understand
Paul.
kind of how it was laid out. Hey, school, what's up? How are you doing tonight, sweetie?
Pretty good. I went to the casino earlier. I met a couple of my friends, and I was driving home, and I figured I'd stop over here. Check where I'm at. Pretty
What's that?
cool,
Hold on,
right?
let me put you on. Hold on, let me put you on solo. What's
That's
that?
the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Park
Memorial.
here in Suffolk County.
Cool.
It's cool.
Yeah, Bruno would be screaming, "I know what that is! I know what that is! I live right by there."
Cool.
It's
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah.
That's nice.
I like the history crap. And Christine knows, so
Oh,
I
it's
just
beautiful.
figured. I was listening to you guys on the way home. You turned me on to so much of this case. I'm still like looking up all the back stuff. That you put up, and
It's a
uh,
lot.
yeah, it
Wait
really
till
is.
You gotta. I'm telling you, you really want to do some like, whoa. When they allow you guys to request the fucking transcripts, I swear, I hope everybody gets them. I want you guys to look at it and see it for your own eyes. You'll be like, what the fuck? It's
Yeah.
it's insane. It's insane.
How do you do it? Like email, right? You just go right to the like any other
FOIA
FOIA.
request.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yeah. Yep. And it may take, because obviously, right, the case just, I mean, he hasn't even been sentenced and stuff yet, so I'm not for sure, like, the time length that everything is that you have to have, but it will be public records, and so I really do, that is beautiful.
Yeah.
I really
Cool.
do
Man.
hope people
Nice.
take a look at it.
Oh yeah. That sounds good. I'll definitely
Lisa,
try. I've been
Lisa
paying
said, Summer,
attention.
thanks for explaining the location. I knew you were there, I just didn't know the setup. You were right there. Yeah, I was right there. Oops, shit. Damn it. Hold on. I didn't. Okay, school. Wait, did I? Hold on, school. Don't go nowhere. Ah, my bad, babe. There we
It's
go.
all good.
I'm
I'm
putting you
just
back on solo. Um, yeah, I mean, like I was. Damn it, I did it again. I was not a neighbor in the building. I was not a neighbor in the building, but I was. You could hear 911, the stuff on my 911 call. My daughter had just came up. I lived in the townhouse, so she just came upstairs. She's like, Mom, or came out of her room and said, Mom, you care if I make me a sandwich? I said, I don't care. She went downstairs. I was playing around on Facebook. It was right when the whole mask mandate shit came out. And with me, one thing you'll learn about me, no matter what politician it is, if they start doing silly shit and they have memes, I'll find them and I'll post all of them because I think it's funny. And as soon as all that was going on, all of a sudden, you start hearing a bunch of shooting and stuff like that. I heard my daughter scream. I ran downstairs. I made sure that she wasn't shot because I didn't know what happened. It sounded like everything, even though now I know that it was, a little bit of ways from me, but it sounded like it was right there. Um, and I remember at one point, like, I was on the phone with 911, and me and Serenity, I was trying to get her back upstairs, and my kid's nosy. She tried to go look out the window, and you could hear shooting, and I'm like, get the fuck, you can hear. I'm like, get away from the window. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? And so I put her upstairs, and I immediately go get my gun, and I just wait. And I don't even know, like, I'm not really for sure. I ran back and forth from window to window so we could see everything, what you could see. All these police started coming in, and I remember at some point I realized that the gunshots were over with, and so I went out. My kitchen door is kind of my back door, but it was about our parking lot. And so my husband had a big truck. We both have always had trucks, SUVs, and so I remember going outside. I left my door open, and this is how my cat got out, and I lost my cat that night. But anyway, um, I went out and I was walking through to two cars, and that I guess that's when SWAT pulled the truck up. And if you look into the case, you'll hear about SWAT going up and ramming the fence and breaking it down or whatever. But because we had just heard all these gunshots and all this chaos was happening, I guess because, and the way it was explained to me, it's normal when a person's brain is in hyper mode or whatever it's called. It sounded like to me, and even in my grand jury statement, I say they blew up the fence because that's what it sounded like. It sounded like
Right.
they blew it up, but really what they did was they rammed the fence. And it's a metal fence. It's obviously the SWAT truck, so it made a loud boom. You know what I mean? But in my brain, that's the only thing I could think is I really genuinely thought they
Excuse
blew
me.
up the fucking fence.
Excuse me. So,
Yeah.
why did Brianna Taylor got shot? Does she did anything or no? Like, I don't
She
get
didn't do she didn't do anything. These police officers
why.
are really bad cops, and they lied to get the warrant because she used to date a bad guy, whatever. And I guess they thought maybe she was holding something for him or something, but their information was outdated because she's not even with that guy anymore. She started dating a whole different guy. You know what I mean? And they went into her apartment, and her boyfriend, they didn't announce themselves properly. We live in a stand your ground state. When the door come flying open, they thought they were getting robbed. He did what anybody in their right mind would do. He took one shot. He shot one shot. He aimed his gun down. Yes, it hit a cop. So they say. I don't believe, and listen, I'm going to say whatever I want. I don't feel like Kenny shot that cop. I feel like one of his own cops shot him, but whatever. They tried to pin it on Kenny. They took Kenny down to the station. They try to charge him. They try to arrest him. All this other shit. Come to find out, he didn't do anything wrong. They ended up dropping the charges, and he actually sued them, and he won his case. So,
That's
and
my
no, he
story.
didn't use her as a body shield or anything like that, like everybody says. And the people, when they FOIA request this shit, they will be able to see that.
Soma, I know they had a warrant, but I'd like to see the judge's record on signing off on the warrants, like you were explaining before.
Mm-hmm.
How the
So
judge
Mary
just,
and
yep.
the judge's name is Judge Mary Shaw. She is no longer a judge anymore
Oh,
because we voted her out. And she even came out. This is the crazy thing, dude, is like after the grand jury and shit like that, like the postal office people came out and was like, Brianna hadn't even received any packages that, they check all their packages and stuff. They were like, she hasn't received any packages since January. This woman, she hasn't done anything. Like so many, even the grand jury people that like the jurors for the grand jury, I guess I don't know if is it the jurors for the grand jury or the grand jury people, whatever. They just they were listening to all the witnesses and stuff, and they could just like they knew shit wasn't right, dude. They just knew shit
yeah.
wasn't right. I don't even know how to explain all of it, but it was a lot of fucking lying, a lot of covering up. Now I expect when we get this is something that I cannot wait. So Joshua James is one of the officers that lied to get the warrant, right? He took in all these different warrants and she signed them within minutes, like literally. And she came out and said that you know, basically she was lied to. Like I guess we were gonna have sympathy for her, but like, bitch, you're supposed to go over all these damn things. You know what I mean? Like, and she didn't do that, so we voted her out. Damn it, I did it again. I was trying to put him on full screen.
Yeah, that's okay. I was just looking at
I'm
the
gonna get
Suffolk County. That's okay. I was just looking at the Suffolk County Police Conference is a major donor. Well, it's taxpayers' money, right?
Right.
Should say people of Suffolk County.
I'm sorry, sir. Where you at?
I'm at in Suffolk County, Long Island, New York. It's a
New York.
Vietnam.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, Long Island, the suburb of New York City.
and Amanda, you're right. They did. They smeared this big, huge campaign, right? And they sit there and I mean, they just lied, dude. They lied about a lot of shit. And they, if as long as they could put this, oh, they lied and said that she was fired as an EMT. She was never fired as. Yes, she was an EMT. And if you watch any of the documentaries that they have out, um, the SWAT actually goes into her apartment and they shut the door and they seen her EMT jacket on the back of the hanging up on the back of the door. And that's when they realized that this wasn't right. But she didn't get fired as an EMT. They tried to say that, but she did not. She actually resigned as an EMT so she could be an ER nurse at one of our amazing hospitals. So it's just wild to me, dude. The shit that they
Yeah,
did to smear this woman.
it's terrible.
Lisa said school, Veterans Memorial Highway.
The name of the park is Vietnam Veteran. It just says Vietnam Veterans Memorial Park. That's what the name of the park is, I believe. But it's in. It should be like Farmingville. See right here, the County Road 83. It's on North Ocean. Um, you know what's interesting, real quick? So the name of this hill here. I'm actually on Bald Hill. It's the tallest peak on Long Island for what that is. So it's the tallest like mountain is a little hill, and Danger Hill was the name given to the hill by early settlers. And Bicycle Path is a street that goes through here. And you talk about change of the times. There was actually a toll here for people that were only on bicycles. So if you had a bicycle and is that crazy? If you
Yeah.
were on, it's just wild to me.
You had to pay a toll to ride your bike.
If you were on a bike, so if you were walking through, there was no toll initially. I mean, I don't know how you police that, but if you were on the road and you had a bike with you, you had to pay a a toll. Like, so they
Oh,
named the
wow.
street Bicycle Path. Yeah, I think that's so
Crazy.
funny. A long time ago, long time ago. But it's just, it's crazy. Ah.
Lisa said, I lived out on Long Island for a few years in Suffolk County.
Yeah, that's where I am, Suffolk County. That's
I think
where
that's,
I
is
live.
that, was that just say Suffolk County? Where, I think that's
Yep,
what she
Suffolk.
said.
Yep, Suffolk County.
Suffolk County.
You got
Yeah.
it. Vietnam Memorial County Park. The There's a sign there. That's what it's called.
What time is it? What time is it you not supposed to be in the park after 10 all over? Yeah, but I mean, unless he's doing something like whatever, then they might make a big deal about it. But I mean, I've gone to parks and graveyards and shit a little bit afterwards.
Yep, I
Serial and
guess.
killers are weirdos are everywhere.
Look,
What were you gonna
this
say, School?
is
My bad. I was
look,
just reading a
look at
comment.
the sign. This area is patrolled by uniformed and plainclothes officer. That's it. Park rangers.
Yeah. We've never had park rangers except for like, maybe in like the forest area type shit or whatever, the state parks. But now they're putting park rangers in even the city parks.
Yeah. It's funny when they get into like jurisdiction battles with cops. You ever see like the sheriffs and the cops go at it?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I have actually. It's pretty
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah, because it's real like ego on top of ego. You can see it in their faces, and there's usually no good outcome when it comes to that because they're both protected, with the blue line crap. But oof,
Yeah,
they go crazy.
Sure
I
do.
can't wait, dude. I cannot wait until this next trial because, and Tamika said the same thing. This is one thing we definitely agree on. And I've said it, and people can go back and watch my videos. I've said it numerous times from the very fucking beginning. The issue I have the most is with the fucking cops that lied. Because I knew I don't know how, but dude, you just know when something's not fucking right. You know what I mean? They had to lie to get that fucking warrant.
Right.
I can't wait. I cannot wait to see how that one plays out.
I
That's
was
the
right
one. I
before.
mean,
Had to be that quid pro
yeah,
quo crap, right, Summer?
it's not, I mean, and I'll be honest with you. I don't really know when people say that what did you just say, School? The pre-cope cop, what
Oh,
did you
Quid
quid
say?
pro quo.
quid pro quo.
I don't really know what that is. I'm
It,
just going to be honest.
it's like when you exchange favors for somebody, like you wouldn't be using money as a currency. So quid pro quo, like I do something for you, you do something for me.
Yep. You scratch
Okay,
my
well,
back,
And
okay,
I
that makes
scratch
sense.
yours.
yeah, and it's not
Okay,
money. So maybe the cop did something for the judge and the judge was returning a favor. Who knows? But I was just saying, for them to,
okay,
write warrants like that, it's just not normal. It's not okay either in any way.
And these judges,
yeah,
they believe any damn thing a cop tells them.
Oh, yeah.
yes,
You know?
Hey, Summer,
yep, yes, Michelle. What's up, babe?
I need to ask a question, dude. Okay, we used to here in Kentucky have what we call drawed up warrants that they could pick up at any time. Was that still an issue at that time, or did they actually see the judge?
No, they went in and
You
seen the
understand
judge.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I know it. I know, I've heard of that before. But in this situation, they actually went in and seen the judge.
Okay,
And
I
she, from
didn't
my
know. Okay,
understanding, which again, I won't learn the facts, so this is just an assumption from my understanding. From my understanding, they went in and it was such a quick process, like under 5 minutes, and I think it was a total of 4 or 5 warrants that were signed. And again, it's my brain's not all the way working, but I'm pretty sure it was either 4 or 5, and all of them were signed very quickly. Now, whatever he told her to get those signed or whatever, I don't know. And that's why I'm excited to see. I want to see this case because, dude, I believe wholeheartedly. Like, okay, and so this is something else a lot of people have talked about. All right, here we go, and this is going to be hard. So a lot of people have asked, like, the officer that actually killed Breonna Taylor, which is Cosgrove. They have said that Cosgrove's bullet is the one that killed Brianna. Okay, so the reason why they're not going to charge Cosgrove is because technically he didn't do anything over extreme or anything like that in the situation. Now, this is what I believe, okay, and I can't put it all together. And maybe once my brain calms down, I can look at like the time management of everything and see if this makes more sense. But this is what I've believed since day one, since I've figured out who was what and who shot what and all of this. I believe that they rammed the door open, and they did use the rammer. Actually, I think I seen somewhere where somebody said they had that big ass rammer and didn't use it. They actually did. That's the reason why the door got swung open. They didn't announce themselves as the issue. That's why Kenny did not get in trouble for protecting his household, because we live in a house. We live in a house. We live in a state that has stand your ground. So anyway, and not only that, but Kenny didn't shoot to try to hurt anybody. He shot to defend some, so if you're coming in here and you hear one shot being let off, then get the fuck out. I believe, yeah, that happened. And even, okay, I'll even go with John Manley fired afterward in response of that. And so that's where, it sucks, but it's kind of like, Kenny's not going to get in trouble because what he did was completely legal. And the reason why Manley's not getting in trouble is because, well, he's not the one that lied to get the warrant, and he didn't do anything excessive. It's the same thing with Cosgrove. Cosgrove stood in, and this is why they say Hankinson's bullet almost hit his officers, because when that happened, when Cosgrove stepped over, he didn't do anything that was an extreme. Now, what I believe set that second round of chaos off was when Hankinson went around, because this is the only thing that makes sense in my brain, when Hankinson went around the other corner and decided to do boom, 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 those 5 shots in the door, then boom, 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 those 5 shots in the window, that made everything worse, and it made it more chaotic, right? So,
Made it
but
seem like
because,
somebody was shooting back at them.
exactly, when the whole time Kenny only took 1 shot, so all those shots were from cops. And
Right.
and I believe this is why Hankinson is going to prison, and this is why he deserves to go to prison, because not only did he have bullets go through walls, did he restrict, Brianna on her civil rights, he almost shot fucking police officers. You know what I mean? But like, if he wouldn't have done that, and they would have retreated, and they would have got Manley out of the way, they all would have got out of the way. All these officers that came in and testified talked about all kinds of different situations where they had been shot at, and because they went and retreated and whatever, everybody ended up making it out safe.
Right.
So
But with
I
him
believe
going
wholeheartedly,
outside,
with him going against his training, leaving that fatal funnel that they talk about, which that's what Manley and Cosgrove was in technically, I guess, right? And I'm just going by what was played out in court. I believe all of them should be charged, but whatever. We're going to go by what's played on in court because that's what's facts, and that's what got him convicted. So they say because Cosgrove and Manley was in that, in that tunnel or whatever they talk about, and Kenny only shot 1 time. So, and Kenny did what you're supposed to do in a self-defense situation. Again, he didn't shoot up going, he shot down, and he was given a warning shot. He didn't fucking empty his magazine. He didn't fucking let off ARs. He didn't do any of this shit. He shot once. That was it. And that bullet supposedly hit Manley. So when Hankinson left that, you have to have a target. If you do not, and even people that have a concealed carry, you have to have a fucking target because you're responsible for every bullet that leaves your gun. Whether you like it or not, you are.
it's
He left
called.
that area. Right. He
No,
left that area.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, we all
Sorry.
get that
Go
part.
ahead.
I don't want to mess up because then I'll mess something up. He left that area, and so even if he says he had a target in that area, once he left that position from where the doorway was, if you believe that he was there, what he's saying, which most of us don't, he went around. Now he's in a different position. There's that balcony right there. Now there's curtains, there's blinds, there's no light. You can't see anything. You should have never shot through that window. You don't know if there's innocent people on the other side, animals on the other side. You don't know what's on the other side because you can't fucking see. Bam, 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 bam. He lets off 5 there. He goes down a little bit, and he's doing it from the parking lot. He's not doing it from the sidewalk where, whatever. He's in the fucking parking lot doing this. Then he goes to the other window. Same thing. Blackout curtain, blinds. Bam, 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 bam. So you didn't have a target. You couldn't see your target. Cosgrove and Manley could see their target. When you move positions, you lose your target. Even if your target, say I'm standing here and I move just this millisecond, now I can still see me, but that target of where I was going to shoot you in the first place is now going to change. But he didn't even have a target because he shot blindly through these windows. So I don't know if that makes sense, but that's why
Yeah, it
Brent
does make
is
sense.
getting in trouble. What'd you say, Miss Rami? Sorry.
I said it does make sense. And anybody that's ever shot a gun and knows anything about gun safety, one of the 4 rules is know your target and what's behind it. You have to have a
Right.
target and you have to know what's behind it. Because if
Yep.
you miss, that bullet's still going to go. It's not going to stop. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hit what you pointed at and just fall to the floor. It's going to hit something. So he put
Yeah.
too many people's lives in danger, and yeah, he violated the Fourth Amendment with excessive force, and he was just shooting blindly.
And so I've also heard people, I've seen people in news comments, I've seen people come and ask in my comments, I've heard people say, well, Hankinson wasn't the only officer that shot. He's right, they're right. Hankinson isn't the only officer shot. Again, the difference between what Hankinson did and what other officers did, because did they, like his attorney used a thing like, well, some of Cosgrove's bullets went over here, and there's 2 bullets that went through the roof. Don't nobody know who's the bullets that went through the roof. And well, there was bullets that went into other apartments. Okay, I understand that. And in me, I think all of them should be charged for every bullet that went everywhere they shouldn't have been, because they didn't have enough evidence on the apartment. They shouldn't have been there. They didn't even have the fucking layout of they didn't, the very, very bad intel, right? Horrible intel. But technically, take the emotions out of things and you look at law and you look at all this stuff and you look at their training and blah, 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 blah. Even though some of these bullets went, say, some of these officers' bullets went in other apartments, they are justified because they were in the position where the target was. They were, you know what I mean? So that's why, whether we like it or not, by the law that's putting this man in prison, we have to understand that if they're in the right position and there are some things, I guess, that can be justified, whether I want it to be or not. Now, again, what Hankinson did is not justified. You cannot do that. You can't leave one position. You can't be going straight, and then by the time you're done, your whole position's in a completely different position. You know what I mean? So
Right.
that's why the jury unanimously said, "Nah, sorry, dude, you're going to jail." And I don't think he's going to get life in prison. I mean, but I think he deserves time, and that's why I was going to say Alex. I was looking at Alex's comments. And that's why I think that Rihanna's mother is the most graceful person, because, dude, like, she doesn't, like Cosgrove, like, we were talking about him, like, when he's testified, he is the only officer. And I have protested this man, and I will continue to protest them, and I will continue to put pressure on them, because it's what I'm going to do, it's what we do. But I can honestly say he's the only one that has compassion for what happened that night. Like, for real, for real. He is the only one that you can tell he truly lives with this every single fucking day. And for that, it sucks, because it's a part of the job and it is what it is. But, I think he picked up an extra shift. He wasn't a part of this team. He didn't understand I guess what he was getting himself into. But, I still think all of them should have some accountability. But I guess when it was broken down like that, and I look at the law, and, I'm not going to sit here and say every officer that shoots should be thrown in jail. I don't know. I don't think we can say that. because there are some shootings that, whether we like it or understand it or not, they're justified. Hankinson's shit was not justified, and there's no way it could have been justified because he left his target. He was shooting blindly through things, and yes, it violated her Fourth Amendment. Is there a bullet analysis on who killed her? Yeah, so we found out that Cosgrove is the one that killed her. And to watch Breonna's mother have so much grace, and I think it's only because she can see the true remorse from him. I think that because nobody else gets that. Nobody else gets that. You know what I mean? Like, she's just like, they get what they get. But Cosgrove is the only one that didn't harass us. He didn't troll us. He didn't, you know what I mean? And Rihanna's mom Tamika talks about a post that Cosgrove's wife put out one day, and she said, "Listen, I still feel the way that I feel." She said, "But I can't help it as a human being have a little bit of sympathy because, like his wife wrote this post of how bad in depression he had been, and all he did was want to pick up a shift. That was it. And now, like, nothing has been the same since then." And unfortunately, it sucks because, yeah, it sucks for you, dude, but like, nothing's the same for any of us. And Brianna's gone. So I can't have as much grace as her mother has. I'm trying, I'm working on it because I told her I would work on it. But as of right now, I just don't have that. I can sympathize a little bit, but I think, and I've said it from day one, and there is one other person besides Hankinson and besides the officers that participated in line. I think that what they call the officer that was there, supposed to be giving them intel and all this other shit, I don't think he needs to face life in prison charges, but I do think he needs to have some kind of charges. So I don't know if any of that, what I said, made sense, but that was the way it was explained to me. It's the
It
way
makes
that I'm
sense.
trying to get, yeah. Whether we like it or not, and I'm still not comfortable with it. I can't stand John Manley, and I'm sorry you picked the shift up, but like, I don't know. At some point, this is the hang up for me. When you realize that everything the intel told you all, and this is before they got to the door and before they shot the bullets, if you knew all that shit was fucking wrong, at one point, do you be a fucking leader and stand up and say, abort mission, we need to turn the fuck around, this is not working, somebody's going to get hurt? Because there were a lot of things that happened before they even knocked on her door that should have been off. And the intel person, or the eye as they call him, and he's another officer, it's not like a snitch or anything like that, he's a cop.
Is that?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, sis. Is that where the other four are going to fall in at?
Right. So that's where the other four is. Two of them. One is being strictly, and I think it's
One's already
Joshua.
been. Didn't they say that one's already?
Right.
She just
Let
got.
me.
Okay.
Yeah. So Joshua James is the one that's being charged for lying to get the warrant. The Cal guy, or whatever his name is being charged because he knew that the warrant was, it was lied to get, and he lied on an affidavit to the DOJ. The other, Kelly, which is the girl you're talking about, she was charged, but that bitch said, "Nuh-uh, I'm not ready for no federal prison." And she's also out on bond. All these people are out on bond, by the way. Just want to say that. Kelly turned state on them because she met up to talk to one of the cops that was her partner, to help how they're going to cover this all up, right? And so she flipped on them. She's already took a deal. All she has to do is testify. And then she got 5 years, I think it was, or something like that. The other person, I believe, took some kind of deal and is going to be testifying. So the two are going to be testifying against the other two. The other two are facing life in prison. They are not still working as cops. No, they're not still working as cops. Not the ones involved in these particular cases I'm talking about. They were all fired from LMPD, and they cannot get their jobs back. Now, Cosgrove and a couple other cops that are not in this any kind of the lawsuits or anything criminal cases like that. Cosgrove went and got a job down in Carroll County, and I think there was one of the other officers is working somewhere else. But the officers that are in these cases, they're not working, and they haven't since they were fired. And we demanded that they lose their jobs.
I kind of seen a clip where it showed the four of them on y'all's local news in Louisville, but I didn't
Hmm.
catch what all was being said, and I wanted to ask you, not hear it from the TV, that way I know get the truth.
Yeah, so with theirs was like I knew a little bit, honestly. Like I mean I knew stuff, but I guess with my TBI, just with everything going on, it just is not something I focused on because I know that we can't do anything to that case until this case is done, right? And then a couple weeks ago, they tried to, and I have on my community page at the beginning of the week or the beginning of the trial, I had updated, I put a news story on this particular case we're talking about right now with the four officers. And then also I'd updated something on Hankinson. So if you go to my community page, there's something and it kind of breaks down what just happened. Now the judge that we had in Hankinson's case, I think she got it and understood. I think the prosecutors laid a really good, clear message out, and I think everybody understood that. But the dude in the federal judge in this coming up case, he's a little bit more hardball. He had took one of the charges, and I forget which one because I just can't remember right at the moment. But it was one. It was I think it was about the like line about the Warners. It was the biggest charge. And he tried to dismiss it, and he tried to say that in his eyes, Kenny's the reason why Breonna's dead. So anything outside of this is just ridiculous, and he's whatever. And so he threw it out. But then the prosecutors they fixed the wording because I guess the wording wasn't really the best, and they fixed the wording and he accepted the charge this time, and so now they still have the charge again, and they're still facing life in prison. So I learned. I mean, I tried to this week. Like I really tried to pay attention to court, and like in this angle, they took Kenny out of this case because it with the last case against Hankinson, it had Kenny, Brianna, and then it had the neighbors, the girl, the chick, and the baby, their son and her husband. It had all of them in it. This go around, they did things a little bit differently, which I think, in all honesty, it was better because with Kenny being there, they tried to make everything about Kenny. You know what I mean? And Kenny didn't do anything differently that anybody that lives in a stand your ground type of state, anybody that believes in a 2A situation, if somebody's coming in and they're not announcing themselves and your door busts open, you have the right to defend your home. So whether people like that or not, it is what it is. So this time they decided, and just like Tamika said, she could understand why people would have an issue because even though he defended his home, he still shot. So they could understand how, whatever, they'll get caught up in all that. So they took Kenny out of it, and then they really focused in on, instead of what everything else was, what they really focused in on was his training and what he was. You're supposed to have a target. You're supposed to have a target. You're supposed to have a target. You cannot shoot if you cannot see because you will put people's lives in danger. You can kill animals. You can kill children. All of that. And so they really honed in on that, and he tried to dance. He tried to make everything else about everything else. But and that's why he lost his shit this time on the stand. Like you could see him being very not comfortable as he usually is. He couldn't keep it together. So it's yeah. I hope that I answered that. I know it was a long answer, but I'm just trying to remember everything I learned in court.
Hey, Summer, I wanted to ask you something, and also like tell you something. So, like, when you said he lost his shit, like, I guess you could really tell, how someone can handle something, right, when they're under like pressure and stuff like that.
Yes,
And do you know the auditor, the armed fisherman?
I don't think so.
He's an auditor from Florida, and he's a 2A auditor, one of the few. And
Okay.
there is this, it's not, people call it a loophole, but it is a loss. So I mean, if you want to call it a loophole, I guess, if you are walking or if you are traveling to and from either fishing or hunting, you're allowed to open carry a firearm. So, he parks his car somewhere and then walks like a mile usually to a fishing pier. And then the police, come up to him because he's, carrying an AR-15. But regardless of what he does is good or bad or any of that, I'm not even speaking of that. I hear a lot of the officers' responses is what's interesting. On the other day, one of his videos, there was a officer that flat out was under body camera to the side speaking to him, and she's like, I just, feel extremely uneasy with anyone civilian that has a gun. Like, she thought she wasn't being heard, and for her to say that, I find that so interesting because she doesn't even stop to think what civilians think about cops that have guns. She can't even imagine or fathom the thought that someone else is uneasy because cops have guns.
Right. Yeah, we've had that conversation down here before when we were doing the protesting. Every now and then, we had set up in like in the, I don't know if you've seen me when we went downtown and where I've talked about, hey, this is where we used to protest, but it's like the center court area. Like it's kind of down in the like there's the jail, the courthouse, there's Metro Council, there's the mayor's office. It's kind of, and the Fed building's like right there. And so we picked this spot because of that. Well, every now and then they would, try to, I guess, make friendly. Like, hey, we're going to tear gas you guys and beat you up and arrest you and all this, shoot at you for no reason. Then every now and then we're going to come in and try to be your friends. Let's talk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And well, we're in Kentucky. And so everybody's got guns here. And yes, during our protest, everybody's got guns. And we got big guns. You know what I mean? Like, we got big guns. Everybody was strapped. Some people had 2 or 3 guns on them. And so the police was, one of the officers kind of was having that same kind of conversation, like, well, do you guys feel uneasy? And we were like, no, we don't feel uneasy at all. Like, and it's like he was kind of hinting, like he was trying to say he felt uneasy, and we were like, we don't give a fuck how any of y'all feel. We're here because you all went in somebody's home and killed them. Like, no. You don't get to do that. We're just on an even playing field. You don't do nothing stupid. We don't do nothing stupid. And there were plenty of times, like I can remember specifically one time that, so me and my assistant, I was at my shelter and it was kind of slow that day. And I was like, I need to go down to the square and check in on some shit. I'm like, you want to go with me? She's like, sure. And she's kind of this hippie chick. She is not a protester, kind of hippie valley girl. Loved her to death. Cool chick, whatever. So she went down there with me, but she fights for people's rights. She believes in that kind of stuff, but she just is not like, I wouldn't see her getting tear gassed. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, we go down there, and what was crazy was we had this little area, and it kind of elevated up off the ground, but it had some trees and stuff there, and so people were just up there chilling. And so the cops, I don't know, they decided they were going to try to break it up or whatever. And they ran into the park, and they ran in, but you could tell they had their guns and shit drawn, and they're pointing guns at us. Now, mind you, it's just a regular day. Like, everybody's just chilling. There's no drama. Nothing's going on. This is recorded somewhere. It's all on Facebook. But anyway, and you're just sitting there talking, and the next thing you know, these fucking cops are all running up like crazy people, and they all got their fucking guns pointed. And then they're telling you not to, like, grab your guns and shit. But, like, dude, why do you all get to do this? Why do you all get to... We're not doing anything. We're not bothering you. We're not fighting. We're not arguing. Because, listen, I'm not going to sit here and be like, hey, well, sometimes there are fights. Sure, okay, there were. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You get fucking thousands of people together. People have different tempers. People, whatever. Shit's going to happen. But this day, nothing was going on. Like, it was like a fucking nice day. Everybody was just relaxing. And they came up, and like one of the protesters' arms had been broken. Another person's shoulder had been dislocated. They ran up and just fucking like jumped on everybody, re-broke their shit. You know what I mean? Like, it was just, and I'm like, dude, I'm not in cahoots for
I'm
I don't
sorry,
want
but the
nobody shooting.
outhouse was the best.
Oh yes, the one night I gotta tell that story real quick. I'm sorry.
Yes, you got to.
Memories. So Jason Dowie, but this is actually a powerful story and kind of tells you how our city is. So we have 502 live streamers. We're actually an organization that goes out and started in the protest. We started streaming the protest because we noticed that the cops were fucking people up and slapping people with all these charges and shit. And some of our videos were actually able to help them get out of that shit because it would show these cops doing fucked up shit. So one night, it was a night protest, and they decided to fucking buckle up big time, right? Hey, Captain Action. Give me a second. Let me finish this, and I'll let you talk. So they decide to come in. They get all in their SWAT gear, and they come in all their but the club black bats and shit they all carry. And Jason and Shay. Shay is she's a black woman. She was a part of 502 live streamers, and Jason Dowry is a short white dude. Um, both 502 live streamers, both standing in the same exact area. Okay, they come in, they start doing their and then stomping and then they just fucking and they fucking slam Jason. Jason's probably a little bit taller than me
Damn.
into the porta potty. All you see is Jason in the porta potty. Bam, down to the fucking ground. Shit, water,
Oh man.
everything, everywhere. And you know what? It got all over the cop too, which was fucking great because that's what you get.
Ah.
Shay's standing there. They sit there and they say to her, "You need to sit down." So she goes over, she sits down. She's not gonna start shit with the police. Like, yeah, she was live streaming, and of course she was standing out there protesting, but she's not gonna fight the cops. They both get arrested. All right. Now, mind you, I told you they both standing next to each other, right? Jason did get slammed into the body thing, and Shay, she just sat down. Well, they came out. Shay had a felony. Jason had a misdemeanor. Jason felt some type of way, and he went on live. And he was like, "So you're going to tell me they're going to give the black woman a felony, and they're going to give me, a fucking white dude?" He was like, "You motherfuckers talk about privilege? This is fucking privilege." He was like, "I don't deserve a fucking misdemeanor. She doesn't deserve a fucking felony. Like, what the fuck?" And it took forever to get Shay's case dropped, like, her to work through her shit or whatever. And shit like that. They did shit like that. And they did shit like that to try to divide us, to get mad at it. They wanted us to get mad at each other because it's like, "Oh, well, you got a misdemeanor. I got a fucking felony. Fuck you." No, no, no. We didn't do that. We united and fought those charges. But it's just crazy, dude. They're just fucking stupid, dude. They have the audacity to bring it back what you were saying. They have the audacity to be like, "Well, I'm uncomfortable because you all have guns." I don't give a fuck. How do you think we feel? Captain, how are you, sweetie?
I'm great. Thank you, Summer.
So how's your night going?
It's going great. I'm hanging out here in Florida. I saw your amazing accomplishments yesterday. Um, I actually saw you on like 50 different news channels.
Oh.
What?
And yes, with Briona's mom, you really
Wow.
killed it. Yeah, you killed it. Thank you, Summer.
No,
It was
cousin.
a lot of
How
hard
are you?
work, but we did it.
I, I if I can help you, you let me know.
How you doing, cousin? Good?
Hey, is that Athens?
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Yes.
All right. I don't want to take any time away from Summer, but I can't wait to talk to you about movies later.
No, you guys can talk about movies, please. Let's talk about movies. I'm good with that.
Oh,
I mean,
jeez.
All right,
whatever.
Athens.
Wait, you
Athens,
know what, actually? Can I just ask you a yes or no question really quick before we go into movies, cousin?
go,
Um,
go.
I asked before about the armed fisherman this summer. He's a Florida activist, a two-way activist. Do you know him? He's got like hundreds of thousands of subscribers. The armed fisherman.
He's
Cousin?
asking you, cousin.
I think he was talking to you, Miss Summer.
No, no.
No, baby, he's talking to you.
I asked her before. That's why I just wanted to know if you heard of him.
Are you talking to me, Athens?
Yep.
No, I don't know him.
Yeah, he's
Who
from
is it?
Florida. He's from Florida. Check him out. His name's the Armed Fisherman. And there's this law in Florida that if you're traveling to and from hunting, so you can park your car somewhere and walk a mile to a local fishing spot, and he has an AR-15 strapped to him, and then the cops come and crazy stuff happens because they don't know the law. He usually gets put in the car, handcuffed, and then they have to let him go because we call the supervisor. They come, they do the research, and then they have to let him go.
No, I haven't, but
Check him out, the Armed Fisherman.
okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's all. That's all. I was just curious.
All
Hey,
right.
I'm gonna jump for the night. I love you, sister.
I love you, babe. We did it, girl. We fucking did it.
Great job.
Oh, it's awesome to feel
Is
something
that
that.
Miss
Look at
Rummy?
that beautiful face. Look at that queen.
No, that's my sis Michelle. Look at her.
That
Congrats,
beautiful,
Michelle.
beautiful
Great job,
face.
Michelle.
What a queen she is.
Hey, that woman, whether she realizes it or not, she has changed a lot of things, and she has started a lot of conversations in this country.
That is what I. Yes, yes, ma'am. She sure has, and 100% has.
Yeah,
All right,
and I
I'm
just want
gonna.
to say, like your support and even you coming up, you went from being somebody on the internet that was watching us as we were doing it, and you decided to come up and you decided to get involved, and I thank you for that. I thank you for, and then taking back to your community and having conversations. I know that wasn't easy, but I love you.
It still isn't easy. I still got people that don't talk to me, but that's all right. God's
All
got
right,
me.
that's
I ain't
okay.
worried about them.
And you got a whole crazy family up here in the Ville, baby. You know it.
I know that one for a fact.
All right, I love you. We'll get together soon.
We're gonna have to. You need to come down. We need to go camping. Need to do something.
Yeah, some little
Congrats
self
again,
care
Michelle.
going on.
Yeah,
All right,
self
love you,
care
girl.
for sure. Love.
Anything you want to say before you leave? Okay, she's out. We love Michelle. She's awesome. She came up, like I said, she came up during while we were protesting, and she said, I have to come up. I want to see this. I need to feel it. I need to experience it. Like, and I just appreciate her for that.
Did you see
That
Eli's
is awesome.
premiere song?
I caught a little bit of it, but I was in the middle of doing some things, so I'm gonna have to go back. I planned on going back and falling asleep to it because I didn't see anybody like live. Miss
See the
Rummy, are you
car
sleeping?
accident?
No. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think you
it's
can hear me.
pretty funny. Like he is in this sleepy little town, and it was actually a really great one because he's there. He goes to the police station. There's only two police officers on duty, and he's standing on this road, and all of a sudden, right behind him, you hear whap, and a car accident right behind him. I mean, like 10 feet away.
Was he?
And
Oh,
no,
he wasn't hit though, right?
no. He was filming,
Okay.
and right behind him, a guy falls asleep at the wheel. A baby boomer, white gentleman. He falls asleep, crashes into a parked car, and really messes it up. And forget a DUI. Zay brought this up. He said, forget a DUI check or anything like that. They offered to, drive the man home. And the man seemed disgruntled about that. You know, so they
Well,
didn't
I
check
mean,
to see.
first thing that came to my mind was he high. What did he not out?
Yep. And they didn't. So what I saw of it and what I make of it, I could be wrong. You're always a skeptic. I didn't see them check for a DUI. I I did hear, the officer offered to drive him home, park the car, and I will drive you home because I don't think you should be driving. So,
Wow.
I mean, yeah.
Just out of
And,
curiosity, did they have an ambulance come and check the guy out at all? Just out of
um,
curiosity.
I don't know that because I was driving. I wasn't paying
I'm gonna go
attention.
back and
I
watch
just,
it when I end the live.
yeah. I don't
Yeah,
think
I'll go
so,
watch.
though. I'm almost I might be wrong, but I don't think so. But he got, you know,
Crazy.
he got harassed by some of the local citizens. A woman called him, are you a pedophile? You know, I think that's the name of it. Are you a pedo?
Yeah, I seen
Yeah,
that, and because I went before, right before it started, I went in and said, "Hey, fuckers," and all that, and I watched it for a second, but then I was in the middle of doing some stuff, so I had to, jump off.
yeah, you
But
went live
yeah,
right
I'm gonna go
after
watch
it
it.
because I went to you right
Yeah,
after it earlier, and I saw your.
yep,
Yep, I was driving home. It's funny
yep.
though, right? It's funny how you just can't like would those things be known if Eli wasn't filming, like about the guy getting driven, that the officer offering to drive him home.
Well, that's why I always say what Eli does and what auditors do, especially like that videotaping the shit and stuff. Like that stuff's important because one, you have to. A lot of people just in the everyday hustle and bustle of life, I don't think they really think about like their rights and the laws
Hundred
and
percent,
and even just some of the asinine shit that happens out there, right? And then
hundred
people
percent.
try to get away with, right? So whether Eli people like, Eli style or, whatever, anything that really, dude, the education that auditors put out, like that's important. Whether
So
it's
with you, Summer.
whether it's
So with you.
whether it's auditing a police department or not, you know what I mean? Even
Yeah,
just going like in these situations. I mean, okay, so you're gonna tell me that you didn't test this dude, you didn't do anything. This man crashed somebody and fucked up somebody's car,
parked
and you're
car.
like,
Yeah,
oh, okay,
parked
sir,
car.
hey, let's go home and let me take you home. You didn't do a DUI. You didn't see if he was, high on some kind of drugs, because that was my first thing, that because that happens a lot here. There was a time me and Tara, a friend of mine, we were both driving separate cars. We had been out doing some pretty serious like outreach, but like in like some big camps, right? And so we were heading back downtown, and this car in front of us is just going like this. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And so we're getting off Third Street exit, and he's kind of bouncing off the like the walls or whatever. And so by the time you kind of go down and then you kind of go up, and when he like went out of it, I guess, and then he just hit the street pole or whatever. And so we jumped out. I immediately, as soon as I seen him, I was like, "This dude's OD," and I shot him with the thing of Narcan. Got the ambulance there. He ended up going to the ambulance, all that. So when you said that he nodded, like he went to sleep, unless it's some kind of health condition, the first thing I'm thinking of is this dude's probably high on something. Which, even if he was, it is something sometimes you can snap out of and somewhat have it a little bit together. You might be a little lethargic afterwards, but depending on how much the person took and what it was, that was the first thing I thought of. But I'm gonna watch it, so yeah, I see, because I did see the title, so I didn't know where the title came from. Um,
Then there
but
was another guy, some that was a public servant, and I believe he was a public servant because I thought I saw his shirt that said it. But regardless, he did not like that Eli was filming, so he started walking towards Eli. And you know what Eli does, right? If you touch me, I'm going to defend myself. And then what?
right,
It's a threat, and it clearly is not a threat. He's saying, defend myself. So then he kept walking closer, and Eli's so good with, look at this, I'm walking backwards. And he's still coming towards me. Look, everyone, I'm
right,
walking backwards. And the police officer is standing there. Finally, the police officer had to come over and say, yo, you have to stop. It turned out the guy was his cousin, that the guy was his cousin of the police officer that was walking towards him. Like,
oh,
it was just
uh,
yup, and he was just like, the guy's like, "Oh, this is a public space. I'm allowed to walk to you, right?" And Eli says, "Yeah, but this is personal space. You can't touch me. You can't walk into me. You can't." And he just said, "No, this is what you are all about, you guys." And I think
right,
what I hate more than anything is how the police officers can so easily show prejudice by those statements. How many times do you hear, "Oh, you're one of those," you know?
yeah,
And they're implying that every person with a camera bad, or every person with a camera that is doing an audit or an activist, is doing it for a certain reason. Yeah, of course, there's some that get kicks off of making cops look bad. And there are a lot that don't, right? That are not ego
right.
driven. But the cops, I mean, it's crazy. Have you ever heard a cop most of them say the same thing, right? Like, and they say,
Oh
"Oh,
yeah, I mean, I've heard cops all the time, make. I mean, shit, I've heard cops come out right out and be bluntly fucking racist. So,
Yeah.
and biased. So, I mean,
Dude, you know, with the 2A guy, with the armed fisherman, they always walk up to him and say, "I know what you're doing. You want a reaction." And he goes, "Okay, I'm calling you on that. I'm gonna walk away from you. The fact I don't want a reaction, I'm gonna leave. Okay." You're not, I'm not letting you violate my Fourth Amendment. I'm not doing anything wrong. Are you going to leave me alone, or are you going to create the reaction that you want? And he tries to walk
right.
away. What does the cop say? Wait! You can't leave. Like, and
Yeah.
if he wanted a reaction, he'd stay there. I mean, he's trying to say, "I'm leaving." Like, ugh.
Yeah. Well, usually people that, they want to poke a bear for a reason.
Oh yeah.
That's I say sometimes, well, it's just funny because people will poke you now. And then when you get because I believe that's what he's trying to do. That cop was trying to poke the auditor, right?
Oh yeah, they try to, and you know
In
what,
my
Summer,
opinion. And then
and
and then
that, and you
he's
know
the
what,
bad guy when he responds.
and you know
No.
what, Summer, when he's around his town, like where he's from, they know him already. So the fact that they're trying to ID him, they already know who he is. So it's definitely retaliation. He's really good because he even goes on top of it. He knows the laws so well that it's crazy. So if you want to fish, you have to have like a fishing license, right? And FWC is the Fishing Wildlife Commission. So technically, if you're not breaking the law, we all know that they can't ID you, right? Your driver's license. But to go one
Right.
more, no one's allowed to ID your fishing license unless you're an FWC officer. So a cop can't even technically ask him for his FWC license, which is, that's just part of the law. It happens to be that way. And they go crazy, crazy for that.
Yeah. Fernando, I think it was on Eli 2 is what
Yep.
channel it was on. Yeah. I think that's what channel the video we're talking about is on. So go
Oh,
to
one guy
Eli
wrote,
2 and it's his most recent video, I think.
Grace saw it. She says that guy wasn't safe to drive himself home. Yeah. So if he
Yeah,
wasn't
but
safe,
why did he get a public intoxication or driving while drunk
correct.
or
Zay
whatever?
even says it on camera in the background. He says, look at this town, because it's an uppity, you know, those what do they call them, Summer? Like towns inside the townships, villages, like incorporated villages of this,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
it has the same zip code of the town on the other side of the tracks, but all the kids
Right.
go to private school, like
Yeah, the first time I ever experienced we got a phone call. There was a Filipino couple that had moved into it's really nice up the area of Louisville. And
there's Tommy V,
when I was
Summer,
talking,
with the facts.
huh?
Just saying. The Tommy V, I'm just saying with the facts there. He
Oh
wrote in
yeah,
that. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
yeah, no, that highlighted it. I'd put it
Yeah.
on screen.
Okay. Sorry.
Yep, I can always rely on the mods are good. They'll get the job done.
Hell yeah.
But anyway, I had learned there was this little old lady. She was completely. I mean, just you want to talk about racist. Like she put not Nazi signs in their grass. She put the N word spray painted on their driveway, and mind you, they're Filipino. Like, I mean, it was all kinds of shit. The woman ended up going to federal prison. Like, I think she got a couple years in it for the shit. She mailed them bullets and all kinds of shit. It was pretty crazy. I have a bunch of live streams somewhere on my page about it. I know on Facebook anyway. But anyway, the community they lived in was like their own city inside the city. You know what I mean? And I was just like, what is that? And Curtis was like explaining it because he was like, when he was little, his family lived out that way. And yeah, so that was the first I had learned of that. So I just recently, in the last couple of years, learned about that shit because I didn't know that at all.
Yeah. Yep.
What's up? How you doing, Captain?
I'm doing great, Summer. I'm just happy to be here.
Me too. I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy that 4.5 years of complete fucking chaos and unstabilization and just sadness and just so much.
You won. You won.
We won.
Victory.
Breonna Taylor's mom won, and
Yes.
thank you for bringing that story to us.
Great call, man. Well said, Captain.
Well, I appreciate you for saying that, but I promise you, you don't ever have to thank me for bringing that story to you all, because I never wanted to bring that story to you all. It should have never happened.
You're
But
absolutely
one thing
right.
one thing I was never gonna do, and I mean, me being who I am, even if I didn't live there, I would have, been there to support and help any way that I could. But the fact that they came into our neighborhood on a night that is like right now, your night, it's quiet, you can hear the crickets, you know what I mean? People are tucked away in bed. It was quiet. I mean, nothing was happening, and they changed people's lives forever.
Yeah.
No matter how much healing, no matter what, Brianna's never going to come back. Then there's things that it's just never going to be the same. And I just wasn't going to let them get away with that. And I felt like everybody in our city that stood up and did what they did, because it wasn't just me. I'm, again, just a wee bitty part of everything. But we couldn't. And I'm glad that it actually is paying off, because
Yeah, you
I'll tell
followed
you.
through. You followed through.
And Tamika said that tonight. She was, because we were talking about, and this was on the video this was my last video. And I was like, I was at every court date. She's like, yeah, she's been at every, and I mean, I'm not going to miss nothing, no matter what. No matter that I got 6 hours of sleep during the whole trial, like, total. I didn't care. And how I did it, I don't know. I have no idea, but it got fucking done.
You see it too, Summer, because you drive, you were driving to and from. And, I was sitting in on that. Like, I'd sometimes catch it at the same time. I was driving to work or something. And I was just talking to her on the People's Podcast. I'm laying in my bed and she's driving to court. I was like, damn.
You never stopped working.
Never
and you're
stopped.
amazing.
You're
amazing.
Yeah. And I say this all the time about you, Summer. You do the right thing when no one's looking. You know what I mean, cousin? Like, my grandma said that to me. Good people are doing the right thing when nobody sees it, and they don't say anything about it and this and that. Like, she doesn't later on do it for ego or nothing. Like, you're in it for the people, son.
Yeah, I definitely don't do it for ego. I definitely talk about it though, because I need people, because like Tamika said tonight, Rihanna could have been any of us. You know what I mean?
You're a goddess.
No, I'm not. I'm just somebody that, you know what I mean?
Yes,
Instead
you
of
are.
talking about things, I say, hey, how can we help? How can we, as people? And I am going to talk about it. And some people think, oh, you want to show off, dude? Are you fucking kidding me? Who in their right fucking mind would ever want to be in a situation like this has been for the last 4.5 fucking years? You know what I mean? I've had people say that, like, oh, you do this for clout. You do this. Are you fucking
You know what,
kidding me?
Summer? I'll tell you this really quick for you. You don't do it if somebody attacks your caliber. You know what I mean? Your character. If somebody takes a low blow and they'll attack your personality or character, you don't bring that up. Like, well, you know what I do? I do this. So how can that be true? You know what I'm saying? You don't do that. You bring it up and for purpose. You know what I'm saying? That's why.
Yeah, I want to hope that especially when it comes to this case, like, I would hope that some people got educated, some people were aware. This is the kind of, they don't want you to talk about it. And people that have an issue with, anybody that talks about stuff like this, like, that's crazy to me, because this is the shit we should be talking about. This is the shit that we should be bringing to everybody's attention. Nobody was talking about this case. While we were in court, nobody was talking about it. But as soon as that fucking guilty charge went, it went fucking worldwide again. I mean, I didn't
Summer, why do you
like,
think?
I seen you on a billion news places. I didn't know that it was going out like that, because
why do you think, Summer? Why do you think that, like, before, like, the guilty verdict? I know it took a long time, but do you think, like, the area had something to do with it? Like,
well,
Kentucky?
in 2020,
It happens everywhere.
No, I
In
know, but I'm saying
2020,
certain areas get more coverage. That's all I mean.
well, I'm trying to. So, while we were protesting in 2020, they were covering it, right? Like when we were
Mm.
out there, because you couldn't say George Floyd's name without saying Breonna Taylor's name. You know what I mean? Even
Yep.
though Breonna Taylor got, when everything happened with her. Now, Louisville did a really good job of suppressing things, but it literally got out because we were like, somebody, there we go. I'm just gonna mute. You could talk, Captain. You can talk when you're muting. There's just a little feedback coming in, but you're good, sweetie. I just muted you while you're not talking. I mean, then you can unmute when you're talking because there's a little bit of feedback coming in.
I saw
But
it. I'm sorry.
okay. Oh no, you're okay. But please talk. Join in the conversation whenever. But anyway, so it was us as those that started live streaming, and then it was like all of a sudden people started picking it up and hitting it even more, and during all that we had every fucking news. We had people from Brazil, we had news people from fucking everywhere in the city, right? And so then it starts going away. Years start passing. Court dates aren't happening. Then the court dates are happening, but like he's not getting charged, not guilty, mistrial. You know what I mean? So it was like everybody was just honestly thought we were never going to get any justice. It wasn't about the area we were in, because Louisville, Kentucky makes national news all the fucking time. So it's not that, you know what I mean? It was literally the way that the way that the cops and shit, the slander story that they put out, and so many people fucking believed. And like I said, we went to state, not guilty. We went to first federal case, mistrial. So everybody was like, these people. I mean, that's why so many people. I've listened to a couple of the news, like outside of news, people outside of Kentucky, and they're just like, we're completely shocked. They can't believe this happened. But if they were in the federal trial, the one that was a mistrial, they would have totally understood why this happened. The only reason it didn't happen last time is because of one fucking juror. You know what I mean? So when they
Yeah.
gave up and they thought we weren't going to get justice, and we were just a bunch of fools fighting, they were just like, whatever. But as soon as that shit went guilty, oh man, it's fucking everywhere. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like it's everywhere. So
Mm.
it's and I'm glad it is, because I want people to see. I hope this inspires people that listen, and shows people that when you're going against the system, it's not going to be easy, first of all. Second of all, and it's not going to happen overnight. I get that some cases happen that way, but this case obviously did. I mean, we're not even done yet. I asked them while we were down there, like, when are we going to court for the other officers? And then the guy was like, he just looked at me, he's like, Summer, I don't know. He's like, I promise you. He's like, I'm going to be putting another thing in, like, hey, can we get a court date? You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
it's a game, and they play this game because they want you to get tired. They want people to move on. Some people are going to put this behind them, and whether it's witnesses or whatever, because people don't understand. It's hard when it's a local case, right? And
Yeah.
somebody in your family gets shot or whatever. But when you've got it and it's a national fucking case, I remember some of these documentaries would come out that we would do, and I was only in them because the family asked for me to be in them. They would say, hey, they're over here. Can you go over there and do an interview? Okay. So I did it. Anytime the family asks me to do anything, I'm going to do it, because that's what I'm there for. I'm there to support them. So it just, I don't know, dude. In any of these cases, you could just tell how much they just try to drown everything out, and how all the witnesses. I mean, some of the witnesses got intimidated, got harassed. Like I think all of us
And you
did,
know what,
actually.
Summer? They have unlimited resources, right? The machine, the prosecution, that's the government. They have unlimited resources, and the defense doesn't sometimes, right? I mean, most of the time.
Yes,
So they don't have the
yes.
pocket money. Yep. So
Well, and I know,
they
and I
push it
remember what I
back.
was going to say. I remember what I was going to say. Like when those documentaries came out, like what's the difference between just a regular case and then it gets to be a national case? You have people pulling up on you. We had people visiting Louisville from all over the country. They'd see us out and about. Anybody who was in these documentaries just pull up and think they knew you and wanted to talk to you. And then you've got the police that are harassing you, and they drag it out for so long because they want this to happen, because they want you to go away, and they want you to just be like, I'm tired, I'm done. And some of the witnesses have done that. There's been people that were just like, I can't do this. I can't come and testify because I'm just my PTSD every time. I just feel like I'm stuck here. And that's what these machine, as you call them, that's what they want. And they got the money to do that shit. But we fucking
Oh yeah.
put a flat in that machine last night, baby.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, I put that this vinyl on there for Bruno the other night. Uh, I was in a chat with
Oh
Miss
my
Rummy.
God, he would have a stroke.
Yeah, with Miss. So I have like 20 of their vinyls because my uncle was a huge Beach Boys fan. I'm not even a gigantic fan, but he gave me like 20 LPs, and he was bringing up a record, and I told Miss Rummy, I said, Bruno, I'll send you a Beach Boys vinyl if you want. He's right around the block from me, to be honest. They're in like the same county, and I told him, I'm like, I'm not kidding. He's like, yeah, yeah. Everybody says they'll bring, send stuff. I said, I promise you, and I'm not gonna ask for his address on that. But you talk to Bruno like on the sly. Let him know school was serious. He showed me the vinyl for you.
I just took a screenshot. I'm gonna mail it here. Here. There you go. Leave right there.
Yep. You tell Bruno. You tell Bruno it's his. I give it to him. I'll drop it off at the post office, whatever he wants. Meet him somewhere because we live so close.
Yeah.
But we were in one of those back chats. When TPP stops
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
and it like keeps going. Yeah, like
Right.
that's what happened. So it was me, Miss Rummy, Christine, and Bruno. So I got it for him. It's in good condition and he can have it. Even
He'll
if he
be
doesn't have a
ecstatic.
record player, he can put it on the wall. People put it up or whatever he wants. He always wearing the shirts
Yeah.
and stuff.
Oh, I'm sure he'll love that. I'm sure he
Yeah.
will
Tell
be
him
ecstatic about that.
anyways. Yeah, you tell him, give
Matter of
school a
fact,
way
hold
to
on. I'm texting him right now. 1 second. If it
yeah,
kicks me out, I'll be back.
you tell him give school a way to drop it off somewhere, like I said, at the post office or whatever he wants. Or he can meet me. He lives so close. He's always talking about Setauket. That's the town over. So
Athens, can I say something?
sure,
Athens,
sure.
Summer, if you're
Hold on,
if you're
hold
gonna
on,
do,
hold on, hold on, hold on 1 second.
I know,
Do me a
I
favor. Don't
know,
give any more hints of where. Hold on 1 second, cousin. Don't give any more hints of where you guys are because I know Bruno's kind of big on his privacy, and I
Oh
just
yeah,
don't
yeah.
want you to give him a bunch of hints around.
Sure.
So just yeah.
all I
Okay, go
was
ahead,
gonna
cousin.
say,
My bad.
all I was gonna say was, if you can get the Addy for Bruno, give it to me too because I want to send him a Christmas card. Thank you, Summer.
Even if he wants me to drop it off at the post office, whatever he wants, or meet me somewhere public,
Yeah,
whatever he wants. But it's his if he wants it.
yeah.
Whatever he wants makes him feel.
That's what I was saying. We should have like, I think Bruno should have a PO box. That way we
Whatever.
could send him stuff.
I just, we were in the chat and he was like, oh, you're not going to send me. And people say they're going to send stuff. I said, I swear I will. I'll give it to you. Drop it off
Yeah,
somewhere. Bruno's a good guy, man. He's got the biggest heart I know.
I know. I I'm hoping I get to have a pizza and a beer with him on my birthday.
Nice. Yeah,
All
it's
right.
funny. It's funny, cousin. Before I was showing the Vietnam Veterans Park, the monument. I don't know if you were in
Yeah.
here earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was doing a walkthrough of it on Summers just before live of the monument and stuff, and I was showing like where it came from, and I was talking about the road bicycle path. The other day, you have that Nassau County avatar. Somebody showed me the top pay for the cop in Nassau. Could you guess what it was?
Massapequa.
Just the number from one of the officers with overtime.
2, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it was like upwards worth 400 and change.
Wow.
400 and change was the pay. Nassau County Police. Crazy,
I,
right?
I have, Athens, I actually didn't even understand the thing you just talked about.
Oh,
Anyway,
okay.
um, what the hell were you talking about?
I was talking about Nassau County, the police officers there, their pay.
Oh, okay. Their pay.
Yeah, you have your avatar says Nassau County. You know, that's the county next to Suffolk County where I was.
Yeah, yes. My father was a Nassau County Police Department.
Yeah, that's yeah.
He was a cop.
Yeah, whatever. I was just pointing that out the other day. Somebody was showing me that, and I saw your avatar, and it made me think of it. That's all.
Well, my avatar is a state of New York avatar. I am not affiliated. I do not like cops. I think that the cops are doing a bad job,
Yeah, me
and
too.
I
I agree.
appreciate. Yeah, I appreciate everything that these people like Summer
Oh yeah.
and Eli, yeah, Eli, and I appreciate what they do. They bring the police. They expose them.
Yeah, so I wasn't any. It's not even about you, but your avatar, isn't it? It says Nassau County, right? It doesn't say state, right?
No, it's Nassau
Nassau.
County,
Yeah, all right. That's what I thought. All right, cool.
but it has nothing to
Yeah,
do with the police.
I just made me think of Nassau County, Captain. It's nothing against you, bro. You
No,
understand?
no. Okay. All right,
Yeah, there you go.
let's talk about the movie things. I
Okay,
wanted to ask if you have. This is the last movie that I have ever been able to see before I actually lost my vision. I'd like to know if you have seen it.
sure. Which one?
It's called Jerusalem,
No.
spelt with a Z in the middle. It
Wow.
was done by the Pez brothers.
Never saw it.
Oh my gosh.
It's really good, huh?
It was shot through the the if you ever had Google glasses, it was
Hmm.
shot through Google glasses.
Oh wow.
Look it up,
I will.
Athens.
Check it. Cool, man.
Jer-
Thank you.
Jerusalem spelled with a Z in the middle without an
Cool.
S.
Yeah, I'll definitely look it up. Thanks.
Yeah, 1980, no, 2016, I think.
Cool.
That was the last time I was able to see a movie.
Cool, man.
But now I have my eyes fixed and I'm doing okay and I'm hanging out with you guys.
Oh man, I want to do that. I want to get the LASIK for my eyes, man.
Hey, bro, do it as soon as you can.
Yeah.
I went to a place called St. Luke's down here in Florida. I got to meet a doctor by the name of Dr. Whipflay. Best thing you could ever do.
Definitely. Cool.
Especially when you get as old as dust.
Yeah, no, definitely.
You know, yeah, like I am as old as dust, Athens.
Yeah, you're old as hell, brother.
Hey, thanks, Summer. I don't want to take up your time.
You're fine.
I'll tell you though, I said this a couple times, Summer, but you really turned me on to a lot of things that I didn't know were happening. And you know, you don't remember this conversation, but you know, I'm up on my history, and I always kind of use history to you know, speak about things that are happening today. But one day, I mean, I don't know if you remember the conversation, but way back, like with Gina, And you guys kind of gave me. I came in. It was very early when I came in. You know, you did your thing with me. You know, make sure that I came correct. In other
You're
words,
cutting out.
and basically,
You're
you
cutting
know,
out.
that's good. You know, oh, I'm saying it was early when I came in, but you did your thing, you and Gina, to me, made sure I was coming correct, you know, like, and you said, like, you know, it's great all this, but do you know some of the things that are going on today, you know? And I had to be honest, like, I didn't. And you really, like, my Google search, things that I'm paying attention to as far as trafficking, it's really, I'm not naive. I don't consider myself a naive person, but I am humble, and I'll admit, like, when I was wrong, and I did not realize the extent of certain things, and that's I know now because of you.
Well, that makes me happy that sometimes, I get to bring some things to people's attention, and it's just, I don't know, I think we all have the things that are important to us, and there's things like history and stuff. You seem to like history a lot, and I've learned a lot from you, from different things that you've talked about, and I think that's what's cool. Like, yeah, we could be petty and we have our moments, and God knows I've snatched plenty of souls, but I also appreciate when we can have conversations and we can, what I'm saying, learn from each other, because there is a lot of shit that I think all of us bring to the table. And sometimes if we can just humble ourselves and listen, I think we all can learn something. I appreciate learning the shit I learned from you. Like, I think it's cool, like the different monuments and stuff you're starting to go to. I'm definitely interested in that. I love shit like that.
Oh yeah,
I like
yeah.
old
You
stuff,
know,
like
I've been
even the antique road shows and shit like that. I watch shit like that too. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
all this different cool history stuff is it's cool.
hell yeah. And you know, I'll tell you, I've been filming for a long time, right? And it's been for personal. I do a lot of short films and stuff like that, and even one scenes for certain things, back dubbed with music or voiceovers and stuff. Um, I was talking to Christine, and she was like, why don't you put a page up or this and that? And I don't have ambition like to do that, where I want to be that extent of it. But like, I feel like she's pushed me to do even more lately, and the channel has too, because people seem to like it. I went to that.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm going to the cemetery. Remember the one that I told you about Hitler's, or no?
Mhm.
You remember
Yeah,
that?
I remember.
Yeah, Hitler's nephew. His nephew is buried in the cemetery that's 2 miles away from me, and
Mhm.
yeah, I want to go over there and show it. And Hitler's nephew was actually he's the one that ran from Germany, so it's actually good to highlight him. He fought for America in World War II. He ran out of Germany. He was Hitler's favorite nephew too, and he jetted out of Germany, joined the Navy, and fought against Germany in World War II.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's like people before they hear that, they're like, wait, what do you know what I mean? Think that he's
Right.
like yeah, he's
Yeah.
not like a not he's not a Nazi sympathizer by any means, like by any means.
Well, every family has their quote unquote black sheep that goes, against the grain. So shout
Oh
out to
yeah,
the people that go against the grain, even if it's family.
hell yeah, hell yeah. Well, listen, Summer, I just want to. I don't know if Miss Romy fell asleep. I think she fell asleep, right?
Yeah, I think she did. Think I'm gonna wrap it up
Yep, that's what I was
myself.
just gonna say. I appreciate so much everything you do.
Hey, I appreciate you guys just supporting and encouraging and just hanging out. I mean, it's cool. I like us having, it's cool. I appreciate you coming
Hell
out
yeah,
tonight.
hell yeah. Oh, you have a great night, Barbara. Hell yes, I agree. And thank you, everybody.
most
Seriously,
most
I meant
definitely.
like the people that you did. Thank you for what you did. I'm sure you got the people in the chat that were with you and doing what you did for Breonna Taylor as well. So thank you to all you guys.
Yeah, I mean, this is any person that's even, this is my thing. Anybody that's had a conversation, even if you didn't know about it and you've looked into it and you've learned about it, and what I mean, it's all those people made a difference.
It's a great
And that's
point.
why even tonight when we were down at Six and Jefferson, me and Tamika was sitting there talking. I said, and we, we was hanging out bullshitting for a while. And then finally I was like, all right, I'm going to go live for a little bit. I said, because, we had a lot of support from the internet. A lot of people, they prayed for us. They encouraged us. I mean, some people donated or whatever, but just even the people that just showed up in our lives to hang out and understand, and then carried the conversation somewhere else. Every single one of those people had something with this verdict
That's a
yesterday.
great point,
So,
Summer. And that's one of the reasons why I say all the time about you and doing it not for ego, because you're pointing that shit out. That's like the ripple effect, that you're
right,
sending positive outways, and by you letting someone know, I've sure as hell told people. And when I tell people, I try to always say, like, hey, I didn't know about this shit for 5 years. I just learned about this, you know, recently
right,
from my girl Summer online, check out her channel. Like, but you're so right.
right.
You're so right. Good
Yeah,
point.
because any of us, and that's the thing people have to understand. There's no way, and you named it, you said it earlier. The system, like the machine. There's no way that one person can fight this by themselves. It takes a collective. It takes everybody. It takes protesters. It takes people that are going to change laws. It's people that can be loud and get people's attention, keep the story going. Because again, before 2 weeks ago, well, nobody really talking about this case again. You know what I mean? And then, you all seen it play out. You guys watched me go to court. You all, all that. We all see nobody really picking the story up. But hey, guess what? They picked that motherfucker up when we showed them how to do the work.
And that's
So,
true.
you
I
know,
want to give a
and it
shout
was a
out.
collective.
Go ahead, Sam.
No, I was just saying it's a collective for all of us. So just shout
Yeah,
out to
straight up.
anybody that, has that.
I want it. That I'm glad you just highlighted that. You're right. Your mods are on point because me with history, I love it, but I always try to be humble. I'm gonna check out William Franklin and do some research on him tomorrow about him being on opposite sides of his father. That's interesting. That's really interesting. So thanks.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Let us definitely come back and let us know what you found out. That'd be cool to hear about.
I
Again,
don't know
we
how
all
much.
teach each other, man.
Yeah, yeah. And that's what I try to use debates as, because I have a separate debate forum that we use to debate on. We do it on Twitch, and we don't do it as like the winner of the argument is the winner. We try to push that the winner of the argument is the loser. And I know this sounds like, real like goody two shoes, but if the loser of the argument admits that he was wrong and he didn't know, you
Right.
know, he's actually learning
Yep.
something, right? So we
Yep.
try to use it as an educational forum. So when I do love debates, I will always admit, because you know what I hate? If somebody has this thing that they're known for, like me with history, Tally just put that up there. There's people like, oh yeah, I knew that. And there's no way to prove that I did or not. And I could just do a quick Google search right now and then say, oh yeah, good point, Tally, I knew that, did you know this? And then read off of Google, and it feeds an ego. It does nothing, right? Like, or if somebody gives me something about movies, right? Like somebody gives
Right.
me, oh yeah, I saw that movie, and you know what I mean? It's okay that you don't know everything, right? Like nobody knows everything about everything. Like even if you're known for knowing a certain area and somebody who's not tells you something about something, like you gotta be humble. You gotta give thanks. You gotta, admit to yourself, because you're just lying to yourself, right?
I agree 100%. And that's why I said, that's why, like, again, we can all be petty and silly and argue and, whatever. But I really do like when we all have something really amazing to bring to the table, and it doesn't have to be that's another thing I tell people, like, you don't have to do what I do. You know what I mean? I don't have to do what you do, because what you bring to the table, like the knowledge and the history that I learned from you, you know what I mean, is pretty cool. And you do, like, with you going to these graveyards and then looking into it and these different, whatever, all the different things you do
Yeah.
are going to be doing, whatever, I think is cool, and I'm going to learn for that. I want to be interested in that shit, because again, a lot of this stuff is a part of our history. We don't know our history, we can't change our future, and then there's things that you're going to learn from me and the chat and all that. So I'm all
I'll
about
tell
that.
you
We don't have
something
to do the
personal.
same thing, we don't have to agree all the time, but we all got things we can bring to the table. Go ahead.
I'll tell you something personal, Summer, about myself that I've learned from you about myself, which is pretty interesting, right? You've taught me this about myself. You brought up something the first couple times you posed a question to me about myself. One of the first couple times I came here, well, to the other one, whatever, and to
Right.
TPP. And it was, I voted Republican and Democrat in past elections, but I voted mostly Republican over the years, but both ways, right? And
Right.
I told you and Gina about how my mother is a staunch Democrat, and you guys proposed a question to me. Do you think it's possible that you voted Republican to almost like shove it in your mother's face, not so much that you believe it. And my initial response, like I felt victim. Wait, you don't know me at all. How can I? And you're just posing a question. You weren't making an assumption. You were just asking a question, and that's my go-to. I always say, I'm just asking you a question. I'm not assuming. Why do you bring it upon you, right? Like,
Right.
so yeah, so I think you're right. I've never, this was months and months and months ago, and I've never told you about this, but I thought about that a lot. And I think you were right. Like, I think early on, I was more prone to do that just because of like
Uh-huh.
my mother saying Democrat is good, Republican's bad, like when I was a kid, like.
Right.
So I just wanted to say that. I just wanted to say, you talk about learning shit from other people. I learned some stuff about myself, I think. And that's it. That was it.
I actually remember that
Do
conversation,
you really?
and I wasn't. I genuinely, yeah, I do, and it's weird how some things I'll remember, some things I won't. But I genuinely wasn't being an asshole. Like I really was like, because I mean, I'm a mom, right? And I mean, I've got a lot of kids, and I'm around a lot of youth and young adults, and so, and I've done it myself. So when you were kind of telling me, and I was just like, really? Because then getting to know you and some of your points of view, and by the way,
Yeah.
I'll vote. I don't vote
Yeah.
party. I vote people, right? So
Yeah.
depending on the person, Republican or
Yeah.
not, Democrat or not, I'm gonna vote that way, and I'm very open about that. But when I was listening to you talk, I was just like, well, I mean, I can see maybe where some of your things might be leaning Republican, but for the most part, you don't really sound like a Republican.
Yeah.
So I was like, hmm. And then just listening to, some of the stuff you said about mom and wasn't taking a dig at her at all. I don't know. I was just like,
No, yeah.
I
I mean,
think
you've heard
you
me say my
might
mother's
have done
my
that shit
idol
out of spite.
multiple times,
Yeah.
right? Yep. That's all I
Yes.
wanted to say.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can still spite your parents even if they're your idol. You know what I
Oh,
mean? I think
yeah.
that's a
Everyone.
natural thing we
Oh,
do as children, growing up. It's a
totally.
process.
Totally.
So,
Totally. Oh, man. It's so
but
funny, though, that you remember that. Like, yeah, you and Gina gave it to me, man. You guys gave it to me. I was like, damn.
well, and this is what people have to understand. First of all, I think it's sometimes, and I'll say this even for myself. Now, sometimes I'll give somebody, kind of poke the bear a little bit just to kind of see
Yeah.
kind of what direction you're going to go into because I
Yeah.
want to see if you're going to completely lose your shit or you're going to be
Hell
a
yeah.
fucking psychotic, whatever. And then sometimes it's also like test, like we're a rough crowd, regardless. Not just me and
Hell
Gina.
yeah.
Like we could be a rough crowd at times, and we could be a little. You better have thick skin, right? So we need to
Right.
make sure that whoever you are that's going to be a regular on the panel, it's like, okay, are you going to be able to
Yeah.
deal with all this, or not even just us, or because other people are going to come and give you shit? Are you going to be able to deal with them? And I think when people get to know each other, if they can not take shit personal, everybody gets over that stage. And it's like,
Yes.
okay, well, it's just kind of like, welcome to the family, motherfucker. Here you are. You know what I
Hell
mean?
yeah.
And we've all been through it. I mean, I went through it. Everybody went through catching shit. So,
Hell yes.
I think
You, you
when
know,
you get
you
through that, you
you make
create
a
a pretty
great
cool
point.
bond.
No, you make a great point, and it's so funny because that's the key, and everyone can be guilty of it, taking shit personal. Like Captain, before I was just bringing up Nassau County, and I felt like you thought I was, hitting you because you thinking you support the cops, and that was the last thing in my mind. I was like, no, no, no. I seen it says Nassau County, and I felt bad. I was like, damn, I wasn't trying to do that to you, Cap. And I
Yeah. And
think
then I
I
think
go ahead.
I was gonna say, and I agree with Captain. When you fight, when you have a fight, and then you make up, you become better friends, and you realize the boundaries that
Yes.
you could cross, you cannot cross. The world becomes a better place. I agree
And
with
I
that. I
was
think
taking it
sometimes you do
personal.
have to push a couple buttons, and I'm really kind of known for that a little bit sometimes, and not, and I won't do it right away. If I see somebody that thinks they can push a little bit of buttons, I'm like, okay, well, now you've opened the floodgate, so now I'm going to push buttons back, because I want to see what kind of person you're going to be, because when
Do you
people
know
get
the
pissed off,
best
that's
people?
when they show who they are.
Do you know the best people that are known for exactly what you're speaking about? The job that you're speaking about? Interviewers. Like Howard Stern is known as a great interviewer of people because he does that, right? Like he doesn't do it at first and then he gradually comes in and he pushes certain buttons and he sees how somebody reacts. And like you're really good like at that. It's almost like you're like the gatekeeper for like TPP, you know? It's like yeah.
No,
You know what I
no, no,
mean
no,
though?
no, no,
Like
no.
you know what I'm
No,
saying, though.
because no, but I'm not though, because it's an open panel. I'm a strong personality, and
Sure,
I
sure.
never go after anybody before they go after me. But yeah, I'm gonna,
No,
hey,
totally.
who are you? Make sure you're not gonna hurt the channel. I don't want nobody to hurt the channel because I like the panel. I like when we all get together, even as crazy as we get sometimes. I really do like the panel for TPP. I've learned a lot and I've grown as
Straight
a
up.
person, and I've gotten some crazy ass fucking arguments. But we've also shit, look at me and Bruno. Like, we've been through some shit together, but that's my brother. You know what I mean? Like, I love Bruno to death. I've really gotten to know Bruno. And not to say we won't ever have arguments, but you know what I mean? Like, it's just different,
I feel
Like,
so bad keeping you on. I wanted to tell you one more thing. So the other day we
no,
were
you're good.
speaking. We were speaking. I'll go try to go fast. We were speaking on TPP, and someone was saying to someone else, hey, you don't know, about this person and what happened before." And they were speaking about somebody in particular, and pots and pans banging. So, anyways, I thought in my head, and I said, it is a good point in certain circumstances. If somebody is trying to interject into a situation and they don't know all the facts and what happened before. So, you know what I started doing? Like, when I come home from work or whatever, and I get an hour here and there, I usually like try to throw on a movie or something. I started throwing on old TPPs for an
Yeah,
hour, because they're on for
there you
like,
go.
so I happened to listen to the one of her first appearance, and
Right.
it was definitely eye opening. You were on it,
Well,
and what do you think you did?
I don't
You
know.
100% tried to come to her aid, meaning like I have things that
Oh,
can
yeah.
help
Yeah.
you. We
Well, and
have
that's
things.
what yeah, we did try to tell people that, like, it's not always there's and I don't even, and I don't want to
Nope,
really
we don't
make it
have
about
to. That's
one
why I wasn't getting
situation,
specific.
right? But I will say that there is a history, and there is a lot of things that have happened, and
Yep.
there are people that, some of the same people that, yes, at one point in time I did genuinely want to try to help. You know what I mean? Like, I
Yep.
genuinely, and so did Gina. Like,
Yep.
we genuinely did
Yep.
everything we could in our possibility to help. And sometimes that turnarounds and backfires. And
Yep.
sometimes the same people that you try to help, and I don't help anybody because I think they owe me or I want them to treat me any different
That's
or
right.
whatever. I want you to do whatever you're going to do. You know what I mean? But when you see two people going at it all the time, like, the only thing I'm saying is, like, maybe it ain't always been that way. You know what I mean? And there is shit
Yes.
that happens, because we do spend a lot of, and that, like I said, as
Because that's what
dysfunctional as we can
happened.
be together, as dysfunctional as we can be at times, I really appreciate the platform that Eli has given us.
I
You know what I
agree.
mean? Like,
I agree.
I have grown bonds with all kinds of people. You know what I mean? And yeah, we're going through a rough spot right now, but I do believe that in the bigger picture of things will work itself out. Um,
Because that's what
and
happened,
you just
Summer.
have, yeah, it does. People go
Somebody
through
came
shit.
on, some asshole came on and was like, "Yo, why are you so being mean to her? You're supposed to that girl's supposed to help out people. Supposedly, it was just some like one offer that came on and said like, oh, they say that she's helps people, but it just seems like she's berating this woman." And I said, little do you know, in my head, a little does this person know that you tried to, like you tried to help. Like they don't know
Well,
what
and
they're
that's
talking
the
about.
thing, when you said one thing that make, anybody that wants to know the anything about, even Eli's stuff. Like, right, there's a lot of people that'll follow him but don't even really understand his backstories. Go all the way back, because that's what I was told. Go all the way back and start watching the videos. Yes, there's a lot of videos, but you'll get a better understanding. You'll get a better understanding how the channel came about. You'll get a better understanding of all the people that come up,
How
you know what
he
I mean,
grew
and
as
then
an
all the new
auditor, as an
people and
activist. Yeah.
the people that have made it, the people that don't come around anymore, the people that we've completely roasted, as a group, you know what I mean? Because there's trolls that come in there too. Like, so there's been a lot of different things that's happened, you know what I mean? And we're gonna go through rough times, and we're gonna go through whatever. Especially, we spend a lot of time together, you know what I mean? So it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But I think, I just think that if people want to understand things and you want to get a better idea, and then some people are just going to troll, and you have to understand that too,
Oh
Scholar. You know
yeah.
what I
Oh
mean?
yeah.
People
And
are
there's
going
different
to
types of
say
trolling,
whatever.
I believe.
Right.
You know.
So,
There's,
it
yeah.
is what it is. But like I
You know.
said, I truly appreciate TVP, and I think what
Hell
Eli's
yeah.
done and created, and for the most part, has allowed us to kind of try to figure shit out. And hey, we're going through, we go through our little rough spots, but I think we also learn a lot in those rough spots. You know
I
what I
think
mean? So
I
I don't
do.
know.
I think it's important to know who you're following, know who you're supporting,
Yeah,
because
and
yeah,
not
because
just with the chapter you walked in on them on.
yes, because I am a supporter of LIA, and I went to his big protest for the Nassau County, uh, the police chief, and the check this out, Summer. The protest was
Who's
from
that? I'm
2 to.
not sure.
He's a
Who is
big
that? Who are
auditor.
you?
LIA. He's a big auditor, and where I'm from, in Long Island. He's a big
Oh,
auditor
okay.
from the LIA. His name's Long Island Audit. But this is the thing.
Oh, I've heard the name, but I don't know who he is.
Yeah, he's
But I
close
know his
to a
name.
million. He's close to a million subscribers. He's got 900,000. So
Okay.
I
Yeah, I
I
only
went.
follow a couple of people like Eli
Yep,
Brooklyn.
yep,
That's, just a
yeah.
couple. Wait,
Eli
go ahead.
had
My
him
bad.
on the podcast. Eli had him on the podcast early. Yeah, Eli
Right. Yeah,
highlighted him.
I do. Yeah, I do know, and that's why I said I know the name, and the what I know of him is from what I've learned around there. You
Sure.
know what I mean? But
So
like, I haven't really went.
I wanted to tell you
Anyway, go. Yeah,
this.
go ahead.
I wanted to uh, tell you this. When I went there, I said I went uh, to the protest, and people automatically think, "Oh, you're there waving signs around, screaming and yelling." The protest was from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., and I got there at 5:30. And people say,
To
5:30, why? And I said, because I wanted FaceTime with him, not on camera. I wanted to have at least a 5-minute conversation with this guy to see what type of person he really is before I decide to actually follow him, to see if he's full of ego, stuff like that, and that's
right.
I'm not even speaking about him in general. I just use that as an example. I think that's important for someone because I think that not only is it important to have good leaders, but it's important to have good followers, because if you're following for the wrong reason, it's it's just a recipe for chaos. I mean, I
Yeah, I
think.
mean, yeah, and everybody. I mean, and two, like one thing people have to understand, and this is what I'm gonna say about people that open themselves and have platforms and different things, do whatever they do. It's hard doing this, right? Like people
Sure.
don't realize that sometimes. I think a lot of people have expectations and what way they think people should do things and see
Oh
things and
God.
hear, blah blah blah. Um, when you're a live streamer or you decide to do panels or you're, even say maybe auditing or whatever it is you're doing, right? There's always going to be those people that think that, you should do it this way, you should do it that way, and you should, just whatever. And it's the internet. And one thing I have learned, especially over these last 4.5 years, is one, everything you have to pick and choose your battles about it. And you got to take everything with a grain of salt, because when you think about, if you had people criticizing every single thing you ever did. You know what I mean? Like in
Yeah.
every move you make, and every and then to the secondly, I mean, I've had people literally know the count of cigarettes I smoke on one show. You know what I mean? Like what type of I switch up bottles of the brand of water that I take, and it's like,
Oh
well, why
my
are you
God.
drinking this brand? For a week and a half, you drunk this brand, and it's just like, what are you? So there's a lot that comes with all this. So And once people start opening, I mean, these panels kind of do open people that maybe don't have shows on their own a little bit, but you open your own channel up, and I don't know, you might
Yo, it's
see
called
you might see things a little
it's
differently.
called armchair quarterbacking. Summer, have you ever heard that term?
Yeah, I think I have actually.
So that's when people say, you would have, if I was there, I would have done this. You should have done
Right.
that. You could have done this.
Yeah.
And I always try to reply to those people like, oh, what is your channel name? Can I watch your audits? Can I watch you do what you do? Because it's so easy to say what you would have
Yeah.
done and what they should have done. And it's so funny what you just said about the water bottle thing, because I never thought about that. Sorry,
Oh
Barbara.
yeah.
I'm
I
on
don't
the
know.
sorry, Barbara, I'm on the
Katrina's
StreamYard
still here.
app. So
I know.
I can't write back in the chat. They still don't let you do that. That's sorry, son.
I can see Katrina's still here, I think. You can ask her. One night we were literally, and I swear somebody, I mean, I changed my water brand, and they told me every time I did it. They told me exactly how many cigarettes I smoked during a show. Like, what I mean, just, yeah, sometimes it gets a little, it's a little crazy.
That's
What were you going to say,
crazy.
cousin?
That's
I was
nuts.
just gonna,
I never
I
even
was
thought
just
of it.
gonna, it doesn't matter what I was gonna say. Thank you.
What were
No,
you
go
gonna
ahead.
say, Cap?
No, go ahead. Hold on. Hold on. Go ahead, Captain. What were you going to say?
Yeah, what were you gonna say?
I think that you're absolutely right. Everything that you do gets criticized, and it's not
Yeah,
fair. But who gives a
it is what
crap,
it is.
right? It,
That was my point, and I have learned over the last 4.5 years. Because I'll tell you what, at first I thought I had to answer every fucking, whatever. I had to jump at every bone. I had to, all that shit, right? And I have learned that, you know what, one thing that I do appreciate from this person that I refer as Psycho, taught me a lot. Taught me a lot, and it taught me, and that whole situation just taught me that I do not have to bark. I do not have to jump at every barking fucking dog. You know what I mean? And
Hell
and
yeah.
I don't have to take every single thing on the internet. Fuck what everybody thinks. Like at this point. So now I just don't give a fuck, and I'm gonna talk my shit, and I'm gonna do what I do. And
Hell
if a
yeah.
motherfucker wants to
You
pull up, they can pull up because they can't beat me up. So I don't give a fuck.
Captain, I was speaking to Gina about this the other day. Like, I believe like you can learn the most from
Love you,
someone who
Shelly.
has experienced something,
Sorry.
right? So someone teaches me shit about that she's experienced, and I think that you can go to all the college you want and learn from a professor who didn't experience it, and he's preaching from textbooks who were written by people that didn't experience shit. But if you speak to someone who's experienced it, you'll always learn the most, and you'll never understand it as much as that person, no matter how much you learn from them, but you'll learn the most from someone who's experienced it, right? Would you agree?
yes, sir.
Yeah, and so
Hey,
I think,
Captain Fernando. Hold on one second. Captain
yeah,
Fernando said, "Captain's looking sharp tonight."
yeah, hell yeah, you're a handsome motherfucker.
Did you just get a
I
haircut, Captain?
yes, Summer. It cost me 40
It looks
bucks. Can
good.
you imagine? It
Oh, it
costs
looks good.
$40 to get a. It costs 40 bucks to get to look this good.
Damn.
Yeah, I could pay up to $200 to get my hair done. So you're doing good with 40 bucks, bud. It looks good.
Uh,
Yeah, imagine
it,
being a girl, right? With all that, like,
Yeah,
like,
I did my own hair this time, but yeah, it can get expensive.
hell
yeah.
yeah. So, what I was telling you about experience, I feel like, so if
Thank you
you,
to the crew.
all these people that are armchair quarterback and activists and auditors, when they do something and they say, oh, you should have done that. I wanted to experiencing auditing, not to put it on. Oh, he's gone. Hopefully, there he is. Um,
I got him. That was me.
oh, I wanted to experience it a little bit, not to have a platform but I wanted to try it. So I went twice and tried to film the police while they were, in the course of their duty. And I can be articulate, but when your heart starts racing and you get put in the situation like someone was saying before when the guy broke down on the stand, because it ain't easy to testify. People will say, "Oh, could you believe this person or what they said and what that?" Like they can't even take a second and
It's a lot.
imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy, and
Yeah.
I tried to do it, Captain, just to experience it, and I got bitch slapped by the freaking cops. I looked like an idiot because I couldn't put
But
two words together.
but you know what though, and not to like interrupt you or whatever, but
No, yeah,
that's this okay, so honestly, that's why I always say everybody doesn't have to do everything everybody does. So I'll
sure,
like in my community, there'll be people that'll come up and be like, "Oh, Summer, I'd love to help. You do some of the stuff, but I could never do some of the stuff you do." And people don't understand. Like they're for one, okay, for somebody to do stuff, and especially if they're gonna get on a bigger scale of doing stuff, and like you got a lot of shit going on. One person cannot make everything happen. There,
yep,
you need somebody that is like when I do outreach. We have people that make the lunches. We have people that pick up the donations. We have people that get the water. You know what I mean? Then we have another group of people that bring all that stuff to us, and then we take it out to people. And by the time the people get it, it's done went through 15 hands of different types of situations. You know what I mean? So
oh
like
yeah, yep,
we all need, like even in the auditing community, right? Like, okay, so there's Eli. And I'm not speaking for Eli by any way,
sure,
shape, or
sure,
form. I am using him as an example because, well, he's my favorite auditor. But so there's Eli, right? So Eli, I'm sure, would in somebody's position like him, if he had people that were helping him do research, if he was having people helping him do FOIA requests, people that were helping him do emails, helping him run, edit the show, run TPP, just whatever. He has people that helps him, and that makes him more of an effective person. Yes, he's still the leader. Yes, he's still, the person. But like, okay, when somebody takes these little certain things off of your hand, then it just makes you more effective. Same thing with me. When I have people that can help me, and I have assistants that have an assistant, so they'll return calls for me. They'll answer emails. I'm not good at that kind of shit. They'll come up
sure,
with different grants or different whatever. Or I might need somebody to, when I was running the shelter, I might need somebody to come over and go through donations and separate them, or whatever. Anytime there's anything successful, it is never done by one
you're right,
person.
you're
And
right.
everybody has talents. Like maybe you're not meant to go and be an auditor to
Yep,
the police, but dude, you got a lot of fucking knowledge and history and shit. And
oh
that
yeah.
is important. And you're good with computers. That's something else I've learned about you. So that's fucking useful. You know what I mean?
Well,
So everybody has
some
something that they can do.
remember this though, and Gina got this confused too. I'm good with certain things on the computer, but the inside and stuff. Remember, that's my pops. He does the IT. I'm the sales permit. But
Well,
I'm
right,
okay.
but
I'm
you would
decent.
know
I'm
the gist
decent.
of it. Right.
Yeah, decent. But I just
You
want you
know
to know
more
a
than
little
I do.
more. I want you to know a little more
Right.
about myself. That's all. Just so you remember that.
And you're a
But
good resource. You're a good resource because if the guts run out and we need to fix something, and there you could be
yeah,
like,
yeah.
"Hey, Dad, what was this
W-
again?" You know what I mean?
One
So
thing I'm
again,
great
you're
at is
connected to the olive
researching.
tree.
One thing I'm great
Right.
at is researching. I'm great at that, researching. And not only do I think I'm good
And
at it, but I enjoy it. I love to do it. So it passes the
right.
time.
Well,
I'm going to try to do the FOIAs into the tail. I'm really going to try. I'm going to definitely, like you said, to try FOIAing the Breonna Taylor stuff, the case.
yeah, and like I said, he hasn't been since it just, so I don't know exactly. And give my brain a couple days of
Sure, sure.
relaxing,
I
and
feel so
just by
bad
nature,
keeping you up right now.
No, no, you're good. I mean, I'm not really tired. I honestly thought y'all were getting sleepy, so I was just like, okay, I'll kind of wrap it up. But no,
I
you're
was,
good.
but then that handsome
Um,
dude came back up on the screen, and I got a second wind. This handsome guy popped back up, and I don't know, I'm not tired anymore.
Come on,
but
bro.
yeah,
But Summer, the big thing is I knew that I wasn't like really meant for auditing, but I wanted to experience it just so it helps me know like what these guys, go through because it's hard and people don't realize it. They don't.
hmm
They don't realize it. And like even Barbara wrote down there oh, film from the sidewalk. That's almost even armchair quarterback. And I know you'll respect me for saying that, Barbara, because we respect each other going back and forth the right way. It, I was on the sidewalk, and the cop came up to me and started speaking to me, and I couldn't. I lost. I started stuttering, and I couldn't hold my own. Like Eli, right? He's one of my favorite because he keeps his shit together, man. Like articulates, doesn't stutter, like, and he's got knowledge. Did you see that woman the other
Right.
day? Did you see that woman the other day that gave him the fingers? Did you see that premiere that woman gave him
I
the?
have to. So I have to get caught up on his some of the videos, which I plan on doing this week. Obviously, I've been kind of busy the last couple weeks, so I haven't caught a lot of anything. To be honest with you, I've caught some
Well,
things here and there,
my point was,
and if
Summer.
if I did catch it, I'll probably have to rewatch it because my brain's
Yeah,
just complete right now.
and my point is, she was looking, she was feeling some kind of way. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. And he
That
then
what you
dropped.
talking about the one that was yelling in his face with the brown hair?
She might have had brown hair, but she gave him two middle fingers up to close to the screen,
Yeah,
and then
actually, I did see that one.
yup, and then he dropped some knowledge on her, articulating the reasons
Yep,
why he's there, and he sounded smart because he is. And all of a sudden, the woman changed her tune, and Eli said, "Hey, it's too late. It might have been nice if you didn't assume and have bias and start that way because
yep,
you look at me a certain way. But sorry, I give people the respect that they show me. Would you like to start
that's
over?"
right.
And then that made her feel even more some kind of way, when he's giving her the chance. It's just it's funny, but he is damn good at what he does. And there's a lot of people that have certain preferences and perspectives on how audit should be. And they say, oh, well, he films in front of storefronts, this and that. Stop it, man, just stop it. He
Well,
never goes.
I think that is a perfect way, honestly, to educate. You know what I mean?
Me too.
Um, because yeah, you can, and he does. You know what I mean? And he has,
Yeah.
and he will continue audit police and all that kind of shit, right? But when you get it out into the public too, like I mean, yeah, like why are you tripping? There's cameras everywhere,
Oh
and you
God,
know what I mean? Like what's the issue?
how
So
long does he stay
and then
there?
it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to truly like educate people, like because these people don't understand that. Yeah, you can film here, like you know what I mean. He's
That's
not.
right, that's
It's
a law.
obviously cop after cop after cop after cop tells these people in all these different scenarios that like, yeah, no, he's good. Get over
Yep.
it.
And in the early stages, how many cops, no matter what, they say, yeah, but if you go back in there, and like it's like, hey, you keep going over the fact that I was never in there. I tell you I was never in
Right.
there. They say I was on their property, and you just are assuming not only was I on their property, but that I was in the store. You know, well, you
Right.
trespassed. You're like,
Yeah.
I'm on a public property when you pulled up. Like it's God, it's mind
And
blowing.
because when you well, I mean, and this goes for anything, right? For people that educate and people that are showing what's going on. People don't like that. People don't like the work that I do. I mean, yeah, there's people that like the work that I do, but they don't like the work that I do. They don't. There's people that and these like especially some of these some of these cops. I know when I come around, their assholes tighten up. You know what I mean? I know it. I can see it in their fucking face, and I hope it does happen every fucking time. I don't give
Yeah.
a fuck. Even today, when I like today, okay. I don't know if you heard this earlier, but I go in the grocery store. I mean, I'm sorry, the gas station. Two different times. The first time I went in, I was just getting some cigarettes and stuff, and I think I got some gas. And now that I think about it, did I put my fucking gas? I can't even remember. Oh yeah, I did. Okay. I was like, hold on. Anyway, and I was talking to the cashier, I was telling her about the case because every day I would check in, she would check in with me. And I was like, yeah, we got a guilty verdict, blah, blah, blah. And, I was happy. And I mean, I've just been on cloud nine, right, all day. Well, this guy standing next to me that's wearing this back to blue shirt and shit, he's like, he ain't going to do a day in fucking jail. You fucking assholes. He's going to appeal that shit. You look like a fucking idiot. Whatever. So then he leaves. Then I come back later because I forgot I needed to get something else, and I stop, and the girl, she's on her break, and she pulls me to the side and she's asking me questions. I'm talking to her about stuff. And the guy behind me starts yelling at me, tells me I need to go move back in the projects. Then the this chick down the on the by one of the automatic things, she starts yelling and cussing at me. So then, we kind of get into it a little bit.
Damn.
And I'm just like, you motherfuckers are so bothered because I'm sitting here having a conversation about this dirty ass cop that got fucking guilty. Suck my dick.
Unbelievable.
Like, and then I
Unbelievable.
walked out to the car, and then she came out into the parking lot, and she saw my daughter sitting there. She's like, "What the fuck is wrong with this bitch?" And I was just standing there, and I'm laughing at her, and we pass a couple words back and forth. And next thing I know, she acts like she's great. Comes to my car, and I was like, "Yeah, bitch, come to my car if you want to. I promise you, it'll be the worst fucking decision you made today."
Hell
And then I
yeah.
think she figured out, like, I'm strapped,
I think
so
she
don't come over here with
realized.
that bullshit.
Oh, that's so
And she's like,
sick.
"Oh, I got one too, bitch." I was like, "I don't give a fuck what you got. You come to my car and you gonna understand what the fuck I got." And then she got in her
Yeah.
truck and left.
I like what you said
But
before. You said, uh, like you come from what is it called? A faith, FAFO state, FAFO, FAFO state. You ever heard
fuck
of that?
around, yeah, fuck,
Yeah, fuck
yeah, fuck
around.
around and
And
find
I
out.
never heard that term. I know it's like widely used now, but you said I come from stand your ground. In other words, a fuck around and find out thing.
I
I
mean,
was laughing
you
my
know,
ass off.
look. This is just me. I'm in my car. My child is in my car. You're acting like a fucking idiot. For once,
Yeah.
I'm actually because even my daughter was like, "Ma, you did a good job on holding your composure." I was
Oh
like, "It was."
shit.
She can say whatever she wants, but my child is in the car. You come to my car, you are a threat. Period.
Hell yeah.
I don't play around with my fucking kids.
Like
You
a
want to act like a goofy bitch over? I said, "You want to
lioness,
get yourself hurt? You want to get yourself hurt over this fucking idiot ass fucking cop?
right?
Like, dude, don't be
Oh,
mad at me. Get mad at the cops that came in and testified against his ass. That's who put him in jail.
damn.
His own people testified against him.
Soma, that's what I think you're
So,
doing more. I think you're doing more than anything. And, I've said this before that this First Amendment movement, this cause, this activism, whatever you want to call it, what everybody's doing, I've compared it to the 13th and the 19th Amendment. And I've heard a lot of shit from people when I say that. And so I don't say that often because, number one, I'm white. So people really take it like the wrong way. I mean, the 13th Amendment was the abolition of slavery, and the 19th Amendment was women's suffrage. Women got the vote. And I think that this amendment, this first act, this change that we're trying to do will stand up next to those. I'm talking in 100 years from now. And
mhm,
the only reason I say that is because how many people's lives have been ruined by cops not being held accountable, and how many people have
right,
died. So that's the law. There's all types of goals, right? Short-term goals that we're trying to do and long-term goals.
right,
And most people can't see outside of the box. That my name is School of Athens because Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, these guys are still spoke about today because they were the best at looking outside of the box, being able to imagine what could come of this, what people went through by closing their eyes and shit like that. And I try to do that too, to the best of my ability. So all these things that you're doing, like today, it was unbelievable, man. I mean, like that's a big step to me. It's a little step in like the grand scheme of what everybody's trying to do, but it's a big step, I think, right? Us just talking
mhm.
about it, you made me realize that's a little step, right? Like I didn't even think of that, like, but that's a little step. So he asked, what do
Well,
those two? Fernando asked, what do those
but
two amendments have to do with auditing? So that's a great question. So on on the surface they would have nothing to do with it, right? Because one's police accountability or freedom of speech, right, freedom of the press, and then another thing is the abolition of slavery and women's suffrage. But if you look up certain people that helped abolish slavery, a lot of it went into, a big part was freedom of the press. you know there were
mhm,
people, yeah, there were people that started newspapers, put their own money into it. And check this out, government owned newspapers back then were considered mainstream press. So when people printed their own newspapers that didn't have a lot of money, they were kind of looked upon like auditors. Summer, do you know, like, oh, what is this?
yeah,
Yeah, what is this citizen journalist? You're a so called journalist. That's what these people were called too back then, that were
yeah,
starting their own like little newspapers or handing out flyers. So I think that if we can hold the police accountable, because I think that is the long term goal, abolishing qualified
Right.
immunity, right? Then I think that people's lives will be saved. This is 2024 now. Please don't take me back in time past 1985.
Yeah,
So
but Fernando, you and me both know that we can't change the future without understanding the past. So you have to understand the past to change the future. Go ahead, school.
no, that's very well said, right? You're doomed to repeat, right? The past, right? Like you said. So what they have to do with it is what I said. I think that people, it will be more. So how do I put this, Summer? Like, it's not going to be a utopia, because also, you know how auditors say like freedom is messy and freedom. Our
Right.
our our Bill of Rights is more powerful than we know, and I've just learned really about my civil rights, honestly, and a lot from Eli and from you. And the Fourth Amendment is so powerful, right? Like to be safe in your property. Yeah, like Eli pops
Right.
that off all the time. You know, like in North Korea, they can walk up to somebody, the government police, and say, "Give me your ID." There's a curfew. You have to get
Right.
inside. This and that. They can't do that here, and the Fourth Amendment has been violated since before we were a country, before it was before it was right. I think that's the worst of it. I think that because that led to so many false arrests. What do they call that? Summer, you said it the other day, like fruit of the um
For the you talking about for the poisonous tree?
yeah, I didn't even really, I've heard of that in movies and stuff like that, and I didn't understand like exactly what it meant, but you were speaking about it. And how many people have been ID'd unlawfully and then they get arrested because of something, right? Like, technically,
Right.
if somebody has a warrant out, technically you're not allowed to ID them if he's not breaking the law. So if you ID him and violate his civil or her civil rights and then arrest him for the warrant, is that lawful? Like, no, right?
Well, no, not really. But like what people have to understand in
Right.
the scheme of police brutality and things, I agree with you that there is a bit you have to look at the bigger picture. Yes, you can look at the small things and sometimes if you just focus on the small things, yeah, you'll get some celebrations here and there, but you can get really frustrated and you can get really worn down. Um because there is a lot more losses and shit than there is before there's any kind of fucking win. I mean, there was
Well
listen,
said.
this shit with Breonna Taylor, like yesterday, and us getting this guilty thing, it was something huge. It's never happened here in our city. First of all,
Hell
let's just throw
yes.
that out there.
Hell yeah.
So right there, we did something that is not.
That's
It's
why I
just
said a
not. That's
big thing.
why so
Hell
many
yeah.
people are shocked. And then nationally, also, it is a huge deal because now, this is what I think this, people could go back and look at Breonna, Hankinson versus state or government, U.S. government. I guess that's what it would be because that's who the trial was. And this whole situation is going to be in it. You know what I mean? But you have to take little situations. You have to take Breonna. You have to take all the wins and all the losses. And even if I don't see the change, right? Which I have started to see the change a little bit. I've seen the effect of our not giving up and our applying pressure and our consistently of showing up no matter what we've lost, no matter who we've lost, because we also lost a lot of people in our particular situation in this the Brianna stuff. Um, and there were people that were killed after Brianna. You know what I mean? Because people are like, well, what are you all doing? Y'all ain't making no real change. You can't even get one of
Oh
these
God.
motherfuckers convicted. Well, they can't say that to us now because we have, and they fucking didn't do it.
That's
We did
right.
that shit. And so, but it takes all these different things because we can't just sit back. And it's not about, okay, look, would it be great? Sure, if they all got life sentences, whatever, right? You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's more about accountability. I don't give a shit if he gets the bare minimum, if he gets 12 years or whatever. Okay, would we all want more? Sure. But just like Tamika said, it is about accountability. You cannot take somebody's life. You cannot go into somebody's home. You cannot do the things you all did and then just act like it didn't happen. Like, no, 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 we're not doing that. We're not doing that. And we're going to show up and
Right.
we're going to keep applying pressure. We had everyone tell us This will never happen. Can't nobody tell me what the fuck we can't do.
Nah, it's
Cause
great.
bitch, we just showed the whole fucking world what we could do.
I wanna
So there's not
respond to
excuses. People can do
right.
this if you focus on the bigger picture. If we just focused, and I want to say, Captain, by the way, thank you, sweetie, for your support, for the super chat.
Yeah,
If we
can
had
I
just
respond to him
focused,
after you're done, Summer?
yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, yeah, after you're done.
If we had just focused on the little shit, the first state case, it'd have been over with. Because we didn't win that shit. You know what I mean? And they
Yeah,
and the way they drugged and the shit they've said about Tamika and the shit that I've had said about me and done to
yeah.
me and she's had done to, and other protesters and you know what I mean? Like Brianna, like obviously, you know what I mean? The neighbors, the Chelsea and them, like all this shit has fucking happened. And he just was gonna know it was, he thought he was gonna walk up through. Oh, do y'all know what I found out? His family. Remember, I told you guys when we came down for Chelsea, they said not guilty. He winked at his family. They all left. They didn't stick around to see what the other verdict for Brianna was going to be. So they had no idea until the
Ah,
news announced it that it was guilty. Do you know why they left?
why?
They planned a party for him and they were going to celebrate because he beat all his charges party. They left because they
I
was
don't even
setting
know
his
what to
party
say,
up.
Summer. I don't even.
And then how you think
I don't even know what to say.
motherfuckers, you didn't stick around to see what the other verdict was going to be. You just knew he was going to not get charged. They
That's what it
knew it.
is.
They left to
That's what
go
I.
set his
The
party up.
entitlement, like
What?
that's
Go
unbelievable.
ahead, respond to Captain now. My bad.
No, no, it was to Fernando actually. So,
Oh, okay.
Fernando said two things. Before he was asking, what does it have to do with each other, and he also said that I think people didn't stand up for their rights. He said, um, what do you write? I think it's because in the past we never questioned giving up our Fourth Amendment, and I think he's right. I think that because of the smartphones, we can get it out to more people, and other people can question
Right.
it for themselves. So what I was speaking about, I know Barbara says he speaks like this all the time, and I admit it too. I use history to compare like to the future. Oh, I do because that's what I know. I learned from people. The Liberator was the name of the newspapers. If you want to check that out, William Lloyd Garrison was the abolitionist. He was a white Republican. He ran the newspaper, almost went bankrupt, putting his own money into it. And like Summer said about the retaliation that goes back on
Hmm.
activists, the government, I mean, back then, like it was a normal thing to debate slavery on the Congress floor. Like, I want people to try to take a second and imagine a world like that. People
Yeah.
were that was a normal thing. These so-called educated gentlemen were saying how why slavery is the right thing to do. Like, just it's crazy today to even imagine that, but that's how it was, and that's how history works, right? Like fingerprints today is like almost old technology compared to when that came on the scene. People thought it was a fad and that it was, mad, it was bullshit. Like this is, I think that if you look into the person and what they can do little by little, because he chipped away at abolition slowly, 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 and he got his life threatened, his family threatened, all sorts of. What year are you on now doing this? So this would be pre-emancipation. Sorry, it's a good one. But I mean, this is what I know. So he got, just like Summer said. I mean, he was threatened to the inch of his life. Shit was fucking burned down to the ground on him. And like I said, he put his own money into that shit. And the biggest thing about him, and I'll leave you with this because I know it's boring. When slavery was abolished, do you know what he did? Because he was famous at that point. Summer, do you know what he did?
What do you do?
He closed the newspaper down. He did. He got to his purpose and he closed it down. Now
Yep.
he could have kept it going and took all the positive and stardom and write all this other stuff about him, but he didn't. He closed it down and he started working on women's suffrage. Like,
Who are you talking about, Athens?
I'm talking about William Lloyd Garrison.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, listen, it's boring as fuck, so I'm not going to go into more about him. I'm
No,
not at all.
no.
It is.
No,
I,
It is. But I was just trying to compare this shit to what Summer's doing today and how, like the little things. And today was, we both agree, this past couple of days, a big thing, how it's going to add up
yeah,
to something in decades from now, when they're really held accountable, like, because this was a huge one.
yeah. It just
Athens.
and go ahead, Captain.
Athens.
Yep.
Thank you, Summer. I would like to let you know that my grandfather was killed back in 1959. And my father actually was allowed to become a cop. And my grandpa was a Nassau County commissioner. I wish you guys would look into this story.
Okay, I will.
You guys know my name. I'm Henry Oland the third, and I'm only gonna say it here once again. Everybody knows my name, but these things have been happening for years and years. We need to stop it.
You've heard me, Captain. 400 years. I say it all the time since 1610.
Yeah.
Yep, since on the continent before we were a country. It's been happening since then,
Well, Summers investigation was the best.
Hell yeah.
She really did bring the light to Breonna Taylor. But
Fucking amazing. I totally
if,
agree.
if anyone ever wants to help me out, and I would like to bring the light to my story as well.
Well, how do you spell it? I'll definitely do some research and I'll definitely look into it. How do you spell Oland? Is it Oland or how do you?
No, it's Ohland.
Cool. I promise you I will. I love
Yeah.
research, so.
Nassau County Cop, badge number 243.
You said commissioner, didn't you?
And by the way, I am not a police officer. I am not a cop. I am only here to support and help everybody here. Look at you, Summer. What are you eating?
Shrimp.
You look. Yeah, she's probably eating shrimp.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
am.
God.
I'm not going to say all this stuff on live, but I just did a quick Google search and all.
Well,
Junior came up and everything, but I'm not going to, say personal stuff, but it all came up,
cousin
like I said.
Athens, it's going to take a lot of investigation to do it, but
No, yeah, I
anyway.
just mean a lot of it came up, just like you said, on a simple Google search. So it's like, if anybody tries to
Anyway,
say, oh, he's bullshitting, I mean, it's definitely
oh,
juniors on there and senior and,
I am not a bullshitter, but
nah,
I
you're a
really
breath
want
of fresh
to.
air, brother.
Oh, look at that. Oh, look, she's drinking Sprite. She's drinking Sprite. She has the best shrimp ever.
Hey,
Oh
Summer.
yeah, that shrimp. I made some Cajun shrimp. That shit's fire. I just ate all of it. That was the last bit.
I want to thank you again so much for just even chatting with me tonight. Henry, you are a breath of fresh air. You're a handsome motherfucker, and you always bring positivity. I mean that. You're never down on anyone. You know what I mean? You never.
That's all I do.
Nah, man.
Yes.
You're great, man. You're great.
Hey! I'll give you a secret. I learned how to be by learning what not to be.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well,
And
you're.
anyway,
That's what. That's what
my,
Barbara said to me too. Actually.
well,
I always. Go ahead.
Anyway, that's
No, I was
my
trying to say
Nassau.
I agree
That's
with you.
my Nassau County story.
Do you remember before you said you saw that podcast that when I was speaking with Summer and Gina.
Yes.
Yeah, so if you read the live chat that went along with it, you'd see what Barbara wrote on that same one. And she basically was giving me hints to not get myself feeling some kind of way in the future because they both knew that this was my first type of like panel. I never did panels before. There's a lot of people that come on here that have tons of experience. Some you've said that before, like, yo, this person goes from place to place, they cause up a
Yeah.
ruckus, then they come on here, and I had no experience with panels. And
Same.
Barbara was like, yo, do some investigation, like just read about like panels and like check out like some of the past interactions on this panel. And she said, like, do you see what they do? Like, don't do that, certain people, like, and she's
Yeah.
right. You were right, like, so it wasn't just Gina and some of
And
that
you
day.
can also you can tell people's you can learn the history, you can learn the backstories, you can learn
Yeah,
people, you can watch and see people's patterns. You know what I mean? Because we all have patterns, whether people realize it or not. So, you know,
yeah. And Barbara made me feel so
good
good
or
the other
bad,
day.
baby, here the fuck we are.
Barbara made me feel so good the other day. She wrote, You grew on me, Athens." I said, "Oh, thank you, Barbara. I love you too." Because she was giving me tough love too, like you did it in the beginning, and I learned to keep
Yeah,
my mouth shut more and listen. Like she says, you can't listen with one ear, and I learned so much. I learned so much.
yeah,
That's
and then
awesome.
once you learn the backstory of shit too, it just you'll have a little bit more leg to stand on when you do decide to talk shit.
Yep. And the biggest thing, Summer, I think, people talk receipts. Like you never spout something without being able to back it up. So if some asshole comes on here, like I take you for your word because of the rapport of what I've seen now, you know what I mean, and learned about you.
Yeah.
But if anybody tries to like, say, hey, can you back that up? You're like, fuck that, bang, 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 bang. Like receipts galore. Like
Well,
you,
that's right. Because see, this is the thing, right? You have to think we're not in person, so there's there's so much that you have to handle things differently. And so when somebody gets up and they're starting to spew shit, then it's like, okay, yeah, that's cool. Well, then where did you get that at? Where did you learn that at? Where did you read that at? I think challenge it, and some people they take that as I don't know, an insult, but some challenging somebody, there's nothing wrong with that.
no, that's the roots of debating. You have every right to your opinion, right? But you have to back it up with proven facts. Like
Right.
you know, people try to
Nope.
argue over the definition of the word fact, but you're either taking it from like experts or something that you've experienced and have proof of your experience of it. Like what you said
Well,
about
that's
the
why even earlier when I was explaining, do me personally, would I like to see every officer that was involved in this held accountable, no matter what, whatever. Yeah, but when I'm gonna tell you guys about it, I'm gonna tell you about the shit that I learned in court. Because to me, we can all have our assumptions, we can have our opinions, and we can have our conspiracy, whatever. But what got him found guilty, and I do that even if you listen when I do like P Diddy and I talk about that stuff or whatever. I really go after the court documents
oh
because
yeah,
at the end of the day, we can know whatever we know, but that knowing one thing and proving something is completely two different things.
yeah, yep. Alexander said that earlier. Yep.
Yeah,
He
just because
he
you know
he
shit
was
don't mean
the
you can prove shit. If you can't prove it, then I know a lot. There, listen, there's a lot more I know about Hankinson, but I can never prove it. So it doesn't matter what I know for a fact if I can't, especially if we're in a court of law, if I can't, come to you with those facts. And so anytime, whether you're in a courtroom or you're on a panel and you're going to sit there and you're going to argue and stand on your fucking hill, well, expect somebody to be like, all right, motherfucker. So since you stand on it, where'd you get your shit from?
That's right. That's right. Now, can you get the
Yeah.
transcripts of like a certain like hour through email? And does it cost money? Like a FOIA, like a request, does it cost money for that?
I think they do.
Yeah.
My like I said, right now my brain's not whatever. I can find
Yeah. Yeah.
out,
Yeah.
and figure it out tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure Foria's cost. I've gotten a couple and they cost money. Now I have had a couple emailed to me. I think it just depends. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. but
I
I'll
have
find
one more
out. I know it's
question.
not available yet, but I know it will be because it's public records.
I have one more question. If you so if I wanted to FOIA something, what would you recommend me FOIA? Because like I can't FOIA like everything, especially if it costs money. Like
Hmm.
in the Brianna case, like what would you recommend me to learn the most about it? You know, like my wise, not so much Fernando. Oh, thanks, Barbara.
Oh yeah, he put that on there. I seen that when he came in. Yeah, because I
Fernando.
never put anything under anybody's things. I just let everybody keep
Yeah,
whatever
no,
they
I
have
did
on their
that. I
stuff.
did that. I like the name. I like the name. Uh, but
Um,
Barbara says all FOIAs cost money. And I know I
yeah,
don't know shit. People probably like, yo, this fucking guy.
I
I'm
don't know
really.
how much. Yeah, that's what I said. I'm pretty sure they cost money. And every now and then I've been able to get one slid to me, but I don't know. And what part of it? I don't. I mean, if you're gonna for your,
Body
what you
cam, Barbara
can do
said.
is you can always wait because somebody's gonna for you, right? Somebody's
Yeah.
gonna pull that case. Somebody's gonna. There's gonna be people that do YouTube stuff on it. I mean, I'm gonna get it because I want transcripts of it. I want trans. That's one thing I'm gonna keep for the rest of my life to show my grandkids. Like
I
this
would like
is
to help
history right
though
here.
any way I can. You said before,
Um.
which great point. You
So
said how
we'll
people help people. Everybody's involved. Like I would like to
right.
do
We
one
can
and
figure
send it to
something
you.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Um.
any way I can.
Yeah, we'll figure something out. When it gets to that point. I know it's not there yet, but I know, like I said, I definitely we'll be having it, and then
Cool, man.
maybe we'll figure something out. But yeah, that's something I'm definitely gonna make sure we
Cool.
have access to.
Cool.
Yeah. So,
Oh yeah.
all
All
right,
right,
y'all.
so
Well, I
I'm
think I
gonna.
am gonna jump
Yeah,
off
hell
here
yeah.
and
Thank you
go
so
night night
much,
because
bro.
I'm starting to get a little sleepy.
Yeah, we gotta go. Thank you so much. Honestly, you're unbelievable, and I got addicted
No
to the
problem.
case. I got addicted to it, and to your channel too. I got it on notifications because I talk to people, my friends, about you. Like I don't like try to push anybody on anybody, but I'm amazed by the shit you do. Man, I'm not just trying to suck up to you. I really truly mean that. You're a
Well, I
great person,
appreciate it. I
son.
really do. And, I mean, we still do. I mean, we're gonna get back into all this Diddy shit. There's so much stuff that has happened with the Diddy case. So, we'll be doing all kinds of different shit. You just never know what the fuck I'm gonna get into.
I want
So
you,
that
you
is
know what
one
I want you
thing.
to do? And I'll go, I want you to look into Army Hammer. I know I turned you on to the documentary, but I want you to look into when you can, if you have any second, because you're so freaking busy, on why everything is suppressed now. Because it's been a couple of years and he's not in the news. Like even his Wikipedia page, they're all on top of that. Everything's, flushed from it because he was so protected, supposedly those
Well,
billions
maybe
of. Go ahead.
maybe we can because right now my brain's not gonna
I
process
know that.
anything.
I know
I know
that.
that right now, but once it give me a couple weeks or whatever to get back my head back into normal
Sure,
life
sure,
game because
sure.
I've been on a supernatural fucking I don't know what the fuck's been going on these last couple weeks. Um, but then we could get into it, and I mean we could even do a live research type thing. You
Hell
know what I
yeah,
mean?
that would
Where
be
we just kind
awesome.
of
I would
like
love to do that because some
do it. Me and you do a
his
show, and we just
family,
live research and kind of talk about it.
because his family, especially his grandfather, were the people that you're speaking about. You know how you always say the people above Diddy? Back in the
Mm-hmm.
day, that was him. He was the guy that went in and negotiated with foreign countries because he had the dirt. He had an entire division of his company dedicated to spying and getting leverage and dirt
Yeah.
on foreign. So that's what I was like really interested in. When you try to tell people, no, you guys, this is the tip, Diddy's up there and this is one of the highest we've seen, but there are people above him. You guys don't
Oh
understand.
yeah.
So
Yeah, there's
that
people,
was.
and some
Yep.
people get it because there's people that allowed him
Oh
to
yeah.
do the things he does, and even the people that are above him, there's way bigger people than that.
Yep.
There's anarchy, there's levels to this shit, baby.
Yeah.
So,
No. Yeah.
um,
Hammer's family
and
was.
even in the past 2 weeks, there's been a lot that has fucking happened, and he is really he really wants to. You see, now what's funny in his situation, because he's such a narcissistic, fucking manipulated psychopath, he really thinks that he's doing something with the machine, as we would call it,
Jesus.
and he's really shooting himself in the
You're
fucking
right,
foot.
Summer.
Yeah, he's an idiot. But
Yeah,
so anyway, you guys, we can talk. We're gonna do another live soon,
sounds
and
good.
we'll, maybe, like I said, we'll do the research one in a couple of weeks if you want. We can just do a live research and get up here and
Yeah,
dig and talk about it live. I do good
because
shit
it's
with
his
I
whole
do good with
family.
stuff like
So
that.
it's the whole family, 5 generations. That's what do it. They were billionaires, and supposedly, I was reading recently that he's, uh, broke now. I mean, who knows what's true and what's not? But billions of dollars, like I don't understand how, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, we'll get into
Thank
it,
you.
but uh,
Thank you,
Action, thank you so much
420.
for coming
Thanks,
up.
guys. Love you,
All right,
Sunbite.
Captain, would you like to say anything to close the night out with?
Yeah.
Uh, thank you, Summer, for asking me. I would like to say that you are the most amazing,
Hell yeah.
strongest woman that I have ever met in my life. And if there is anything I can do to help you, let me know.
Here,
Just
here,
keep being
Action.
you.
Here, here.
Just keep being you. I appreciate you, cousin. All right, I'll talk to you
Good
later,
night, guys.
sir.
Night, guys.
School, is there anything you would like to close the night out
No,
with?
no, I spoke way too much. I second what he said. Here,
Okay.
here. Good night, guys. Love you.
All right. Talk to you later. All right, Miss Remy, I'm so glad you fell asleep. We love you. All right, everybody. Erod, Barbara, 420, Fernando, everybody that's came through. Homer, nice to meet you, sir. And everybody that's watching in the back, make sure you hit the thumbs up and be a part of the solution and not the problem. But you know what? If you got to be the problem, be the whole fucking problem. Holler.